Nicaragua. Emerging from the Shadow of the Eagle. 6th edition. Thomas W. Walker. N. Christine J. Wade. For the Indomitable People of Nicaragua. 7. Contents. Preface 9. Acknowledgements 13. Acronyms and abbreviations 15. Map of Nicaragua XX. Introduction 1 Early history, the pre-Columbian period to the mid-1930s. 9-2 The Somoza era and the Sandinista Revolution. 33-3 The Sandinistas in power. 73-4 A revolution at war. 111-5 The Conservative Restoration. 155-6 A revolution returns. 177 Preface. When a nation-state is subjected to the prolonged external interference of a regional hegemon, no matter how well-intentioned its social, economic, and political systems are often hurt and deformed. Nicaragua shares with most Latin American countries a centuries-old experience of U.S. intervention and interference. But few countries have been so extensively and repeatedly intervened in as Nicaragua. This experience was reflected in the book's previous subtitle, Living in the Shadow of the Eagle. In this 6th edition we have tried to balance Nicaragua's history of U.S. intervention and interference with the growing assertiveness of Nicaraguan domestic and foreign policy. The new chronological structure of the book still highlights Nicaragua's relationship with the Eagle, but also stresses that which is inherently special about Nicaraguan politics. This edition, like earlier ones, shows how U.S. interference inexorably led to the Sandinista revolution of the late 20th century. First, after the country's formal independence in the 19th century, England and the United States squabbled over control of Nicaragua. At one point in the 1850s, U.S. filibuster William Walker actually took over the country and made himself president long enough to be recognized by Washington. Later, U.S. Marines occupied Nicaragua for most of the period from 1912 to 1933. Then, the U.S. appointed head of the U.S. created Nicaraguan National Guard, Anastasio Somoza Garcia, created a dynastic dictatorship that was passed on to two of his sons and lasted until 1979. During this time, the Somoza's corrupt National Guard came to hold the distinction of being the most heavily U.S. trained military establishment in Latin America. Finally, on July 19, 1979, a massive national uprising coordinated by the Sandinista National Liberation Front overthrew West Point, educated dictator Anastasio Somoza Debayle, often referred to as the Last Marine. We also detail the history and nature of the subsequent nationalist government led by the FSLN. The government's quite moderate social, economic, political, and international policies are carefully described. So, too, are the efforts by the U.S. government to bring this nationalistic experiment to an end. We show how U.S. programs of economic strangulation, low-intensity warfare, and disinformation were ultimately successful in so undermining the Sandinista experiment that it was voted out of power by a cowed and desperate electorate. We then examine how the three administrations from 1990-2007, those of Violeta Chamorro, Arnaldo Alemán, and Enrique Bolaños, owed their existence, in large part, to heavy-handed U.S. involvement in the 1990, 1996, and 2001 elections. Once in power, these leaders were then pressured to implement economic and social policies approved of by Washington. The result of the new social and economic policies enforced by the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank was a reversal of the old Sandinista logic of the majority. Instead, the new administrations pursued neoliberal economic policies, which, though they eventually brought growth to the economy, created such a regressive distribution of income that Nicaragua's place among the nations of the world on the United Nations Development Programme's Human Development Index dropped from 60th at the time of Chamorro's inauguration to 116th 10 years later. Early in the 21st century, however, Nicaragua experienced major changes that would make our book's previous subtitle obsolete. In 2006, a disgruntled electorate voted former President Daniel Ortega back into power. True, his victory had been due in part to the fact that he had faced a divided opposition. but more important was the fact that the voters who gave him his plurality victory longed for a return to economic and social policies based on the logic of the majority. In many respects, that's exactly what they would get and more so. As a result. Preface 11. And in spite of his frequently questionable interpretations of the law, the old Caudillo would eventually enjoy the highest approval ratings in the hemisphere. But what about the eagle to the north? Though Washington had, of course, tried to influence the outcome of the 2006 election, its post-Cold War, pro-democracy rhetoric essentially forced it to accept the results. Even more important, the mess the U.S. was creating in the Middle East had drawn its attention away from Latin America. No longer of much interest, Nicaragua could now begin emerging from the shadow of the eagle. 13. I am an anti-imperialist. I am opposed to having the eagle put its talons on any other land. Mark Twain, October 15, 1900. Introduction. Located at the geographic center of Central America, with Honduras to the north and Costa Rica to the south, Nicaragua is the largest country in the region. Even so, its 57,143 square miles of surface is only about that of Illinois, and its population of about 6.1 million actually made it only slightly more populous than Missouri in 2015. Nevertheless, Nicaragua is an extremely interesting country with an importance that, at least for a while, far exceeded its size. Although there have been many revolts and coups d'etat in Latin America, Nicaragua is one of only a handful of Latin American countries to have experienced a real social revolution, by which we mean a rapid process of change in social and economic as well as political structures. The physical characteristics of Nicaragua have long drawn the attention and captured the imagination of outsiders. The country has abundant and rich agricultural lands, considerable potential for geothermal and hydroelectric energy, important timber and mineral resources, and conveniently located waterways that make Nicaragua an ideal site for an interoceanic canal. Though located entirely within the tropics, this small country varies from one region to another in temperature and other climatic characteristics. Altitude, mountainous land barriers, and the differing meteorological influences of the Caribbean and the Pacific Ocean are the determining factors. As throughout the tropics, altitude rather than season determines temperature. On the lowlands of the Pacific and Caribbean coasts, temperatures usually Introduction are quite high. In the central mountain ranges or cordilleras that transverse the country from northwest to southeast, the climate is temperate. The mountains also influence Nicaraguan weather by acting as a natural barrier between the predominantly humid environment of the Caribbean and the seasonally dry patterns of the Pacific. As a result of these factors, Nicaragua can be divided conceptually into three distinct regions: the Caribbean lowlands, the Central Highlands, and the Western lowlands. Occupying nearly half of the country, the Caribbean lowlands are composed of hot, humid tropical rainforests, swamps, and savannas. As the most appropriate type of agricultural activity in such an environment involves the primitive slash-and-burn technique, this vast region has never been able to support a large human population. At present, less than 8% of the national total lives there. Due to the more moderate and seasonal nature of rainfall in the Central Highlands and Western Lowlands, these regions are more inviting for commercial agriculture and human habitation. The temperate climate and rich soils of the highlands make an ideal environment for coffee cultivation. Indeed, some of the best coffee in the world comes from the highland department of Matagalpa. The Western Lowlands are appropriate for such crops as cotton, rice, and sugar. A chain of volcanoes running through the Western Lowlands from northwest to southeast enriches the soil of the region through frequent dustings of volcanic ash. The principal cities and most of the population of Nicaragua are in the Western Lowlands. Another important physical factor is the position of certain large lakes and rivers. Even in the colonial period, explorers and settlers knew that interoceanic travel across Nicaragua was possible via water routes, taking advantage of the San Juan River, Lake Nicaragua, and Lake Managua. The amount of overland travel required to complete the journey was small. As a result, Nicaraguan waterways were regularly used as commercial routes for transismian travel during the nearly 3 centuries of colonial rule. And in the 19th and 20th centuries, the country's obvious potential as a canal site made Nicaragua the object of frequent foreign intrigue and intervention. Nicaragua is blessed not only in natural resources and environment but also in certain demographic, social, and cultural characteristics. First, unlike some Latin American countries, it is not overpopulated. Indeed, although it has an abundance of arable land, Nicaragua's population is relatively small. Second, Nicaraguans are a congenial, outgoing people with Introduction 3. Every reason to be proud of things Nica, such as their distinctive cookery, music, dialect, literary heritage, and sense of humor. Finally, the people are relatively homogeneous and culturally integrated. Practically all Nicaraguans are Catholic, speak Spanish, and share a common cultural heritage. The majority are mestizo, a mixture of Spanish and Indian. And though there are some pure whites, Indians, and blacks, racial prejudice has been less divisive than in other countries in the region. By comparison with many other Latin American societies, Nicaragua is relatively integrated, but important divisions remain nonetheless. In the early years of independence, regional tensions dominated politics. Over the past century, the problem of regionalism has become steadily less important. The relocation of the national capital to Managua in 1852 and several generations of elite intermarriage have reduced the old rivalry between the colonial cities of Leon and Granada to a triviality. In addition, the construction of highways and railroads in the 20th century tended to integrate other formerly remote areas. Perhaps the greatest single problem of regional integration relates to the much neglected Caribbean region, where large segments of the population still look upon the central government with distrust. It wasn't until 1987 that the Sandinista government created the North Atlantic Autonomous Region and the South Atlantic Autonomous Region. That large but sparsely populated territory has 5 culturally and racially distinct peoples of African or indigenous origin, plus an ever-growing Spanish mixed origin population that has emigrated from the Pacific, and a history of separateness that dates to pre-Columbian times. Unlike the original inhabitants of western Nicaragua, who were largely of Mesoamerican origin, the pre-Columbian peoples of the eastern coast were believed to have been descendants of immigrants from South America. Later, during the colonial period, when the region fell under the control of the British, English-speaking black slaves were introduced into the region. As a result of these factors, most of the people there speak English and/or indigenous languages rather than Spanish, are Protestant rather than Catholic, and have a variety of cultural traditions distinct from those of the country's Hispanic majority. By far the most serious dimension of social cleavage in Nicaragua is that of class. Before the revolution, there was a very wide gap in the standard of living between the privileged top 20% of the population and the impoverished 80%. As elsewhere in Latin America, the usual. For introduction, European and North American class categories were inadequate to describe the Nicaraguan class structure. The problem lay in the fact that although the bulk of the privileged class could be described as belonging to a middle group or middle sector by virtue of occupation and standard of living, they were definitely not a distinct middle class. Rather than having their own set of values and distinct group identification, members of the middle sector tended to mimic and identify with the tiny upper class. The real distinguishing factor in Nicaragua was whether one worked with one's hands. Quite simply, 80% did and 20% did not. Since any physical work was viewed as degrading, the privileged minority was accustomed to hiring lower-class individuals at very low pay to cook their meals, care for their children, clean their homes, tend their yards, shine their shoes, and tote their luggage. This was the natural order of things. And whereas La Sociedad, the people of the upper class or high society, often looked down on members of the middle sector, there was much less distance between the two privileged groups than between them and the impoverished majority. In spite of its human and natural potential, Nicaragua is a poor country, and the majority of the people have endured great oppression throughout history. Before the 1979 revolution, in the late 1970s, the annual gross national product per capita was only a little over $800. Moreover, this statistic obscures the fact that income in Nicaragua was so unevenly distributed that 50% of the people probably had an annual disposable income of only $200. The average citizen lived in inadequate housing, ate poorly, and prior to the revolution, had little access to education, healthcare, or other public services. In 1979, the estimated life expectancy at birth for the average Nicaraguan was 53 years, 10 years less than the average for Central America and 18 years less than the average for the Latin American nation with the greatest longevity, Cuba. Unlike most other Latin American countries, Nicaragua experienced tremendous demographic change in the 20th century. Population growth rates soared, the median age dropped to around 15, and there was a population shift away from the country toward the urban areas. In 1900, fewer than 1 in every 3 Nicaraguans lived in towns and cities of 1,000 inhabitants or more. By 1980, however, approximately half were urban dwellers. Since birth rates in the cities are lower than those in the country, the urbanization of Nicaragua appears to have been essentially the product of rural to urban migration. People were leaving the countryside. They were motivated on the one hand by push factors, such as land concentration, seasonal unemployment, and inhumane rural working conditions. Although the new government began to alleviate these problems by the early 1980s, the activities of the Contras soon provided another powerful incentive for rural folk to flee to more protected urban areas. On the other hand, the cities exercised a certain pull by offering somewhat better healthcare and educational opportunities and the illusion of a better standard of living. Urbanization has had some important effects on Nicaragua. In a very real sense, it made possible the Sandinista revolution. Decades of government corruption and insensitivity in the face of the miserable condition of many poor urban dwellers throughout the country provided a powerful incentive for the urban insurrection. Without mass urban participation, the small Sandinista Front of National Liberation Army in the field would surely have had a much more difficult time defeating the murderous National Guard. Another effect of urbanization, one with which both the revolutionary and subsequent governments had to come to grips, is the maldistribution of the workforce. Throughout its period in power, the Sandinista government was faced paradoxically with manpower shortages in rural areas and massive unemployment in the cities. This problem is bound to plague the post-Sandinista governments, too, for the foreseeable future. Nicaragua's social conditions and structures have much more in common with the rest of Latin America than it does in many aspects of culture. This is not particularly surprising, since most social phenomena are at least partly the product of fairly universal economic and political factors. Nicaragua shares with the other Latin American countries the twin legacies of Iberian colonialism and dependent capitalist development. Throughout Latin America, the human exploitation and rigid social stratification institutionalized during the colonial era were intensified by the income-concentrating tendencies of modern dependent capitalism. In the Eagle's Shadow. This book deals with the history of the Nicaraguan people and their social, economic, and political reality, past and present. It also examines the programs and policies, domestic and foreign, of the revolutionary government. The themes of elite exploitation, foreign manipulation, national. 6. Introduction. Resistance, revolutionary redirection, and counter-revolutionary resurgence receive special attention. We hope this approach will help the reader not only to appreciate the origins of the revolution and the various programs that the revolutionary government implemented, but also to understand the social polarization, bitterness, opportunism, and cynicism that set in during the period that followed the end of that unusual experiment. The roots of Nicaragua's problem lie in a phenomenon that many social scientists refer to as dependency. Most countries in the world are dependent to one degree or another on other countries. Interdependence does not necessarily imply dependency. Dependency refers to a specific situation in which the economy of a weak country is externally oriented and the government is controlled by national and/or international elites or classes that benefit from this economic relationship. Whereas the dominant elites in an industrial country usually have an interest in maintaining a healthy society and, therefore, a citizenry capable of consuming at high levels, the rulers of a dependent society have no such interest because their markets are largely external. For them, the common citizen is important not as a potential consumer but rather as a source of cheap and easily exploitable labor. In such societies the means of production and income tend increasingly to be concentrated in a few hands. Though impressive growth in the GNP often occurs, significant benefits almost never trickle down to the people, no matter how long the process goes on and no matter how much development takes place. To except briefly during the Sandinista revolution, Nicaragua has been an extreme case of this common phenomenon. From the days of the Spanish conquest in the 16th century, the Nicaraguan economy had always been externally oriented, and the people who exercised power had been the beneficiaries of this relationship. First, hundreds of thousands of Indians were exported as slaves. Later, when that resource was used up, the elites exported timber, beef, and hides. During the late 19th century, coffee became an important product on the world market. In the 20th century, especially after the Second World War, the country developed a diversified repertoire of exports ranging from cotton, coffee, and sugar to beef and gold. Throughout Nicaraguan history, a small elite controlled most of the means of production and garnered most of the benefits. The country's rulers, whether openly dictatorial or ostensibly democratic, almost always governed on behalf of the privileged few. Paralleling this history of domestic exploitation, and frequently an essential ingredient of it, was a history of foreign intervention and control. 7. During the colonial period, the Spanish faced sporadic challenges from the British government and English pirates for control of Nicaraguan territory. In the middle of the 19th century, the country was actually ruled by a U.S. citizen for a brief period. In the 20th century, the U.S. government imposed its dominion over Nicaragua first by direct armed intervention, later through the client dictatorships of the Somoza family, and finally through subservient conservative democracies. Yet if dependency, exploitation, and mass deprivation constitute recurrent themes in Nicaraguan history, so, too, do the ideas of nationalism and popular resistance. Nicaraguan history and folklore are replete with nationalist heroes and martyrs: the Indian cacique, Dirianjan, who fought against the Spanish at the outset of the colonial period; Andrés Castro, who took a stand against the forces of the North American filibuster president, William Walker; in the mid-19th century, the liberal dictator José Santos Zelaya, who defied British and U.S. imperial designs at the turn of the century; Benjamin Zaletin and Augusto César Sandino, who fought the U.S. occupiers in the early 20th century, and Carlos Fonseca Amador, a co-founder of the Sandinista Front of National Liberation, who died in the guerrilla struggle against the Somoza dictatorship in 1976. By their actions, these men preserved and reinforced in the Nicaraguan people a stubborn strain of irrepressibility and national pride. Finally, catalyzed into action early in 1978 by the brutal assassination of a prominent and beloved opposition newspaper editor, Nicaraguans of all classes rose up against the dictatorship of Anastasio Somoza Debayle and the system he represented. 18 months later, at a cost of approximately 50,000 dead, the Nicaraguan revolution had triumphed. A brutal and selfish dictator had been overthrown, and a revolutionary government representing the aspirations of countless generations of Nicaraguans had finally come to power. The Nicaraguan people were aware of the historic significance of their victory. In spite of the tremendous cost of the war, the mood in the country in July 1979 was one of near universal ecstasy. On July 20, the largest crowd ever assembled in Central America greeted the new government in the Central Plaza. A few days later, one young woman, after detailing the loss of various family members, exclaimed, "That doesn't matter. The revolution triumphed. I feel as if I had just been born. Like a little baby with a whole life ahead of me." 8. Introduction. In a sense, the people of Nicaragua had just been born. Almost immediately the new government took steps to reverse the centuries-old patterns of elite control and dominance. A substantial segment of the economy was nationalized, exports were put under strict government control, a massive literacy campaign was launched, and new ideas in health, housing, and public education were generated and put into practice. However, these changes alarmed conservative politicians and policy makers in Washington, who, 2 years later, began to sponsor a counter-revolutionary war and implement other destabilizing policies in a broad program of low-intensity conflict against Nicaragua. These efforts eventually caused so much death, destruction, and economic hardship that paradoxically, in 1990, a Nicaraguan population desperately craving peace and an end to its economic woes voted into office a conservative government openly sponsored by the United States. From 1990 to 2006, under heavy U.S. pressure, conservative governments dismantled the social advances of the revolution, implementing neoliberal policies popular in Washington, D.C. By the mid-2000s, Nicaraguans were increasingly disappointed with these policies and, in 2006, returned former FSLN President Daniel Ortega to the nation's helm. Ortega's return to office, though not without its controversies, was shortly followed by a new administration in the U.S. that appeared to have little interest in meddling in Nicaraguan affairs. Without the specter of the Cold War looming over it and with a distant U.S. administration in office, would this time be different? Could Nicaragua emerge from the eagle's shadow? Notes 1. World Population Data Sheet. 2. For a good discussion of dependency, see Ronald H. Chilcote and Joel C. Adelstein, Alternative Perspectives of Development and Underdevelopment in Latin America, in their edited work Latin America, The Struggle with Dependency and Beyond, 1-87. 9. Early History: The Pre-Columbian Period to the Mid-1930s. The history of Nicaragua is among the most turbulent and interesting in all of the Americas. If, on the one hand, it features incredible elite exploitation, mass suffering, and foreign interference, it also includes a significant element of popular resistance, national pride, and human nobility. The pre-Columbian period, even before the arrival of the Spaniards in the 16th century, the territory that we now call Nicaragua was not a land of human tranquility. A demographic outpost of various Meso and South American Indian groups, Nicaragua was an ethnically complex region. The most obvious dissimilarities were between the various indigenous tribes related to South American peoples who lived in the rainforests and savannas to the east of the Central Cordillera and the Mesoamerican groups that inhabited the more hospitable western regions. The former, though primarily hunters and gatherers, also engaged in slash-and-burn agriculture, as do some of their descendants today. The more culturally sophisticated inhabitants of the western regions, on the other hand, were sedentary agriculturalists who raised corn, beans, 10, and vegetables and lived in established towns with populations sometimes numbering in the tens of thousands. The western tribes spoke a variety of Mesoamerican languages reflecting several distinct waves of settlement from what is today Mexico and northern Central America. Though the Western Indians rarely had anything to do with their more primitive counterparts across the mountains, contact and conflict among the tribes of the West were common. Warfare, slavery, and involuntary tribute by the weak to the strong were among the basic ingredients of pre-Columbian life in the West. In a sense, then, many of the traits that characterized colonial rule existed long before the first conquistadores set foot in the land. The colonial period, 1522 to 1822. The Spanish conquest of Nicaragua was an extension of the colonization of Panama, which began in 1508. Plagued by internal conflict, disease, and Panama's inhospitable natural environment, the Spaniards were not in a position to expand their control to the immediate north for well over a decade. It was only in 1522 that Gil Gonzalez, commanding a small band of explorers under contract to the Spanish crown, finally set foot in Nicaragua. The purpose of his expedition, like that of other conquistadores, was to convert souls and to obtain gold and other riches from the native population. Considering that he managed to convert close to 30,000 Indians, carry off nearly 90,000 pesos worth of gold, and discover what appeared to be a water link between the Caribbean and the Pacific. Gonzales's venture into Nicaragua was a clear success. When the Spaniards arrived in western Nicaragua in the early 16th century, they found a relatively advanced agrarian society. The approximately 1 million native inhabitants of the region, descendants of colonizers and refugees from the Mayan and Aztec civilizations to the north, lived in villages and cities ranging in population from a few hundred to tens of thousands. This was a feudal society, with chiefs, sub-chiefs, and commoners, in which tribute flowed from the lowly to the lofty. However, land was held collectively and each inhabitant of the villages and cities had access to a designated plot nearby. The rich soils of the region yielded agricultural products in abundance ranging from corn, cassava, and chili to beans, tobacco, and a variety of vegetables. Each population center had one or more local markets at which agricultural products were sold. Though periodic crop failure and intertribal warfare undoubtedly inflicted occasional acute. The colonial period, 1522 to 1822-11. Hardship. The economy in general was relatively self-sufficient and self-contained. The market system, intra-regional trade, and general access to rich agricultural lands provided the material wherewithal to satisfy basic human needs. Though at first submissive, some Indians eventually decided to resist the bearded strangers. One of these was the legendary chief Dirianjan, from the region around what is today the city of Granada. Several days after an initial meeting with Gonzales, in which he promised to bring his people to the Spaniard for conversion, Dirianjan returned to attack the outsiders with several thousand warriors, causing them to retreat overland to the Pacific Ocean. To make matters worse, before they reached the safety of their Pacific fleet, Gonzales and his men were also set upon by warriors under the command of another chief, Nicaragua. It was 1524 before the Spanish, under Francisco Hernández de Córdoba, returned to Nicaragua and imposed their control over the region. The early years of the colonial period had a profound and lasting impact on the nature of Nicaraguan society and politics. The most important and tragic result of the conquest was demographic: the near total destruction of the large Indian population of the region. Incredible as it seems, it appears that Spanish chroniclers and early historians may have been fairly accurate when they reported that an original native population of around 1 million was reduced to tens of thousands within a few decades of the arrival of Gil Gonzales. This incredible depopulation was the result of several factors. The outright killing of natives in battle, probably accounting for the demise of a few thousand, was the least significant factor. Death by exposure to diseases brought to the New World by the Spaniards was much more important. The fact that Indians had little natural immunity to such common ailments as measles and influenza resulted in an immediate and dramatic reduction in their numbers throughout the Americas. It is likely that hundreds of thousands of Nicaraguan Indians perished of disease within a few decades. Slavery was a third important factor that reduced Nicaragua's native population. Claims by writers of those times that 400,000 to 500,000 natives were gathered and exported into bondage during the first 2 decades of the colonial period seem to stand up to close scholarly investigation. The archives of the times show that there were enough slave ships of sufficient capacity making frequent enough trips to have accomplished this exportation. 2. The demand for slaves throughout the Spanish colonies and 12. Especially in Peru in the 1530s was very high. Though the Spanish themselves captured some slaves, many more were turned over to them by friendly Indian chiefs as a form of obligatory tribute. The life expectancy of these unfortunate souls was short. Many, sometimes 50% or more, died during the sea journey from Nicaragua to their intended destination. Most of the rest perished in slavery within a few years. As a result, supply never caught up with demand and, although the Spanish crown tried unsuccessfully to stop this lucrative trafficking in human life, the slave boom came to an end only when the resource was all but depleted. By the 1540s the Indian population of western Nicaragua appears to have plummeted to between 30,000 and 40,000, and it declined gradually for several decades thereafter. The result of this demographic holocaust is that Nicaragua today, instead of being a predominantly Indian country, is essentially mestizo in racial type and almost exclusively Spanish in language and other aspects of culture. Though most of the cities and towns of the country bear Indian names reflecting the culture of their founders, few of the people who walk their streets today are aware of what the names mean or who the original inhabitants were. Additionally, the near-total destruction of the native population through death by contact with European diseases and the export of slaves created a severe manpower shortage that all but destroyed the labor-intensive agricultural base of the region's economy. To be sure, some lands remained under intensive cultivation throughout the colonial period, providing some export products such as corn and cacao, as well as food to meet the region's much reduced internal demand. But for the most part, the rich lands of Nicaragua reverted to jungle or were exploited for the raising of cattle to produce hides, tallow, and salted meat for sale to other colonies. Another legacy of the colonial period, this one primarily political, was the rivalry between the principal cities of Leon, to the northwest of Lake Managua, and Granada, on the northern shore of Lake Nicaragua. Though both were founded by Francisco Hernández de Córdoba in 1524, they differed from each other in important cultural, social, and economic characteristics. As it was originally felt that Granada would be the political capital of the colony, the more aristocratic conquistadores chose to settle there. Spanish soldiers of lower rank and social status were packed off to Leon to defend the colony against incursions and claims by other Spanish adventurers from the north. As it turned out, however, Leon, not Granada, became the administrative center of the country, and Granada found itself. The colonial period, 1522 to 1822-13. Forced to submit to the rule of a series of corrupt administrators based in what it considered a culturally inferior city. The Catholic Church hierarchy, though stationed in the administrative center in Leon, sympathized with the aristocrats in Granada. There were significant differences in the economic interests of the two cities. The wealth of the self-styled aristocrats in Granada was based largely on cattle and on trade with the Caribbean via Lake Nicaragua and the San Juan River. Though cattle also were important in the region around Leon, many of the Leones were also involved in such middle-class occupations as shipbuilding, the procurement and sale of pine products, and government service. International trade in Leon was oriented almost entirely toward the Pacific. Mutual jealousy and suspicion between the Leones and Granadinos festered in a controlled form until independence allowed it to boil over into open warfare. Curiously, the most flamboyant and prosperous years of the colonial period in Nicaragua were the first few decades, the time of the conquest and the slave trade. Once the Indian population had been depleted, the colony became an underpopulated backwater. Indeed, the severe manpower shortage forced some gold mines to close and caused landowners increasingly to switch from labor-intensive crop production to cattle raising. The economic foundation of this now underdeveloped colony was adequate to support the lifestyle of the landowning aristocrats in Granada and the merchants of Leon, but insufficient to provide for general prosperity. To make matters worse, from the mid-17th century on, the debilitated colony was frequently plagued by pirate attacks. The underpopulation of the colony and the concentration of wealth in the hands of the privileged classes of Leon and Granada made Nicaragua a prime target for attacks by pirates from England and elsewhere in Europe. As a result, trade via both the Caribbean and the Pacific was restricted and at times interrupted. By the mid-18th century, the British, who were openly supportive of the pirates, became so bold as to occupy and fortify parts of the Caribbean coast. They maintained some claim over that region for well over a century. Within a few decades the economy essentially had become externally oriented. The tiny Spanish elite accrued wealth through the sale of corn, cacao, and cattle products, the exploitation of forest products, shipbuilding, and intermittent gold mining, all to meet external rather than internal demands. Frequent pirate attacks further contributed to the region's status as a colonial backwater. The process of underdevelopment had begun. 14. Independence. Nicaragua won its independence in stages, first as a part of the Mexican Empire of Agustín de Iturbide in 1822, then as a member of the Central American Federation in 1823, and finally as an individual sovereign state in 1838. Throughout this period, the Leones, who eventually came to call themselves liberals, and the Granadinos, who championed the conservative cause, squabbled and fought with each other over the control of their country. Mutual resentment between the two cities had flared up in 1811, a decade before the expulsion of the Spanish. When Leon, after first leading Granada into an insurrection against the crown, reversed its position and supported the royal authorities, it left the Granadinos in miserable isolation to receive the brunt of Spanish revenge. The end of colonial rule in Central America simply added to the woes of the common Nicaraguan, for it meant the removal of the one external force that had kept the elites of Leon and Granada from sending their people into open warfare against each other. After 1838, the chaos and interregional warfare intensified. Presidents came and went as one group or the other imposed temporary control. The partial interruption of foreign dominance resulting from the disintegration and eventual collapse of Spanish colonial rule in the early 19th century was reflected in important changes in the Nicaraguan economic system. It is true that British traders were quick to provide the landed elite with an outlet for their traditional export products, but the relative political anarchy and international isolation of the first half-century of independence also encouraged the growth of a number of other types of economic activity. There was a rapid growth in the number of self-sufficient peasant farms or huertas. A fragile indigenous marketing system was re-established. And in the villages and cities, various types of cottage industries began to develop. For most of the Nicaraguan people, this economic system, though certainly not highly developed, was fairly benign. Although he may have been exaggerating slightly, one observer writing in the early 1870s noted that peonage such as is seen in Mexico and various parts of Spanish America does not exist in Nicaragua. Any citizen whatever can set himself up on a piece of open land to cultivate plantain and corn. 3. This break in foreign dominance would not last long. With Spain out of the way, other foreign powers began to interfere in Nicaraguan affairs, with the objective of dominating the interoceanic transit potential of the infant country. The British had long maintained a presence on the east coast. In the 18th century they had actually set up a form of protectorate over the Mosquito Indians in that region. In the 1840s, U.S. expansion to the Pacific coast of North America and the discovery of gold in California stimulated intense U.S. interest in Nicaragua as the site for an interoceanic transit route. Therefore, when the British moved to consolidate their control over the Mosquito Coast by seizing the mouth of the San Juan River, the United States became alarmed and protested vigorously to the British. In 1850 the two countries attempted to defuse the potential for conflict by signing the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty, in which both sides forswore any unilateral attempt to colonize Central America or to dominate any trans-Isthmian transit route. The Walker Affair. The treaty, however, failed to bring peace to Nicaragua. By the mid-1850s the two emerging themes of Nicaraguan political life, foreign interference and interregional warfare, converged to produce an important turning point and one of the most bizarre episodes in Central American history, the Walker Affair. In spite of the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty, the clearly conflicting interests of Britain and the United States in the area had kept tension between the two countries at a high level. Both countries frequently took sides in Nicaraguan domestic politics, the British tending to support the conservatives, and the Americans, the liberals. Finally, in 1854, the liberals, who were at the time losing in a struggle to unseat the conservatives, turned for help to a San Francisco-based soldier of fortune named William Walker. For though often depicted as a simple villain, Walker was an extremely interesting and complex individual. The son of a pioneer family from Tennessee, he graduated from college and earned a medical degree while still in his teens. He then pursued a law degree, practiced that profession for a short while, turned to journalism, and finally became a soldier of fortune, all before he had reached his mid-30s. In some senses he was an idealist. As a journalist he championed the cause of abolition, and like many people of that era, he was a firm believer in manifest destiny, the imperialist expansion of Yankee ideals, by force if necessary, beyond the boundaries of the United States. In accordance with his pact with the Liberals, Walker sailed in June 1855 from California to Nicaragua with a small band of armed Californians. After some initial military setbacks, he and his Liberal allies took 16. Grenada in October and set up a coalition government under a conservative, Patricio Rivas. Almost from the start, the real power in the government was Walker himself, who rapidly began to implement a series of liberal developmentalist ideas that included the encouragement of foreign investment and the increased exploitation of Nicaraguan resources. In July 1856, Walker formally took over the presidency. Initially, Walker seemed to have at least the tacit support of the U.S. government. His entrance into the Nicaraguan Civil War met with no serious resistance from Washington, which was quick to recognize the puppet government of Patricio Rivas. However, the British and the governments of the other Central American countries were appalled by this bald-faced Yankee attempt to create a U.S. outpost on the Central American Isthmus. And many Nicaraguans of both parties became increasingly alarmed at the foreign takeover of their country. This was especially true in 1856 when Walker, the dictator president, legalized slavery and declared English to be the official language. As a result, it was not long before the onset of a war in which Nicaraguans of both parties and, at one time or another, troops from all of the Central American republics fought against the hated foreigners. In the spring of 1857, the U.S. government intervened to arrange a truce and to allow Walker to surrender and leave Nicaragua. So important is the war against Walker in Nicaraguan patriotic lore that the Independence Day that Nicas celebrate on September 14 is a commemoration of a decisive battle at San Jacinto against Walker and his U.S. troops. The conservative period, 1857 to 1893, for more than 3 decades following the defeat of Walker, the country enjoyed relative peace and stability. True, several thousand Indians lost their lives in 1881 in the tragic War of the Comuneros, a rebellion aimed at halting the takeover of their ancestral lands by wealthy coffee growers. But the elites of Nicaragua were temporarily at peace during this period. As a result of their association with the U.S. filibuster, the liberals had been discredited. The conservatives, therefore, were able to rule, without the coffee boom and primitive dependent capitalism. 17. Interruption, and with only sporadic and half-hearted resistance from their traditional adversaries, from 1857 to 1893. A new constitution was adopted in 1857. Thereafter, elected conservative presidents succeeded each other at regular 4-year intervals, breaking the old tradition of continuismo. The country was also blessed in this period with a relative lull in foreign interference, which came as a result of the completion in 1855 of a Transisthmian railroad in Panama that temporarily took the pressure off Nicaragua as a focal point of interoceanic transit. And finally, during these decades, Managua, which had become the capital in 1852, grew and prospered as a result of a coffee boom that would have a broad impact on the Nicaraguan economy. The coffee boom and primitive dependent capitalism, the relative isolation of Nicaragua, and the gradual development of an internally oriented economy were abruptly interrupted by the coffee boom that hit Central America in the late 1800s. Coffee was probably introduced into Nicaragua as an exotic curiosity in the first quarter of the 19th century. By 1848 it was being produced commercially on a small scale. In the early 1850s it was a favorite beverage of the 20,000 or so foreign passengers each month who utilized Cornelius Vanderbilt's Accessory Transit Company route across Nicaragua on their way to California. But it was not until the 1870s that coffee really came into its own. By then the international demand was so strong that the country's ruling elite were motivated to monopolize and redirect much of Nicaragua's productive capacity toward the cultivation of that one export product. 2 factors of crucial importance to coffee production are fertile land in the right climatological setting and a large, essentially unskilled workforce that can be called upon to offer its services for a few months during the harvest season. In Nicaragua in the early 1870s both were in short supply. The coffee culture had already moved into most of the exploitable lands around Managua, and other promising lands in the northern highlands were occupied by independent peasants and members of Indian communes engaged in traditional subsistence farming. And as the rural masses had access to their own land, there was no pool of vulnerable and easily exploitable peons. 18. The traditional elite solved both of these problems with ingenuity and speed. In the late 1870s and 1880s they took the land they coveted and created the workforce they needed through a combination of chicanery, violence, and self-serving legislation. Individual squatter farmers and Indians working the land through communal arrangements were extremely vulnerable to legal manipulation because, in most cases, these people held rights to the land by tradition rather than by legal title. For several decades the agrarian elite had attempted, through legislation, to abolish communal and squatter land holdings. In 1877, under the presidency of conservative Pedro Joaquim Chamorro, an agrarian law was passed that outlawed communal holdings and gave individuals the right to buy unoccupied national lands. The resulting massive dislocation of Indian communal farmers and individual peasants led to the War of the Comuneros of 1881 in the Pacific and north-central regions of Nicaragua. After a series of cruel battles in which as many as 5,000 Indians may have been killed, the new order was imposed on the region. Coffee was free to expand into new land. The laws that forced the small farmer off the land also helped create a vulnerable rural proletariat. To reinforce this phenomenon, the elite-controlled governments also passed laws against vagrancy and the cultivation of plantain, the banana-like staple food of the peasants. 7. Obliged to buy staples at high prices in the commissaries of the plantations where many now worked, former peasants were forced to rely on credit from these company stores. Before long they were trapped into a very effective system of debt peonage. In less than a decade, the self-sufficient peasantry of a large section of the country had been converted into a dependent and oppressed rural proletariat. Most rural Nicaraguans began to lead a life of insecurity, fluctuating between the good times of the coffee harvest, from November through February, and the hardship and unemployment of the tiempo muerto between harvests. The growth of the coffee culture also marked the birth of dependent capitalism in Nicaragua. Before this period the economy was based on traditional cattle ranching and subsistence peasant and communal farming. Neither involved a significant use of capital. Coffee, however, was different. First, years before the first harvest, the planter had to make a significant investment in preparing the land and planting and nurturing the seedlings. When the trees began to bear fruit, it was necessary to spend considerable sums of money on manpower and machinery. A large workforce was needed. The coffee boom and primitive dependent capitalism. 19. For the hand-picking of the coffee berries, and more people and machinery were employed in weighing, pulping, drying, sorting, sacking, and transporting the product. It is not surprising, then, that although some small farmers converted to coffee bean production, most of those who went into this new enterprise were large landholders, prosperous commercial speculators, and, in some cases, foreigners. The conservative oligarchy used its control of the legislative process to pass the subsidy laws of 1879 and 1889, which gave planters of all nationalities cultivating more than 5,000 trees a subsidy of 5 cents per tree. 8. Among other things, these laws encouraged foreign colonists to seek their fortunes on the fertile slopes of the Central Highlands. With them came an infusion of new capital. Once established as the cornerstone of the Nicaraguan economy, coffee held that position until the 1950s. This is not to say that other forms of agriculture were completely wiped out. Some peasants chose to flee the new coffee zones entirely, moving on to subsistence farming on land in other regions that were not yet coveted by the landed elite. In addition, the traditional pre-capitalist cattle hacienda of the lowlands, though now less important, was by no means completely eclipsed. But overall, coffee was clearly the mainstay of the country's economy. With the growth of the coffee industry, Nicaragua developed what is often loosely referred to as a banana republic economy, one based heavily on a single primary export product. Typically, the benefits of the system flowed heavily to a small domestic elite and its foreign trading partners. Taxes on coffee profits, which might have helped redistribute income to the impoverished majority, were virtually non-existent. The common citizen was an abused instrument of production rather than a beneficiary of the system. The Nicaraguan economy also became subject to periodic booms and busts produced by the fluctuating world price of its single product. In good times the economy grew and coffee planters imported luxury goods and machinery, invested money abroad, and educated their children in the United States and Europe. President José Santos Zelaya, discussed below, was educated in France. The first of the Somoza dictators received his U.S. education as a result of such a boom. In bad times, such as those following the onset of the 1929 Depression, coffee prices plummeted and the economy stagnated. Planters hunkered down, lived off savings and investments, and imported fewer luxury items and less machinery. Zelaya and Zeledin. In 1893 the liberals, under the leadership of José Santos Zelaya, joined dissident conservatives in ousting the conservative government of Roberto Sacasa. 3 months later, they overthrew the dissident conservative whom they had initially placed in power and replaced him with Zelaya himself. For the next 16 years Zelaya was not only the dictator of Nicaragua but also one of the most important figures in Central American regional politics. Zelaya was a controversial and unjustly maligned figure. He is commonly described in U.S. textbooks on Central and Latin American history as a corrupt, brutal, cruel, greedy, egocentric, warmongering tyrant. In 1909 President William Howard Taft denounced him as a blot on the history of Nicaragua. Careful examination of the facts, however, reveals that this depiction has much less to do with the reality of Zelaya's rule than with official U.S. frustration and resentment over the liberal dictator's stubborn defense of national and Central American interests in the face of burgeoning U.S. interference in the region's affairs following the Spanish-American War. 9. Zelaya would be described more accurately as a relatively benevolent, modernizing, authoritarian nationalist. Born in Managua in 1853, the son of a liberal coffee planter, he was educated at the Instituto de Orient in Granada. At 16 he was sent to France for further studies, and there he became imbued with the positivist philosophies of Auguste Comte and Herbert Spencer. When he returned to his homeland at 19, he immediately entered politics. Subsequently, as the young mayor of Managua, he set up a lending library and stocked it with the works of the French philosophers. There is no doubt that, as dictator of Nicaragua, Zelaya used whatever means necessary to keep himself in power. Democracy did not exist, freedom of the press was often curtailed. It is also true that Zelaya was certainly no great social reformer. But there is little evidence of his alleged cruelty. His constitution of 1893 abolished the death penalty, and he apparently made a practice of granting amnesty, after a decent interval, to captured opposition insurgents. What is more important, Zelaya initiated many reforms in Nicaragua. In the first place, he worked to secularize Nicaraguan society. His constitution separated church and state and guaranteed freedom of religion and free secular education, and he financed the opening of new schools and the 21 training of Nicaraguans abroad. By the end of his rule, the government was devoting approximately 10% of the budget to education. Like other Latin American positivist leaders of the time, he made a significant effort to modernize the economy. His government surveyed and opened new lands for the expansion of the coffee industry. It also fostered the collection and storage of information by setting up the National Archives and Museum, reorganizing the General Statistics Office, and conducting a national census. In addition, his government invested in the physical infrastructure of communication by purchasing steamships and building roads and telegraph lines. As a result of these modernizing efforts, there was, during the Zelaya period, a rapid increase in the production of such export commodities as coffee, bananas, timber, and gold. Zelaya helped the coffee industry by opening up new lands and improving Nicaragua's transportation network. He also emphasized education, brought fiscal responsibility to the government, created the rudiments of a modern administrative structure, and insisted on national economic self-determination. In foreign affairs, Zelaya worked to defend Nicaraguan interests and to promote Central American reunification. More effective in the former than in the latter, he is best known for his success in getting the British to withdraw once and for all from the Mosquito Coast. Although they had essentially agreed to withdraw in the 1860 Treaty of Managua, they had not done so. In 1894, Zelaya sent troops to the city of Bluefields, accepted the Mosquito King's dubiously valid petition for incorporation, and expelled the protesting British consul from the territory. The British responded with a blockade of Nicaragua's Pacific port, but the United States, anxious to enforce the Monroe Doctrine, pressured them to back down and to accept full Nicaraguan sovereignty over the disputed area. Zelaya's efforts at promoting Central American reunification, though unsuccessful, were significant. Capitalizing on a region-wide resurgence of Central American nationalism, stimulated in part by his own success in confronting the British on the Mosquito Coast, Zelaya convened the Conference of Amapala in 1895, in which Nicaragua, Honduras, and El Salvador agreed to form a confederation called the República Mayor. A diplomatic representative was dispatched to the United States and received by President Grover Cleveland, and a constitution for this larger political entity was written in 1898. Unfortunately, before it could go into effect, the incumbent government of El Salvador was overthrown and 22. The new government withdrew from the Union. The Confederation subsequently collapsed. Much is made in some accounts of the apparent fact that Zelaya was a disruptor of the peace in Central America. He did, indeed, invade neighboring Honduras on 2 occasions. However, it is equally true that he preferred to let the República Mayor collapse rather than send troops to El Salvador to hold it together by force. In addition, he settled boundary disputes with both of Nicaragua's neighbors through arbitration rather than by force. In the case of the boundary dispute with Honduras, he peacefully accepted a settlement that went against Nicaragua's claims. Zelaya's downfall in 1909 was largely the result of a mounting conflict with the United States. It is important to remember that in that country at the turn of the century, imperialism was not a dirty word. The Spanish-American War had given the United States a colonial empire, and many Americans felt that their country had a legitimate colonial role to play in Central America. Zelaya's assertion as a regional leader and champion of Central American unity was, at least in part, a response to this threat, a response Washington resented. Zelaya also had the audacity to refuse to grant the United States canal building rights that would have included U.S. sovereignty over certain Nicaraguan territory. As a result, the United States became involved in engineering Panamanian independence from Colombia and in 1903 signed the treaty it wanted with the new government it had helped create. A few years later, the Americans became alarmed at rumors that Zelaya was negotiating with the British and the Japanese to build a second and potentially competitive canal through Nicaragua. Zelaya's refusal to concede to the United States canal rights that would have diminished the economic and political sovereignty of his country and his subsequent negotiation with other powers for a more equitable canal treaty contributed to the U.S. decision to encourage, and then reinforce militarily, the conservative rebellion of 1909. During the 1909 revolt in Bluefields, Zelaya's forces made the tactical mistake of executing 2 confessed U.S. mercenaries. The United States used this incident as an excuse to sever diplomatic relations and to send troops to Bluefields to prevent the defeat of the conservatives. Though he held on for a few more months, Zelaya was ultimately forced to accept the inevitable, to resign, and to spend the rest of his life in exile. Before his resignation, Zelaya attempted to save the situation for his party by appointing a highly respected liberal from Leon, Dr. José Madriaz, 23. To succeed him. The U.S. government, however, was determined that the Zelayista liberals relinquish control. Washington refused to recognize the new government, and early in 1910, when Madriaz's troops succeeded in routing the rebel forces in an attempted thrust to the west and drove them back to Bluefields, the commander of U.S. forces in that town forbade government troops from attacking rebel positions. In the face of such foreign interference, it was impossible for the liberals to win, much less to govern. On August 20, 1910, the Madre's government collapsed and was replaced by a puppet, pro-UDOT's regime supported by the conservatives and some opportunistic liberal caudillos. For the next 2 years, the economic and political situation deteriorated rapidly. The rebellion had disrupted the planting of crops and disturbed other sectors of the economy, and although the Madre's government had left the national treasury with a favorable balance, the new government squandered this resource almost immediately and began wildly printing paper money. Washington arranged private bank loans to its new client regime, but much of the loan money almost immediately went into the pockets of corrupt politicians. It was necessary to renegotiate loans and to allow the United States to become involved in the supervision of customs collection and the management of payment of the foreign debt. The abysmal situation into which the country had fallen offended the national pride of many Nicaraguans, among them a young Zelleista liberal, Benjamin Zelletin. A teacher, newspaperman, and lawyer, Zelletin had served Zellea's government as a district judge in the newly liberated Caribbean territories, as an officer in the war with Honduras in 1907, as Nicaragua's representative to the Central American Court of Justice, and finally, at the age of 30, as Minister of Defense. Under the Madre's government, he had continued as Minister of Defense and been elevated to the rank of General of the Armies. In July 1912, when a group of dissident conservatives rebelled against puppet President Adolfo Diaz, Zelletin and a group of liberals joined in the uprising to rid Nicaragua of the traitors to the fatherland. At first it appeared that the insurgents might win. Zelletin and his liberal followers seized Leon and several other cities and cut communications to Managua. However, in the words of one U.S. observer of the time, the U.S. could hardly permit the overthrow of the conservative authorities. All of the efforts of the State Department to place Nicaragua on her feet politically and financially would have been useless, and the 24 interests of the New York bankers would be seriously imperiled. 10 Therefore, under the old pretext of protecting U.S. lives and property, U.S. Marines were sent into Nicaragua. Though resistance by dissident conservatives was quickly overcome, Zelletin not only rejected U.S. demands that he, too, surrender but also warned the U.S. commander that he, his superiors, and the powerful nation to which he belonged would bear the tremendous responsibility and eternal infamy that history will attribute to you for having employed your arms against the weak who have been struggling for the reconquest of the sacred rights of fatherland. 11 Badly outnumbered by the combined U.S. and Nicaraguan government forces, Zelletin's troops were besieged and defeated, and he was captured by Nicaraguan troops. Though the United States was in a position to save Zelletin's life, Major Smedley D. Butler, in a telegram to his superiors, suggested that through some inaction on our part someone might hang him. 12 Butler's advice was apparently taken, for, on the following day, the conservative government announced that Zelletin had died in battle. Before the young patriot's body was buried, it was dragged through the little hamlet of Nicanohomo. There, by historical coincidence, a short, skinny, 17-year-old boy was among those who witnessed government troops kicking the lifeless form. This seemingly insignificant teenager who later commented that the scene had made his blood boil with rage was Augusto Cesar Sandino. The U.S. occupation, the National Guard, and SNENO for most of the following 2 decades, Nicaragua was subjected to direct foreign military intervention. U.S. troops were stationed there from 1912 to 1925 and again from 1926 to 1933, an intervention apparently motivated by a variety of concerns. Relatively unimportant, though not negligible, was the desire to protect U.S. investments. The involvement of U.S. bankers in Nicaragua has been mentioned. There was also a sincere, if naive, belief in some circles that U.S. involvement could somehow help bring democracy to the country. The most important motivations, however, seem to have been geopolitical. U.S. decision-makers felt it imperative to maintain a stable pro-UDOT's government in Nicaragua, a country that, in addition to being an ideal site for a second Trans-Isthmian waterway, was located in the center of the U.S. sphere of influence in Central America. The U.S. occupation, the National Guard, and Sandino 25. During the first occupation, from 1912 to 1925, the United States ran Nicaraguan affairs through a series of conservative presidents Adolfo Diaz, Emiliano Chamorro, and Diego Manuel Chamorro. The relationship was symbiotic. The United States needed the conservatives, and the conservatives who had neither the military strength nor the popular backing to maintain themselves in power needed the United States. They would never have succeeded in their rebellion against the central government in 1909, nor defeated Benjamin Zeletin's nationalist forces in 1912, had it not been for direct U.S. military intervention. Accordingly, they learned to address their foreign protectors in a groveling and obsequious manner. For instance, after Zeletin's defeat, a group of conservatives of the highest social, political, and financial standing sent the local commander of the occupying Marines a message of thanks that was clearly tailored to appeal to the ethnocentric and chauvinistic interpretation of Central American reality prevalent in the United States at that time. The lamentable situation of these countries, perturbed by constant uprisings, is all the sadder when we consider their proximity to the great American nation, which, founded on wise institutions and inspired by the spirit of liberty and justice, marches at the head of the destiny of humanity. Thus the presence of the American troops among us marks an era of peace for this republic because she now has spread over us the protecting influence of her altruistic policy. 13. The conservative elite also ingratiated itself to the Americans by taking loans with private U.S. banks, allowing the occupiers to run many aspects of the country's public finances, and giving their protectors almost exactly the type of concessionary canal treaty Zelaya had vehemently rejected as injurious to the national interest. The Bryan-Chamorro Treaty, signed in 1914 and ratified in 1916, allowed the United States to corner the rights to a Nicaraguan canal, thus ensuring that the new U.S. waterway through Panama would continue to operate without competition. By the terms of this document, the United States acquired exclusive rights, in perpetuity, to build a canal in Nicaragua, a renewable 99-year lease to the Great and Little Corn Islands in the Caribbean, and a renewable 99-year option to establish a naval base in the Gulf of Fonseca. The United States had no intention of building a Nicaraguan canal. It simply wanted to buy up the rights to preclude the possibility that any other country would do so. In return, Nicaragua was to receive payment of $3 million. In reality, however, the U.S. officials who ran Nicaraguan financial affairs channeled much of that paltry sum into payments to foreign creditors. The aspects of the treaty dealing with the Corn Islands and the Gulf of Fonseca were hotly contested by El Salvador and Costa Rica, and the Central American Court of Justice decided in their favor. Though the United States had originally played a principal role in the creation of the court, it now chose to ignore its decision and, in so doing, contributed significantly to its collapse a few years later. Meanwhile, U.S. troops had maintained an active presence in Nicaragua since 1912. By the mid-1920s, U.S. decision-makers had convinced themselves that the conservatives were ready to carry on without the presence of U.S. troops. They were wrong. Within a few months of the first the U.S. occupation, the National Guard, and Sandino 27. Withdrawal in August 1925, conflicts flared up among the ruling conservatives, and in 1926 the liberals seized the initiative and staged a rebellion. The inevitable outcome was that the conservatives were forced to turn again to Washington for salvation, and U.S. troops returned to Nicaragua. During the second occupation, Washington showed greater skill and imagination in manipulating Nicaraguan affairs. It arranged a truce between the liberals and the conservatives that, among other things, provided for a U.S. supervised election in 1928. The liberal elite also came to realize that its class interests could best be promoted by cultivating a symbiotic relationship with the United States. All of the major liberal leaders, except Augusto César Sandino, bowed to the inevitable and endorsed the U.S.-sponsored peace of Tipitapa in May 1927. Though José María Moncada, the candidate of the majority Liberal Party, won the 1928 contest, the United States was prepared to live with a liberal president because, in the words of one scholar, the North Americans controlled his regime from a number of points: the American Embassy, the Marines, the Guardia Nacional, with its United States Army officers, the High Commissioner of Customs, the Director of the Railway, and the National Bank. 14. Under the circumstances, it no longer mattered whether the chief executive was a liberal or a conservative. Increasingly secure in this fact, the Americans in 1932 oversaw yet another election won by yet another liberal, this time, Juan B. Sacasa, ironically the same person who had led the liberal uprising of 1926 that brought about the Second Occupation. The behavior of the liberal and conservative client governments that nominally ruled Nicaragua during the Second U.S. occupation was obsequiously pro-American. One of the clearest examples of the subservient character of these governments can be seen in Nicaragua's docile ratification of the very unfavorable Bárcenas-Menezes-Esguerra Treaty of 1928. As a result of this treaty, Nicaragua relinquished to Colombia the Providencia and San Andrés Islands and certain keys off Nicaragua's Caribbean coast. Though even a cursory glance at a map of the Caribbean would tend to verify Nicaragua's historic right to these territories, Colombia had long maintained a conflicting claim based on rather vague policing authority granted its colonial predecessor by the Spanish crown. While it was certainly not in Nicaragua's interest to relinquish these possessions, the United States benefited in two ways. First, the treaty helped assuage long-simmering Colombian resentment over U.S. connivance and military involvement in the independence of the former Colombian province of Panama in 1903. 28. Then, too, it voided additional Colombian claims that had tended to cloud the validity of certain U.S. rights under the Bryan Chamorro Treaty. The importance of this period lies in the fact that, during these 6 years, forces were being shaped that were to have a powerful and paradoxical impact on Nicaragua for at least the next half-century. This was the time of the germination of the Somoza dictatorship, which was to rule Nicaragua for over 4 decades, and of the reinvigoration of a revolutionary nationalist tradition that would ultimately overthrow that dictatorship in favor of a radically new system. The revolutionary tradition was dramatically resuscitated by Augusto César Sandino, who led a long guerrilla war against U.S. and government forces during the second occupation of his country. Sandino was a fascinating person. Born in 1895 of a common-law union between a moderately well-to-do landowner and an Indian woman, he was accepted by his father and nurtured philosophically in the high principles that were supposed to form the basis of liberal practice. He worked for his father until he was 25, when he fled Nicaragua after a fight in which he wounded a man who had insulted his mother. He eventually ended up in Tampico, Mexico, working for Standard Oil of Indiana. There he absorbed some of the ideals of the Mexican Revolution, in particular the emphasis on the dignity of the Indian. In 1926 he returned to Nicaragua and found employment in a U.S. owned gold mine. When the liberal insurrection broke out that year, he organized a fighting unit and joined the insurgents. In 1927, after the rest of the liberals had agreed to the U.S.-sponsored peace settlement, he chose to continue the battle against the puppet conservative government. This decision inevitably brought him into conflict with U.S. troops and quickly turned his partisan crusade into a war of national liberation. Though he wrote and spoke eloquently and profusely, Sandino was a man of action rather than a theorist. He did have certain ideas and opinions about the future of Nicaraguan politics and society. For instance, he advocated the formation of a popularly based political party and endorsed the idea of organizing land into peasant cooperatives. But more than anything else, he was a nationalist and an anti-imperialist. Quite simply, he found the U.S. occupation and domination of his country to be offensive and unacceptable. The sovereignty and liberty of a people, he said, are not to be discussed, but rather, defended with weapons in hand. 15. In his struggle against the U.S. occupiers and their military allies, Sandino often used some of the brutal methods endemic to factional. The U.S. occupation, the National Guard, and Sandino 29. Warfare in the rugged Segovias region where he was based. He was not above subjecting captured government and U.S. troops and their civilian allies to ritual mutilation before death. 16 In his own words, liberty is won not with flowers but with bullets, and for this reason we have been compelled to utilize the Cortes de Chaleco, Chumbo, y Bloomer. 17 The purpose was to chasten the enemy and allied civilians. To his credit, though, and unlike his adversaries, Sandino also instituted a strict code against rape as an instrument of intimidation. 18 At the same time and much more important, Sandino developed an effective set of guerrilla tactics through a process of trial and error. At first he used conventional military tactics, sending large groups of men into combat against an entrenched and well-equipped enemy. As a result, his troops initially took heavy casualties without inflicting serious damage. Learning from this mistake, he quickly developed the more classic guerrilla strategies of harassment and hit and run. In addition, he cultivated the support of the peasants in the regions in which he operated. They, in turn, served as an early warning communication network and as ad hoc soldiers during specific guerrilla actions. For their part, the U.S. occupiers also played a very rough game. Upon his arrival in Nicaragua in 1928, one Marine wrote to his fiancée that we got instructions to bring him in but not as a prisoner. I wish I'd meet him. I'd bring him in the way they want him. 19 And U.S. forces used tactics that would become familiar during the Vietnam War: the aerial bombardment of hostile towns and hamlets, the creation of what amounted to free fire zones in rural areas, and the forced resettlement of peasants to what, later in the century, would be called protective hamlets. 20 All this, of course, only solidified civilian support for Sandino. There were fluctuations in guerrilla activity and strength, but when the United States finally withdrew in January 1933, Sandino was still as great a threat as he had been at any previous point in his career. 21 Ironically, the threat Sandino posed dissolved almost immediately after the Americans left. Because his major condition for peace had been the departure of the Marines, Sandino signed a preliminary peace agreement in February 1933 with the Sakasa government, calling for a cessation of hostilities and a partial disarmament of the guerrillas. The document also guaranteed amnesty for Sandino's men and a degree of autonomy for those 30 Sandinistas who wished to settle in the territory along the Rio Coco. In 1934 there were further peace negotiations. In the long run, however, Sandino was deceived, captured, and executed. But his daring stand against the foreign occupiers had been an example and had legitimized a set of tactics that were to be successfully employed by the Sandinista Front of National Liberation in overthrowing AU's client dictatorship almost a half-century later. The other force that came into its own during the second U.S. occupation and had a profound impact on the future of the country was the National Guard of Nicaragua. Washington had long felt that what Nicaragua really needed was an apolitical constabulary that could maintain stability and create a healthy environment for political and economic development. Although a half-hearted attempt to create such a force had been made toward the end of the first occupation, the concept was not effectively implemented until the late 1920s. By then the United States was becoming increasingly tired of directly running Nicaragua's internal affairs. And, of course, there was the desire to Nicaraguanize, if you will, the war against Sandino. Top priority, therefore, was placed on recruiting, training, arming, and equipping the Guard. In the haste of the moment, safeguards aimed at maintaining the apolitical character of the Guard were set aside. As the Marines were leaving, command of this new national army passed from the Americans to a congenial, ambitious, English-speaking Nicaraguan politician, Anastasio Somoza Garcia. Less than 4 years later, an elitist dictatorial system based on a symbiotic relationship between the now corrupted and thoroughly politicized National Guard and the Somoza family had come into being. This system was to plunder, degrade, and bring agony to the Nicaraguan people for more than 4 decades. the Somoza era and the Sandinista Revolution. In the Latin American context, Nicaraguan history since 1933 is unusual in at least two respects. First, though many other countries have suffered dictatorial rule, Nicaragua's 42.5-year subjugation to the Somozas was unique not only in its duration but also in its dynastic character. Nowhere else in Latin America has dictatorial power passed successively through the hands of three members of the same family. Second, Nicaragua is one of only a handful of Latin American countries to have seriously attempted social revolution. The foundations of this revolution lie in the history of U.S. intervention discussed in the previous chapter, the consolidation of Nicaragua as a U.S. client state under the Somozas, and the exclusionary and repressive apparatus of the Somoza dynasty. The founder of the Somoza dynasty, Anastasio Somoza Garcia, was a complex and interesting individual. Born on February 1, 1898, the son of a moderately well-to-do coffee grower, Taco Somoza was just short of 35 years old when the departing Marines turned over to him the command of the National Guard. His early ascent to this pivotal position of power was no mere accident. Intelligent, outgoing, persuasive, and ambitious, he was an 34 unusual young man. He received his early education at the Instituto Nacional de Orient and went on for a degree at the Pierce School of Business Administration in Philadelphia, where he perfected his English and met and married Salvadora de Bale, a member of one of Nicaragua's important aristocratic families. Upon his return to Nicaragua, he joined the liberal revolt in 1926. Though he and his troops were ingloriously routed, he subsequently worked his way up in Liberal Party politics, eventually serving as Minister of War and Minister of Foreign Relations. A beguiling, gregarious young man with an excellent command of English, he got along well with the U.S. occupiers and was involved in the creation of the National Guard. In the years immediately following the departure of the Marines, Somoza worked efficiently to consolidate his control over the Guard. In the wake of real or apparent anti-Somoza conspiracies, he purged various officers who might have stood in his way. Also, on February 21, 1934, he gave his subordinates permission to capture and murder Augusto César Sandino. In doing so, he not only eliminated a potential political rival but also endeared himself to many of the guardsmen, who harbored an intense hatred of the nationalist hero who had frustrated them for so long. Sandino's execution was followed by a mop-up operation in which hundreds of men, women, and children living in the semi-autonomous region previously set aside for the former guerrillas were slaughtered. Finally, he encouraged guardsmen at all levels to engage in various forms of corruption and exploitative activities, thus isolating them from the people and making them increasingly dependent on their leader. By 1936, Somoza was sufficiently sure of his control of the Guard and hence Nicaraguan politics to overthrow the elected president, Juan B. Sacasa, and stage an election in which he was the inevitable winner. His inauguration on January 1, 1937, confirmed a fact that had long been apparent: in the wake of the U.S. occupation, the National Guard and its chief had become the real rulers of Nicaragua. The rule of Anastasio Somoza Garcia, 1937 to 1956. Somoza Garcia was the dictator of Nicaragua for the next 19 years. Occasionally, for the sake of appearance, he ruled through puppets, but for most of the period, he chose to occupy the presidency directly. In these years he developed an effective style of rule that was to characterize the Somoza dynasty until the late 1960s. The Somoza formula was really rather simple: maintain the support of the Guard, cultivate the Americans, and co-opt important domestic power contenders. The Guard's loyalty was assured by keeping direct command in the family and by continuing the practice of psychologically isolating the Guardsmen from the people by encouraging them to be corrupt and exploitative. Accordingly, gambling, prostitution, smuggling, and other forms of vice were run directly by Guardsmen. In addition, citizens soon learned that in order to engage in any of a variety of activities, legal or not, it was necessary to pay bribes or kickbacks to Guard officers or soldiers. In effect, rather than being a professional national police and military force, The Guard was a sort of mafia in uniform, which served simultaneously as the personal bodyguards of the Somoza family. Somoza also proved to be very adept in manipulating the Americans. Though Washington did occasionally react negatively to his designs to perpetuate himself indefinitely in power, the beguiling dictator was always able in the end to mollify U.S. decision-makers. In addition to personal charm, he relied heavily on political obsequiousness in maintaining U.S. support. His regime consistently backed U.S. foreign policy. Washington's enemies. 36. Were automatically Somoza's enemies, be they the Axis powers in the late 1930s and early 1940s or the communists thereafter. The United States was allowed to establish military bases in Nicaragua during the Second World War and to use the country as a training area for the CIA-organized counter-revolution against Guatemalan President Jacobo Arbenz in 1954. Somoza even offered to send guardsmen to fight in Korea. In return, Somoza was lavishly entertained at the White House and received Lend-Lease funds to modernize the National Guard. The dictator was also clever in his handling of domestic power groups. After the murder of Sandino and his followers, he adopted a more relaxed policy toward the opposition. Human rights and basic freedoms for the privileged at least were more generally respected. Whenever possible, the conservative leadership was bought off, the most notable example being the famous Pact of the Generals, in which the conservative chiefs agreed to put up a candidate to lose in the rigged election of 1951 in return for personal benefits and minority participation in the government. In addition, Somoza pursued developmentalist economic policies that emphasized growth in exports and the creation of economic infrastructure and public agencies such as the Central Bank, the Institute of National Development, and the National Housing Institute. Although the unequally distributed growth produced by this developmentalism did little for the common citizen, it did benefit Somoza significantly. In addition to providing opportunities to expand his originally meager fortune to around $50 million by 1956, it also created vehicles for employing and rewarding the faithful. The rule of Anastasio Somoza Garcia came to an abrupt and unexpected end in 1956 as the dictator was campaigning for election to a fourth term as president. On September 20, a young poet named Rigoberto López Pérez infiltrated a reception honoring the dictator and pumped 5 bullets point blank into Somoza's corpulent hulk. In a letter he had sent to his mother, with instructions that it be opened only in the event of his death, López explained, "What I have done is a duty that any Nicaraguan who truly loves his country should have done a long time ago." If López, who was immediately shot by Somoza's bodyguards, thought his ajusticiamiento of the dictator would rid his country of Somoza rule, he was sadly mistaken. Although he died a few days later, Somoza already had taken steps to ensure a smooth transition of rule within his immediate family. His sons, Luis Somoza and the Puppets, 1957 to 1967, 37. Anastasio had been educated in the United States, the former at West Point and the latter at Louisiana State University, the University of California, and the University of Maryland. The more politically oriented Luis, President of the Congress at the time of his father's death, was constitutionally empowered to fill the presidency in the case of an unexpected vacancy. His more militarily inclined brother, Anastasio, had been head of the National Guard since 1955. When their father was killed, Luis automatically assumed the presidency, while his brother used the National Guard to seize and imprison all civilian politicians who might have taken steps to impede the dynastic succession. In 1957, Luis was formally elected to a term that would expire in 1963. Luis Somoza and the Puppets, 1957 to 1967. The decade 1957 to 1967 bore the mark of Luis Somoza Debayle, a man who seemed to enjoy democratic politics and appeared to be committed to the modernization and technical and economic development of his country. The older and wiser of the two Somoza sons, Luis was convinced that in order to preserve the system and protect the family's interests, the Somozas would have to lower their political and economic profile. His ideas and principles fitted neatly with the underlying philosophy and stated objectives of the U.S.-sponsored Alliance for Progress, which was being inaugurated with great fanfare in those years. Many of the programs Luis promoted in Nicaragua, public housing and education, social security, agrarian reform, coincided with the reform projects of the Alliance for Progress. In politics, Luis attempted to modernize the Liberal Party, encouraging dissident liberals to return to the fold and new civilian leaders to emerge. In 1959 he even had the constitution amended to prevent presidential re-election, including any member of his family, in particular his intemperate and ambitious younger brother, Anastasio, from running for president in 1963. From the end of his term until his death from a heart attack in 1967, Luis ruled through puppet presidents, René Schick Gutierrez and Lorenzo Guerrero. In spite of appearances, however, all was not well during this period. Alliance for Progress developmentalism, while creating jobs for an expanded bureaucracy and providing opportunities for the further enrichment of the privileged, had little positive impact on the lives of the impoverished majority of Nicaraguans, and democracy was a facade. 38. Elections were rigged, and the National Guard, as always, provided a firm guarantee that there could be no real reform in the political system. Not surprising, therefore, there were a number of attempts to overthrow the system through armed revolt. Some of these attempts were made by younger members of the traditional parties, one was led by a surviving member of Sandino's army, and from 1961 on a number of operations were carried out by a new guerrilla organization, the Sandinista National Liberation Front. In response to these subversive activities, the dictatorship resorted to the frequent use of the state of siege, and Washington helped increase the National Guard's counterinsurgency capabilities. Though there is no doubt that Luis Somoza disapproved strongly of his younger brother's ambition to run for president in 1967, it is equally clear that there was little he could have done to block it. Anastasio was, after all, the commander of the National Guard. Therefore, in June 1967, after a blatantly rigged election, Anastasio Somoza Debayle became the third member of his family to rule Nicaragua. Luis's death a few months earlier and the bloody suppression of a mass protest rally shortly before the election symbolized the end of an era of cosmetic liberalization and the return to a cruder and harsher style of dictatorship. Anastasio Somoza Debeyle's first term, 1967 to 1972, Anastasio differed from his older brother in several important respects. First, whereas Luis had attempted to build up a civilian power base in a rejuvenated liberal party, Anastasio felt much more comfortable relying simply on military power. As chief of the guard, he depended on the old tradition of encouraging corruption and protecting officers from prosecution for crimes committed against civilians. In addition, whereas Luis and the puppets had surrounded themselves with a group of highly trained developmentalist technicians, Anastasio soon began replacing these skilled administrators with essentially unqualified cronies and political allies, many of whom were guard officers Somoza wanted to pay off or co-opt. Finally, whereas Luis had felt that, for the sake of image, the family should consolidate rather than expand its already vast fortune, his younger brother exercised no such restraint in using public office for personal enrichment. The result of all this was that by 1970 Somoza's legitimacy and civilian power base were evaporating rapidly, and the government was becoming increasingly corrupt and inefficient. The beginning of the end, 1972 to 1977. 39. According to the Constitution, Anastasio was to step down from the presidency when his term expired in 1971. The dictator, however, was not bothered by such technicalities. Once in office, he quickly amended the Constitution to allow himself an additional year. Then, in 1971, with the advice and encouragement of U.S. Ambassador Turner Shelton, he arranged a pact with the leader of the Conservative Party, Fernando Aguero, whereby he would step down temporarily and hand power over to a triumvirate composed of 2 liberals and 1 conservative, who would rule while a new constitution was written and an election for president was held. The transfer of power, which took place in 1972, was more apparent than real, as Somoza retained control of the Guard. The inevitable result was that, in 1974, Somoza was elected to another term of office that was formally scheduled to last until 1981. The beginning of the end, 1972 to 1977. The half-decade following the naming of the triumvirate in 1972 was a time of mounting troubles for the Somoza regime. Most of the responsibility for the growing systemic crisis lay in the excesses and poor judgment of the dictator himself. Somoza's first major demonstration of intemperance came in the wake of the Christmas earthquake of 1972, which cost the lives of more than 10,000 people and leveled 600 blocks in the heart of Managua. Somoza might have chosen to play the role of concerned statesman and patriotic leader by dipping into the family fortune in order to help his distressed countrymen. Instead, he chose to turn the national disaster to short-term personal advantage. While allowing the National Guard to plunder and sell international relief materials and to participate in looting the devastated commercial sector, Somoza and his associates used their control of the government to channel international relief funds into their own pockets. Much of what they did was technically legal: the self-awarding of government contracts and the purchasing of land, industries, and so on that they knew would figure lucratively in the reconstruction, but little of it was ethically or morally uplifting. It was at this point that open expressions of popular discontent with the Somoza regime began to surface. Although the triumvirate was technically in power when the quake struck, Somoza lost no time using the emergency as an excuse to push that body aside and proclaim himself head of the National Emergency Committee. There were many high-sounding statements about the challenge and patriotic task of reconstruction, but it soon became apparent that his corrupt and incompetent government was actually a major obstacle to recovery. The promised reconstruction of the heart of the city never took place. Popular demand for the building of a new marketplace to replace the one that had been destroyed went unheeded. Emergency housing funds channeled to Nicaragua by the U.S. Agency for International Development went disproportionately into the construction of luxury housing for National Guard officers, while the homeless poor were asked to content themselves with hastily constructed wooden shacks. Reconstruction plans for the city's roads, drainage system, and public transportation were grossly mishandled. As a result, there was a series of strikes and demonstrations as the citizens became increasingly angry and politically mobilized. It was at this point, too, that Somoza lost much of the support that he had formerly enjoyed from Nicaragua's economic elite. Many independent businessmen resented the way he had muscled his way into the construction and banking sectors. And most were angry at being asked to pay new. The beginning of the end, 1972 to 1977. 41. Emergency taxes at a time when Somoza, who normally exempted himself from taxes, was using his position to engorge himself on international relief funds. As a result, from 1973 on, more and more young people with impressive elite backgrounds joined the ranks of the Sandinista National Liberation Front, and some sectors of the business community began giving the FSLN their financial support. The second wave of excess followed a spectacularly successful guerrilla operation in December 1974. At that time, a unit of the FSLN held a group of elite Managua partygoers hostage until the government met a series of demands, including the payment of a large ransom, the publication and broadcast over national radio of a lengthy communique, and the transportation of 14 imprisoned FSLN members and themselves to Cuba. Too enraged by this affront to his personal dignity, Somoza imposed martial law and sent his National Guard into the countryside to root out the terrorists. In supposed pursuit of that objective, the Guard engaged in extensive pillage, arbitrary imprisonment, torture, rape, and summary execution of hundreds of peasants. Unfortunately for Somoza, many of the atrocities were committed in areas where Catholic missionaries happened to be stationed. As a result, the priests and brothers could and did send detailed information about these rights violations to their superiors. The Catholic Church hierarchy, already displeased with Somoza's decision in the early 1970s to extend his term of office beyond its original legal limit, first demanded an explanation from the dictator and then denounced the Guard's rights violations before the world. Somoza's flagrant disregard for human rights earned him considerable international notoriety. His excesses became the subject of hearings of the U.S. House of Representatives Committee on International Relations III and a lengthy Amnesty International investigation. For in all, by the middle of the decade, Somoza stood out as one of the worst human rights violators in the Western Hemisphere. The year 1977 was a time of mounting crisis for the Somoza regime. That winter, the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nicaragua devoted its New Year's message to a ringing denunciation of the regime's violations of human rights. The U.S.-based International Commission of Jurists expressed concern over the military trial of 111 individuals accused of working with the guerrillas, and Jimmy Carter, who had advocated in his campaign that the United States begin promoting human rights internationally, was 42. Inaugurated as President of the United States. Throughout 1977, the Carter administration pressed President Somoza to improve his human rights image. James Thieberge, a right-wing, Cold War warrior, was replaced as U.S. ambassador to Nicaragua by the more humane and congenial Mauricio Solon, and military and humanitarian aid was used as a prod in dealing with the client regime. In response to the changing mood in Washington, Somoza early that year ordered the National Guard to stop terrorizing the peasantry. In September, he lifted the state of siege and reinstated freedom of the printed press. Somoza's problems had been compounded in July, when the obese, hard-drinking dictator suffered a near-fatal heart attack his second and had to be transported to the Miami Heart Institute, where he spent the next 1.5 months. This episode stimulated Nicaraguans of all political stripes to consider anew their country's political future. Even Somoza's aides, convinced that he would not return from Miami, began looting the treasury and plotting openly over the succession. As a result, when the dictator did recover and returned to Nicaragua, he was faced with very serious problems within his own political household. Over the next 3 months he purged many of his former top advisors, including Cornelio Huic, president of the National Congress and national secretary of his own Liberal Party. By the last quarter of 1977, the Somoza regime was in deep trouble. Many Nicaraguans were frustrated and disappointed that nature had not been allowed to accomplish a second ajusticiamiento the previous summer. With the lifting of the state of siege and the reinstatement of freedom of the press, they could vent their feelings. Newspapers such as Pedro Joaquim Chamorro's La Prensa were free to cover opposition activities and discuss in vivid detail the past and present corruption and rights violations of the Somoza regime. In a single week that co-author Walker spent in Nicaragua early in December, La Prensa ran articles on opposition meetings, a successful guerrilla action in the north, the fate of missing peasants in guerrilla areas, Somoza's relationship with a blood plasma exporting firm, and the apparent embezzlement of USAID funds by Nicaraguan housing bank officials. As a result, the regime's popular image dropped to an all-time low, and Managua was alive with gossip and speculation about the impending fall of the dictator. This situation undoubtedly emboldened the opposition. In October, FSLN guerrillas attacked National Guard outposts in several cities and the Somoza dynasty 43 towns, and a group of prominent citizens, professionals, businessmen, and clergy who subsequently became known as the 12 denounced the dictatorship and called for a national solution, which would include FSLN in any post-Somoza government. While several opposition groups spoke of a dialogue with Somoza, many, if not most, Nicaraguans felt, as the 12 did, that there can be no dialogue with Somoza, because he is the principal obstacle to all rational understanding. Through the long and dark history of Somocismo, dialogues with the dictatorship have only served to strengthen it. And in this crucial moment for Nicaragua, in which the dictatorship is isolated and weakened, the expediency of dialogue is the only political recourse that remains for Somocismo. 5. The events of late 1977 brought to a head the political, economic, and social pressures that had grown in Nicaragua throughout the Somoza era. To better understand the forces that would bring revolution to the country in 1979, we will briefly review how Nicaragua fared under the Somoza dynasty. The Somoza dynasty politics. Under the Somozas, if one had been foolish enough to take seriously the constitutional formalities and stated objectives of the Nicaraguan government during the Somoza years, one would surely have come to the mistaken conclusion that Nicaragua was blessed with a modern democratic form of government that was pursuing praiseworthy developmental goals. According to the Constitution, there were free elections, separation of powers, and a full gamut of explicitly guaranteed human rights. To ensure minority participation, the major opposition party was automatically awarded 40% of all seats in the legislature and minority representation on boards of government agencies along with judgeships. What is more, there were a variety of public agencies and institutions such as the Central Bank, the National Development Institute, the Nicaraguan Agrarian Institute, the Institute of Internal-External Commerce, and the Social Security Institute, which were ostensibly designed to cope with the problems faced by a modernizing society. The stated policies of the government were also impressive. The 44 major expressed goal was to develop the country through the modernization and diversification of the economy. Accordingly, highly trained technocrats were given important roles in the development process, and lofty 5-year plans were issued and subsequently endorsed by lists of international agencies. All of this, of course, was simply a facade. Government and politics under the Somozas were of, by, and for the privileged few. Democracy was non-existent, corruption was elaborately institutionalized, and public policy consistently ignored the well-being of the majority of the population. Nicaragua was a democracy in name only. Although there were constitutional provisions for the separation of powers with a bicameral legislature, an executive, and a judiciary, in reality, all power was concentrated in the hands of the president. The National Guard was the president's private army. His command over the Liberal Party, which in turn dominated both houses of the legislature and all government agencies, meant that the president was, in fact, the only decision-maker. Mandated minority participation served only to legitimize the system and to co-opt conservative politicians. There was never any possibility that the opposition would come to power legally, since elections were thoroughly rigged. During campaign periods, there was frequent censorship of the press and intimidation of opposition candidates. On election day, there was multiple voting by the pro-Somoza faithful, tampering with the ballot boxes, and, cleverest of all, the use of a translucent secret ballot that, even when folded, could easily be scrutinized by government election officials as it was deposited in the ballot box. Given the hopelessly undemocratic character of elections under the Somozas, party organization and activity were shallow and essentially without meaning. The two major parties, liberal and conservative, were crusty relics of the 19th century. The original ideological differences between them had long since faded into insignificance. Both represented the interests of a small privileged minority and, by the middle of the 20th century, both had been co-opted and emasculated by the Somoza system. Officially, the Somozas were liberals and their governments were liberal administrations. In fact, however, throughout most of the period, the Liberal Party was simply a cosmetic appendage to a system that depended on brute military force. One apparent exception occurred in the late 1950s and early 1960s, when Luis Somoza, who enjoyed the trappings of democracy and party politics, encouraged the Liberal Party to have a life of its. The Somoza dynasty 45. Own. In that period, new liberal leaders emerged, and there was some hope that they might turn into real presidential prospects. In the late 1960s, after the election of the less politically minded Anastasio Somoza Debayle, these hopes were quickly dashed. Independent upstarts left or were drummed out of the party as the dictator began to maneuver to perpetuate himself in power, and the Liberal Party lapsed into its more traditional cosmetic role. The official conservative opposition played an even less dignified role. Since the facade of democracy was so important to the Somozas, it was imperative that there always be an opposition to run against during elections. Enticed by personal bribes and or lucrative opportunities inherent in mandated minority participation in Congress, the judiciary, and government agencies, the leaders of the Conservative Party frequently agreed to provide a legitimizing opposition during the rigged elections. Even on those infrequent occasions when the main leaders of the Conservative Party mustered the dignity to refuse to participate, the dictators were usually able to convince less important conservatives to carry that party's banner to defeat. There were also a number of micro-parties during the Somoza period. A few of the more notable were the Independent Liberal Party, composed of liberals who, from 1944 on, chose to dissociate themselves from the parent party over the issue of Somoza's continuing dominance, the Nicaraguan Social Christian Party, formed by young Catholic intellectuals in 1957, and the Nicaraguan Socialist Party, which was founded by local communists in 1944. One of the more interesting of the micro-parties was the Social Christian Party. Inspired by progressive papal encyclicals, lay Catholic humanism, and Christian democratic ideas emanating from Europe, this party attempted to take advantage of Luis Somoza's somewhat more open attitude toward competitive political activity. Stressing the importance of platform, ideology, organization, and tactics, the Social Christians not only won a significant popular following, but also penetrated the labor movement and for a while came to dominate the national students' organizations. Though many young social Christians freely admitted their admiration for the courage and audacity of FSLN guerrillas, they felt at that time that a peaceful, democratic solution might still be possible. When it became clear in the early 1970s that they were wrong, the more progressive members of the party split from the PSCN to form the Popular Social Christian Party, which espoused an increasingly revolutionary position. 46. Mass interest articulation through legal channels was also a fairly hopeless activity under the Somozas. Peasants and urban labor, for instance, had almost no input into the political system. Ignorant, illiterate, and geographically scattered, the peasantry and rural proletariat were subject to constant abuse by landowners and the National Guard. An agrarian reform program legislated in the early days of the Alliance for Progress had virtually no impact on the misery of the rural poor. From 1964 on, a private social Christian-oriented organization, the Institute for Human Promotion, did struggle to organize and raise the consciousness of the peasants, but in the face of government roadblocks, its efforts were largely ineffectual. In the end, clandestine activity proved to be the only viable alternative. Not surprisingly, given the nearly complete absence of institutionalized popular input into the political system, the Somoza government was virtually oblivious to the interests of the ordinary Nicaraguan citizen. Lofty-sounding social programs ostensibly concerned with public health, agrarian reform, low-income housing, education, social security, and the like served mainly as devices to legitimize the system, attract foreign aid, employ the politically faithful, and diversify opportunities for the pilfering of public revenues. Very little of what the government spent actually trickled down to the people. With members of the Somoza family at the head of most government agencies, a large chunk of each agency's assets went directly to satisfy the family's greed. For instance, in the 10 years in which he headed the National Institute of Light and Energy, Anastasio Somoza Debaille's uncle, Luis Manuel Debaille, allegedly siphoned off more than $30 million. Under the Somozas were layer upon layer of corrupt bureaucrats who were expected and, indeed, encouraged to help themselves. Honesty, a threat to the system, was discouraged. Economic policy under the Somozas. Modern dependent capitalism. The quarter-century preceding the War of Liberation was a time of economic modernization and dependent development. New products were added to Nicaragua's portfolio of exports, technology and technocrats became faddish, the government bureaucracy grew rapidly by expanding at least on paper into various social service areas, and the gross national product grew in respectable spurts. But the benefits of the changes and the Somoza dynasty 47. Growth did not trickle down to most Nicaraguans. Their perilous standard of living remained essentially constant as the gap between them and the tiny middle and upper classes widened relentlessly. One of the most obvious changes to occur during this period was the diversification of Nicaragua's exports. In addition to coffee and beef products, Nicaragua now exported significant quantities of cotton, sugar, bananas, wood, and seafood. The most important new product was cotton. The sharp increase in the world price of this raw material in the early 1950s, a result of heightened demand during the Korean War, motivated Nicaraguan planters and speculators to invest in cotton production in the Pacific lowlands. Nicaragua, which had exported only 379 metric tons of cotton in 1949, increased that figure to 43,971 metric tons in 1955. Eventually, as much as 80% of the cultivated land on the Pacific coast was converted to cotton. 8. Some cattle ranches became cotton plantations, but, as in the case of the coffee boom 7 decades earlier, much of the land that went into the production of this new export product was appropriated in one way or another from peasant producers of grains and domestic staples. Once again, independent farmers were transformed into a rootless rural proletariat in the name of progress and development for the privileged few. Cotton, like coffee, was subject to cycles of boom and bust. The first period of bust began in 1956, 3 years after the end of the Korean War. Cotton was an even more capital-intensive enterprise than coffee. It required great investments in machinery, fertilizer, insecticides, and labor. In Nicaragua's case, cotton came to account for almost all of the tractors and harvesters, most of the irrigation systems, and more than 3/4 of the commercial fertilizer used in the country. 9. Small-scale production of cotton was simply out of the question. Another factor that affected the Nicaraguan economy in this period was the birth of the Alliance for Progress in the early 1960s. AU's sponsored response to the revolutionary success of Fidel Castro in Cuba, the alliance was designed to bring about social and economic development in Latin America through politically moderate means. Enlightened reform from above would, it was hoped, defuse the threat of popular revolution from below. The Somozas and the traditional elite of Nicaragua found the idea of the alliance very appealing. Not that they were particularly concerned with its lofty objectives of social and economic justice. Rather, they saw it in more practical terms as a legitimizing device and a source of a variety of economic opportunities. In return for rather painless paper reforms and 48. The creation of a modern social service bureaucracy, they would receive increased foreign aid and technological assistance and have access to numerous new business opportunities. Nicaragua in the 1960s was typified by a peculiar type of neopositivism reminiscent of Mexico in the days of Porfirio Diaz. Technology, foreign investment, and development as defined in terms of growth in gross national product were the new articles of faith. A group of highly trained developmentalists known as the technocrats or, less respectfully, the miniskirts, were elevated to positions of great responsibility. The heart of their operations was the Banco Central in downtown Managua. There the dictator-president, the head of the miniskirts, and the cream of Nicaragua's technocratic community met late into the night planning the country's economy as if they were the board of directors of a large corporation. Feasibility studies were ordered, foreign investment was wooed, and joint ventures were embarked upon. Once a year the Banco Central issued an annual report brimming with tables and analyses concerning the national economy. To help train even more business technocrats, Harvard University's School of Business Administration cooperated in the creation of the Central American Institute of Business Administration, located in the outskirts of Managua. A parallel stimulus for capitalist development in Nicaragua, which coincided with the Alliance for Progress, was the birth of the Central American Common Market in 1960. This attempt at regional economic integration provided increased incentive for both incipient industrialization and the diversification of export products. As such it was, for a while, an additional boon to the privileged domestic and international groups who controlled these activities. However, the Soccer War of 1969, between El Salvador and Honduras, brought about the demise of this integrative effort. The developmentalist optimism of the 1960s proved to be a hollow illusion. Compared with the rest of Latin America, Nicaragua received relatively little foreign investment, perhaps because doing business in that country normally entailed paying off the Somozas in one way or another. Though economic growth did take place, its benefits were concentrated in relatively few hands. The Somozas and their allies simply used their control of the expanded governmental apparatus and the country's new technocratic expertise to increase their own fortunes. Eventually, in the late 1960s and early 1970s, the technocrats themselves were pushed aside as the corrupt and intemperate Anastasio Somoza Debayle replaced skilled adminis. The Somoza dynasty 49. Tradive personnel with National Guard officers and other cronies to whom he owed rewards for personal loyalty. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, Anastasio Somoza Debayle also served U.S. interests as a surrogate enforcer of stability in Central America. In 1964, early in the Alliance for Progress, the Pentagon persuaded the military dictators of Central America to form the Central American Defense Council to coordinate the enforcement of stability so that, theoretically, social and economic development could take place. By the late 1960s and early 1970s, the warped nature of dependent economic development and the near total absence of beneficial social change led to increased social unrest that, in turn, apparently caused the United States to rely more heavily on brute military control. 10. In these circumstances, Somoza, the dean of Central America's dictators and a rabid anti-communist, naturally became the principal figure in Condeka. Under his leadership, joint maneuvers were held, guerrilla foci were located and wiped out, and for a while, the status quo was preserved. The problem of corruption had existed throughout the Somoza period. Anastasio Somoza Garcia had encouraged corruption in his subordinates as a way of isolating them psychologically from the people and thus making them dependent on him. Although the corporate image of the Somoza system improved during the developmentalist years of Luis and the puppets, official corruption continued unabated. In a conversation with co-author Walker in 1977, Luis Somoza's close advisor and confidant, Francisco Lainez, the chief of the miniskirts during that earlier period, related an interesting story. One day Luis Somoza, in a pensive mood, asked Lainez to tell him in all frankness what one thing he, Lainez, would do, if he were in Luis's shoes, to bring development to Nicaragua. Lainez thought for a moment and then responded that he would take each of the major categories in the national budget: health, education, etc., and see to it that at least half of that money actually went for the purposes for which it was ostensibly destined. According to Lainez, Luis simply smiled sadly and responded, "You're being unrealistic." 11. This is not to say that, at the highest levels, money was being stolen openly. That would not have been acceptable to Washington, which was footing much of the bill, nor was it necessary, since the Somozas' absolute control of the government gave them the ability to apply a legalistic patina to the flow of public funds. Even after the patent and massive misuse of international relief funds by Anastasio Somoza Debayle and his National Guard cronies following the 1972 50 earthquake, the U.S. government, intent on not embarrassing a good ally, was able for several years to produce audits that appeared to refute claims that these funds had been misappropriated. A final important economic phenomenon of this last pre-revolutionary period was the emergence of three preponderantly powerful economic groups, each composed of an assortment of influential firms, individuals, and families with financial operations rooted in distinct major banking systems. The function of these groups seems to have been to pool influence, expertise, and financial power in such a way as to give group members an economic advantage over non-members. The negative impact on society was that by reducing competition, they tended to contribute to a greater inequality of both power and wealth. 12. The oldest of the groups had its roots in the first half of the 20th century. Clustered around the Banco de America, this so-called Banamerica group probably originally was an economic response by conservative Granada-based families and firms to the vagaries of doing business in a country dominated by a dictator from the other party. Whatever its early roots, the Banamerica group burgeoned into a powerful association of interests and firms including sugar, rum, cattle, coffee, export-import businesses, department stores, and supermarkets. Banamerica's international banking ties were with the Wells Fargo Bank and the First National Bank of Boston. A second group, clustered around the Banco Nicaraguans, emerged in the 1950s and 1960s as an apparent response to the Banamerica Group. With a clearer identification with Leon and the liberal tradition, the Bannock Group included coffee and cotton interests, a major beer industry, merchants and commercial enterprises, land development and construction, and lumber, fish, and vegetable oil processing. Bannock's major banking ties were with the Chase Manhattan Bank. The third important group was that of the Somozas. It consisted of the family's wide holdings in practically every segment of the economy. For several decades its banking needs had been covered by the national banks, first the Banco Nacional and then the Banco Central. These banks frequently extended loans to the Somozas that would not have been available to private citizens and that often were never repaid. Though it probably was not necessary, the Somoza Group eventually set up its own bank, the Banco Centroamericano. Interestingly, the Somoza financial empire in pre-revolutionary Nicaragua, though vast and impressive, was less clearly recognized as a group. The Somoza dynasty 51. Then were the Bannock and Banamerica networks. 13. This was probably due to the fact that Somoza interests defended themselves not through their group association per se, but rather through the family's direct control of the government and all of its institutions. The founder of the dynasty, Anastasio Somoza Garcia, acquired many of his agrarian properties at the outset of the Second World War by simply taking over the numerous coffee plantations and cattle ranches that the government confiscated from German landholders. In addition, he used his unchallengeable coercive power to acquire other prime properties by simply making mafia-style offers that couldn't be refused to the hapless owners. He and his sons also used their control of the government to pass legislation favorable to their agrarian and business interests, to avoid taxes, to award themselves lucrative contracts, and to create obstacles for economic competitors and political adversaries. Though the Somoza financial empire had the reputation of being poorly and inefficiently run, this was more than compensated for by the tremendous advantage it enjoyed through direct control of government. By the time the dynasty was overthrown, the family had accrued a portfolio worth well in excess of $500 million, perhaps as much as $1 billion or $1.5 billion. The Somozas owned about one-fifth of the nation's arable land and produced export products such as cotton, sugar, coffee, cattle, and bananas. They were involved in the processing of agricultural products. They held vital export-import franchises and had extensive investments in urban real estate. They owned or had controlling interests in 2 seaports, a maritime line, the national airline, the concrete industry, a paving block company, construction firms, a metal extruding plant, and various other businesses including Plasmapheresis de Nicaragua, which exported plasma extracted from whole blood purchased from impoverished Nicaraguans. Finally, the Somozas had huge investments outside Nicaragua, ranging from real estate and other interests in the United States to agricultural enterprises throughout Central America to textiles in Colombia. Shortly before their overthrow, they even bought controlling interests in Vision, the Latin American equivalent of Newsweek or Time magazine. The events of the 1970s accentuated the abuses and defects of the Nicaraguan economic system. In the last years of the Somoza dynasty, it had reached a state that, from the point of view of most citizens, was intolerable. For over a century, the country's rich natural resources had been plundered, appropriated, and abused for the benefit of a tiny minority. Millions of Nicaraguans had become economic instruments rather than 52. Fulfilled and participating human beings. Public revenues and foreign aid officially destined to meet basic human needs 14 had been routinely laundered to end up in the pockets of the ruling family and its allies. The nation's public and private banks had been used first as instruments for the concentration of wealth and finally as conduits for the export of capital as the erstwhile ruling class began to flee into exile. The War of Liberation of 1978 to 1979 was as much a product of systemic socio-economic factors as it was an expression of intense political opposition to a particularly venal dictator. The status of women under the Somozas. As elsewhere in Latin America, values and ideas connected with the concept of machismo have traditionally affected sex roles in Nicaragua. Though things were changing, Nicaragua was still very much a man's world in the 1970s. A woman's place was in her home, and a strict double standard of sexual behavior applied. On the whole, women received less education and, when employed, earned less money than men. The plight of poor women was especially aggravated by the nature of the Somoza dictatorship and its National Guard. Officers of the Guard controlled a flourishing prostitution industry, and soldiers were rarely punished for rape. In fact, the rape of female political opponents was common. That isn't to say that the Somoza dynasty didn't have female supporters. In fact, women were an important base of support until the repression of the 1970s drove many away. Women gained the right to vote in 1955 and reportedly overwhelmingly cast their votes for Somozas. 15 In exchange for their votes, Somocistas were able to navigate clientelistic networks for greater economic opportunity, including government jobs. Supporters ranged from the multi-class Somocista women's movement to working-class supporters such as Nicolasa Sevilla, the founder of Somocista Popular Fronts, who was known to violently harass the opposition. 16 Women also saw minor gains toward reproductive health under Somoza, largely as a strategy to manage a population explosion. Nicaragua traditionally has had a very high birth rate. High birth rates seem to be a predictable byproduct of poverty, especially in rural societies. Yet until the mid-20th century, the country's fertility was very nearly counterbalanced by the high death rate, resulting in only gradual net gains. In the late 20th century, however, major advances in medical science made it. The Somoza dynasty 53. Fairly easy throughout the world to significantly reduce death by contagious disease, especially among infants and children. Prodded and assisted by international organizations such as the United Nations, even the most socially insensitive regimes such as the Somoza dictatorship were able to introduce new technologies that significantly reduced the death rate. In the 1950s and 1960s, this meant that the Nicaraguan population grew at an annual rate approaching 3%. To compound the problem, the population was becoming younger and, as a result, even more fertile. This in turn pushed the growth rate in the early 1970s to 3.4% annually, 17, which meant that if nothing changed, the population would double every 21 years. The Somoza regime's response to the population trend was to encourage the people to use birth control devices. A family planning program was created in 1967, which after about a decade was operating out of approximately 70 clinics. Even so, it is estimated that only about 5% of all women of fertile age used birth control devices. 18 Thus, women were at once victims of the Somoza's institutionalized machismo and pragmatic supporters of the regime. But economic opportunities for supporters and advancements in family planning did little to elevate the status of women overall. Women still did not hold equal status to their husbands in marriage, had no legal rights for children born outside of wedlock, and had little legal recourse for spousal abuse. 19 Despite the growth of women's employment outside the home from 1950 to 1970, women were the hardest hit when the economy began to falter in the late 1970s. 20 As the economy failed and repression increased, some women transferred their support to the opposition. Women would ultimately come to form an important base of support for the anti-Somoza movement, constituting as much as 30% of FSLN combatants. The Somozas and the United States, or the Nicaraguan client state. While it is clear that Nicaragua's status as a client state had developed long before the Somozas took power, it is also true that Anastasio Somoza Garcia and his two sons did much to refine that undignified relationship. Throughout most of the Somoza period, Nicaraguan and U.S. foreign policy were virtually indistinguishable. As a bitter Anastasio Somoza Debayle remarked shortly after his overthrow, "I stood back to back with the U.S. and gave my ally all the support I could muster. President anywhere supported." 54. The policies of the United States more devoutly than I did. No such loyalty existed anywhere. 21. The relationship was one of mutual benefit. The Somozas tailored their foreign policy to the interests of their international protector, and the United States, in turn, lavished favors on its client. Throughout the whole affair, the interested parties whose aspirations and needs were consistently ignored were the citizens of Nicaragua. U.S. personnel occasionally may have experienced some queasiness over the nature of the system they were supporting, but as Franklin Delano Roosevelt is said to have remarked at one point, Somoza might be an SOB, but he is our S.O.B. For their part, the Somozas served the perceived foreign policy interests of the United States in a number of ways. In the United Nations and other international forums, they consistently voted with the United States. They leased military bases to the United States during the Second World War. They allowed Nicaraguan territory to be used as a training and staging area for CIA-sponsored invasions of Guatemala and Cuba. They sent Nicaraguan National Guardsmen to aid in the U.S. occupation of the Dominican Republic in 1965. And they even offered to send troops to Korea and Vietnam. Nicaragua under the Somozas also served U.S. economic interests. While it is true that U.S. investments in that country were never very significant from the U.S. point of view, it is also a fact that the generally laissez-faire economic philosophy of the Somozas strayed little, if at all, from that espoused by the developmentalist economists in the State Department. In more concrete terms, Anastasio Somoza Debayle in the early 1970s protected U.S. economic interests at his own country's expense by helping to sabotage Latin American schemes to create coffee and banana cartels to enforce higher commodity prices. In spite of all this, however, the Somozas were never quite willing to take U.S. friendship for granted. They also engaged in an extensive and well-financed propaganda and lobbying campaign in the United States. Millions of dollars were paid to U.S. public relations firms to create a favorable image of their regime among Americans, and full-time professional lobbyists devoted considerable effort to manipulating U.S. politicians at all levels. 22. As a result, the Somozas could always count on the fervent support of a large number of U.S. congressmen and senators. Some of these individuals undoubtedly behaved as they did out of honest conviction. However, the subsequent indictment and/or conviction of the Somoza dynasty 55. Some prominent members of the so-called Somoza lobby on charges related to Abscom, an FBI corruption investigation implicating a number of elected officials, and other corrupt activities lends credence to long-standing suspicions that more personal and material motivations may have been operative in some cases. In return for their loyalty, the Somozas received extensive support from the United States. After the beginning of the Alliance for Progress, hundreds of millions of dollars in U.S. loans and grants in aid were bestowed upon Nicaragua, ostensibly to help in various high-sounding social and economic development projects. After the 1972 earthquake, there were additional large infusions of funds destined, supposedly, for relief and reconstruction. In fact, of course, most of the money simply evaporated. Social projects carried out by the Somozas were trivial, most of Managua remained an unreconstructed moonscape, and the positive impact of such economic development as did take place fell mainly on the Somozas and a small privileged elite. Yet, since the real purpose of the aid was political rather than social, Washington continued to pour taxpayers' dollars down the Somoza rat hole until the day the dictator was finally ousted. The remarkable inconsistencies in logic underlying the U.S. aid program for Nicaragua were clearly demonstrated in the spring of 1978 when the beleaguered Somoza dictatorship was sent yet another infusion of funds to meet basic human needs. By that time, the U.S. aid program was so unpopular among most Nicaraguans that a lengthy in-house debate actually took place in the State Department over the question of whether to attempt to send the aid without a public announcement. Finally, it was decided to give the ambassador the go-ahead to announce the aid. Even if secrecy were attempted, it was felt someone in Nicaragua would surely leak the information, making the U.S. position even less tenable. 23. The United States also gave the Nicaraguan National Guard massive assistance, including training, in-country advising, arms, ammunition, and equipment. Indeed, the National Guard was the most heavily U.S. trained military establishment in Latin America. More members of Somoza's Guard had received military training in the United States or at U.S. bases in the Canal Zone than any other military establishment in Latin America, 24 including that of Brazil, a country approximately 50 times larger in population. Virtually all Guard officers were U.S. trained. In reality, then, there was very little that was either Nicaraguan or national about the Nicaraguan National Guard. 56. Finally, the United States gave the Somozas considerable political support. With a few exceptions, U.S. ambassadors to Nicaragua were individuals of very low professional qualifications who were easily co-opted and manipulated by the family. They tended to act more as agents and cronies of the Somozas than as envoys of the people of the United States to the people of Nicaragua. The two most clear-cut examples are those of Thomas Whelan and Turner Shelton. The owner of a grain and potato warehouse and one-time chairman of the Republican Party of North Dakota, Whelan received his ambassadorship during the Truman administration shortly after William Langer, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, threatened to block all administration legislation until such time as someone from North Dakota, Langer's home state, received an ambassadorship, a post never before held by a North Dakotan. 25 Although he never learned to speak Spanish, Whelan quickly became an intimate of the Somoza family. When Somoza Garcia was gunned down in 1956, Whelan saw to it that the grave condition of the dictator as he lay dying in a hospital in Panama was not immediately made public. In doing so, he gave Luis and Anastasio time to consolidate their control over Nicaragua. Thereafter, he became a second father to the young Somozas. Years later, a former top advisor to Luis commented nostalgically to co-author Walker that he was our ambassador. 26 The case of Turner Shelton is certainly no more uplifting than that of Whelan. An undistinguished, about-to-be-retired Foreign Service officer, Shelton apparently owed his appointment as ambassador to his friendship with, and campaign contributions to, Richard Nixon. Former Consul General to Nassau, he had close ties with Bebe Rebozo and Howard Hughes. Indeed, he later arranged for Hughes to set up residence in Managua. Like Whelan, Shelton spoke no Spanish but quickly became an intimate friend of the Somozas. It was he who helped arrange the Somoza-Aguero Pact of 1971, which enabled Somoza to retain control of the country beyond his original term of office. At the time of the earthquake, when it became apparent that Somoza's personal guard had been thrown into such temporary disarray that it could no longer protect the dictator, Shelton immediately arranged for 600 armed U.S. troops to be flown from the Canal Zone and stationed on the grounds of Somoza's residence to help in the relief effort. Shelton's incredible callousness to the suffering of the quake victims and his initial reluctance to offer his palatial ambassadorial residence as a temporary site to house embassy operations were so scandalous. The War of Liberation, 1978 to 1979. 57. That Secretary of State Henry Kissinger eventually saw fit to rebuke him. Even so, his ultimate removal from Managua was delayed until 1975, apparently the result of active lobbying by his friend Anastasio Somoza. The War of Liberation, 1978 to 1979. On January 10, 1978, as he was driving to work across the ruins of Old Managua, newspaper editor Pedro Joaquim Chamorro died in a hail of buckshot fired at close range by a team of professional assassins. This dramatic assassination was the final catalyst for a war that culminated in the complete overthrow of the Somoza system 18 months later. Though this struggle is often referred to as a civil war, many Nicaraguans are quick to point out that the term does not fit because it implies armed conflict between two major national factions. The Nicaraguan War, they maintain, was actually a war of liberation in which an externally created dictatorial system supported almost exclusively by a foreign-trained personal army was overthrown through the concerted effort of virtually all major groups and classes in the country. Somoza, they say, was simply the last Marine. The assassination of Chamorro, a humane and internationally renowned journalist who, little over 3 months before, had received Columbia University's Maria Moores Cabot Prize for distinguished journalistic contributions to the advancement of inter-American understanding, enraged the Nicaraguan people. Though it is possible that Somoza may not have been directly responsible for the crime, few of his countrymen took that possibility seriously. Immediately after the assassination, angry crowds surged through the streets of Managua, burning Somoza-owned buildings and shouting anti-Somoza slogans. Later, when it became apparent that the official investigation of the murder was to be a cover-up, the Chambers of Commerce and Industry led the country in an unprecedented general strike that lasted for more than 2 weeks with 80 to 90% effectiveness. Strikes of this sort had almost always proven fatal to Latin American dictatorships, but it was not so in the case of Anastasio Somoza, for he had the firm support of a thoroughly corrupt military establishment that simply could not afford to risk a change of government. When it became clear that it was hurting the Nicaraguan people more than their well-protected dictator, the strike was called off. The fact that the strike was over, however, did not mean that Somoza's troubles had ended. To the contrary, Nicaraguans of all classes had 58. Experienced the thrill and surge of pride that came with defying the dictator and were, therefore, in no mood to let things slip back to normal. For the next several months, acts against the regime came in various forms. There were daring and quite successful FSLN attacks on National Guard headquarters in several cities, mass demonstrations, labor and student strikes, and a new factor, civil uprisings in urban areas. The events of February in Monambo, an Indian neighborhood in Masaya, were a preview of what was to happen in most Nicaraguan cities that September, when poorly armed civilians rose up against the dictatorship only to be brutally pounded into submission. Fighting in Monambo broke out between the local inhabitants and the Guard on February 10, the 100th anniversary of the Chamorro assassination, and again on February 21, the 44th anniversary of Sandino's assassination. On the second occasion, the inhabitants set up barricades, hoisted banners declaring Monambo to be a free territory, and held the Guard back for almost a week with a pathetic assortment of weapons consisting of homemade bombs, .22 caliber rifles, pistols, machetes, axes, rocks, and clubs. Before it could declare Monambo secure on February 28, the regime had to use a force of 600 heavily armed men backed by 2 tanks, 3 armored cars, 5.50 caliber machine guns, 2 helicopter gunships, and 2 light planes. 27 in the process, the neighborhood was devastated and many dozens, perhaps hundreds, of civilians were either killed outright or arrested and never seen again. Meanwhile, Somoza was defiantly reiterating his intention to stay in power until the expiration of his term of office in 1981. Swearing that he would never resign before that time, he sputtered angrily at one point, "They will have to kill me first. I shall never quit power like Fulgencio Batista in Cuba or Pérez Jiménez in Venezuela. I'll leave only like Rafael Leonidas Trujillo of the Dominican Republic. That is, dead." 28 In a calmer mood on another occasion he commented, "I'm a hard nut. They elected me for a term and they've got to stand me." 29 The Nicaraguan people, however, were not about to stand Somoza for another 2 years, much less wait until 1981 to participate in yet another rigged election, the solution that the United States, at that time, was promoting. Acts of passive resistance and violent opposition continued. July was a particularly active month. On July 5, the 12 returned from exile, in defiance of the dictator's wishes, and were greeted as heroes by huge crowds at the airport and throughout the country. On July 19, over 90% of the War of Liberation, 1978 to 1979, 59. The businesses in Managua and 70% of those in the country as a whole answered the broad opposition front's call for a one-day, show-off strength general strike. 30 And on July 21, Fernando Chamorro, an automobile sales executive, carried out a daring, one-man rocket attack on El Bunker, Somoza's fortified, subterranean office and living quarters where Somoza was holding a cabinet meeting. The situation finally came to a head in August. Early that month, the Nicaraguan people heard to their astonishment that Jimmy Carter had sent Somoza a private, but subsequently leaked, letter late in July congratulating him for his promises to improve the human rights situation in Nicaragua. Exasperated by this news and determined to recapture the initiative, the FSLN decided to set in motion plans for its most spectacular guerrilla action to date, the seizure of the National Legislative Palace in the heart of Old Managua. According to Eden Pastora, the Commander Zero who led the operation, the FSLN had been outraged by Carter's letter. How could he praise Somoza while our people were being massacred by the dictatorship? It was clear it meant support for Somoza, and we were determined to show Carter that Nicaraguans are ready to fight Somoza, the cancer of our country. We decided, therefore, to launch the People's Struggle. 31 Operation Pigpen, which began on August 22, was as successful as it was daring. Dressed as the elite guard of Somoza's son, Anastasio III, 25 young FSLN guerrillas, most of whom had never set foot in the National Palace, drove up in front, announced that the chief was coming, brushed past regular security personnel, and took command of the whole building in a matter of minutes. Before most of them even realized what was happening, more than 1,500 legislators, bureaucrats, and others conducting business in the palace were hostages of the FSLN. It was another humiliating defeat for Somoza. After fewer than 48 hours of bargaining, the FSLN commandos extracted a list of stinging concessions from the dictator, including $500,000 in ransom, space in the press and airtime on radio for an anti-Somoza communique, government capitulation to the demands of striking health workers, and guarantee of safe passage out of the country for 59 political prisoners and the guerrillas. The governments of Panama and Venezuela vied with each other for the honor of providing the FSLN commandos with air transportation and asylum. And thousands of Nicaraguans cheered the new national heroes on the way to the airport as they departed. 60. The success of the FSLN Palace operation triggered massive acts of defiance by Nicaraguan society as a whole. On August 25, the broad opposition front demanded Somoza's resignation and declared another nationwide strike, which paralyzed the country for almost a month. Simultaneously, Monumbo-style civil uprisings occurred in cities throughout the country, including Masaya, Matagalpa, Managua, Chinandega, Leon, Jinotep, Diriamba, and Estili. Once again, young people armed only with an assortment of pistols, hunting rifles, shotguns, homemade bombs, and the moral support of their elders erected paving block barricades and battled elite units of Somoza's National Guard. Several towns including Leon, the traditional stronghold of Somoza's Liberal Party, held out for a week or more against terrible odds. The outcome, however, was inevitable. Somoza and his hated National Guard knew that they were in a struggle for their very lives. The Guard, therefore, fought with unusual ferocity and vengeance, leveling large sections of several cities and taking the lives of between 3,000 and 5,000 people. The dictator's own son and heir apparent, Harvard-educated Anastasio Somoza Portocarrero, led the ground operations. After first softening up insurgent cities and neighborhoods with aerial strafing and bombardment, government troops moved in to mop up. As most of the active insurgents usually had withdrawn by the time the troops took the cities, the mop-up operations frequently involved the mass summary execution of non-combatants, in particular those males who had the misfortune of being of fighting age. 32 The events of August and September 1978 caused Nicaraguans on both sides to do some hard thinking. For his part, Somoza apparently began to realize that his dictatorial system might be doomed. In the next 10 months, he and his associates worked feverishly to liquidate assets and transfer money abroad. At the same time, however, Somoza displayed an outward determination to hold on and to crush the communist jerks. He announced plans to double the size of the Guard and bragged openly that, in spite of a U.S. arms freeze, he was having little trouble getting the arms and ammunition he wanted on the open market. Somoza was also quite clever in manipulating the United States in his efforts during this period to buy time. The September uprisings had caused the Carter administration, at least temporarily, to feel that Somoza might not be able to survive until 1981. This feeling was accompanied by the War of Liberation, 1978 to 1979-61. Growing sense of alarm that Nicaragua might turn into another Cuba. 33 The dictator played very effectively upon these Cold War fears. His lobbyists in Washington argued passionately that Somoza was a loyal ally of the United States, about to be overthrown by Cuban-backed communists. And from October to January, Somoza himself toyed with a U.S.-led mediation team from the Organization of American States while it attempted to negotiate a transition agreement between Somoza and the small handful of traditional politicians who were still willing to make deals with the dictator. Dangling the idea of a national plebiscite before the OAS team and his traditional opponents, Somoza did not kill the mediation process until January 1979, when he apparently was sufficiently confident of his own military strength that he no longer needed such charades. Ironically, even though the Carter administration reacted with anger to Somoza's treachery by reducing its diplomatic presence in Managua and by finally withdrawing its small team of military attaches, the Americans, too, apparently felt that Somoza had weathered the storm. In May 1979, the administration once again aided the dictator by reversing an earlier position and allowing a $66 million International Monetary Fund loan for Nicaragua to be approved without U.S. opposition. Fighting at the barricades. Ironically, the adoquin paving blocks used to construct the barricades were made in the dictator's own factory. 62. Meanwhile, the Nicaraguan people had also learned some valuable lessons from the events of August and September 1978. It was clear that neither general strikes nor poorly armed mass uprisings would drive Somoza from office. The dictator and his guard had demonstrated their willingness to slaughter and destroy in order to preserve their position. The next uprising, therefore, would have to be led by a larger, well-trained, well-armed guerrilla force. Accordingly, for the next 8 months, the Sandinista National Liberation Front worked to prepare itself for a massive final offensive. The recruitment and training of young men and women, primarily students from urban areas, went on at a frenetic pace as the regular FSLN army expanded from several hundred to several thousand. Members of the opposition, particularly the 12, traveled throughout the world explaining the Sandinista cause and soliciting donations. Money received from various governments in Latin America, the social democratic parties of Western Europe, and solidarity groups in the United States and elsewhere was used to purchase modern, light, Western-made weapons on the international arms market. In March 1979, the FSLN, which formerly had been divided into 3 factions. In July 1979, members of the rebel militias posed at a checkpoint near the northern town of Candiga. The makeshift uniforms and old M1 weapon were fairly typical of the urban militias. The War of Liberation, 1978 to 1979-63. Finally coalesced under one 9-man directorate and issued a joint declaration of objectives. The stage was set for the final offensive. After a false start in Esteli in April, the real final offensive was declared early in June 1979. Paving block barricades were erected in poor neighborhoods throughout the country, and National Guard outposts were overcome one by one as the dictator's control of the country shrank. In mid-June, a broad-based government in exile was announced by the FSLN. Alarmed by the near certainty of a popular victory, the United States tried various schemes to block such an outcome, including a request to the OAS that a peacekeeping military force be sent to Managua. When this proposal for armed intervention was unanimously rejected, the Carter administration finally began to deal directly with the provisional government. Using various threats and promises, it tried unsuccessfully to force the FSLN to agree to preserve the National Guard, albeit in an altered form, and to include moderates, such as members of the Guard and Somoza's party, in the government. When the FSLN refused, Washington finally accepted the triumph. July 19, 1979. 64. Inevitable and arranged for the departure of Somoza to Miami on July 17. A day later, the provisional government took the oath of office in a ceremony held in Leon, and on July 19, the FSLN entered Managua and accepted the surrender of most of what was left of the National Guard. Ecstatic crowds tore the statues of Anastasio Sr. and Luis Somoza from their pedestals and dragged the broken pieces triumphantly through the streets. On July 20, the provisional government entered the capital and appeared in the main plaza to receive the acclaim of a jubilant and grateful people. The Sandinista insurrection had won unconditionally. The confluence of grassroots movements. The overthrow of the Somoza dictatorship had been a product, in large part, of the confluence of two grassroots movements, both having their origins in the 1960s. One of these was Marxist, the other Catholic. The Marxist movement, the FSLN, was the older of the two. The FSLN was founded in July 1961 by Carlos Fonseca, Silvio Mayorga, and Tomas Borga, former members of the local pro-Soviet Nicaraguan Socialist Party. For these young Nicaraguans, this old communist party was too Stalinist in organization and too subservient to the Soviet policy of peaceful coexistence, which in Latin America often meant the docile acceptance of pro-US dictatorships. The founders of the FSLN were determined to create an authentically Nicaraguan revolutionary movement, based on the tactics and socio-political objectives of Augusto César Sandino. For a long time the young rebels were not very successful. At first they attempted to replicate Sandino's tactic of creating a rural guerrilla foco from which to harass the government. In 1967, this tactic led to the disaster of Pangasinan, an area in the north in which most of the FSLN's best cadres were surrounded in their foco and killed by the National Guard. From then until 1974, the surviving Sandinistas reverted to a strategy of accumulation of force in silence, temporarily abandoning guerrilla activities and working instead to organize peasants and the urban poor. In 1974, they returned to guerrilla activities, carrying out the successful Managua kidnap ransom operation mentioned earlier. The next year, harassed by an enraged Anastasio Somoza, the FSLN split into three tendencies in a dispute over strategies. The prolonged popular war faction was most inclined to follow the SLN's original rural foco strategy. The proletarian tendency stressed the need to work with and mobilize the urban worker. Neither the GPP nor the TP felt that the time was ripe for an all-out insurrection. In contrast, the Terceristas advocated immediate urban and rural insurrection and a tactical alliance with all anti-Somoza forces, including the bourgeoisie. In the long run, Operation Pigpen and the September 1978 uprisings legitimized the strategy of the Terceristas. By March 1979, the three factions had formally reunited in preparation for the final offensive. In the late 1970s, the FSLN began organizing rural workers and landless peasants in workers' committees. In 1978, these were fused into a national organization, the Rural Workers Association. In the following year, as the War of Liberation neared its successful conclusion, ATC-organized peasants made their contribution by digging trenches and felling huge trees across roadways to block troop movements and by maximizing the first post-Somoza harvest through the seizure and immediate cultivation of Somocista-owned lands in the newly liberated areas. The War of Liberation, 1978 to 1979-67. The urban worker was only slightly better off than his country cousin. The organized labor movement encompassed a small minority of all workers and was badly fragmented. In 1977, the major union organizations included the Marxist Independent General Confederation of Labor, with 12,000 members, the government-patronized General Confederation of Labor, with 8,000 to 10,000 members, the AFL-CIO-oriented Confederation of Labor Unity, with 7,000 members, and the Social Christian Confederation of Workers of Nicaragua, with 3,000 members. The right to strike, while formally enshrined in law, was so severely restricted that most of the many strikes that took place in the 1960s and 1970s were declared illegal. Collective bargaining was made all but impossible by Article 17 of the Regulations of Syndical Associations, which allowed the employer to fire, without explanation, any two leaders of the striking union. In the long run, the only viable option for urban workers, too, was to organize themselves clandestinely again under FSLN leadership. Significantly, the urban insurrections which took place almost exclusively in working-class neighborhoods turned out to be one of the most important ingredients in the overthrow of the dictatorship. Meanwhile, a very important Catholic effort at mass mobilization was also being waged in the 1970s. Its roots lay in the Second Latin American Bishops' Conference held at Medellin, Colombia, in 1968. There the bishops had produced a document condemning the structural inequities of most Latin American social, economic, and political systems and calling for the clergy to make a preferential option for the poor. Persons of the cloth were urged to organize Christian-based communities, in which Christ's liberating message would be discussed, and the poor, who would be told that they, too, were made in the image of God, would be assisted in becoming socially and politically aware and encouraged to demand social justice. To assist the clergy in spreading the social gospel and in creating the CEBs, community leaders would be trained as lay delegates of the word. Soon these directives were being implemented throughout Latin America, even in Nicaragua, where much of the clergy, until the late 1960s, had earned a reputation for being quite conservative. The activities of the lay delegates and the CEBs led to the creation and formation of other grassroots organizations which mobilized labor, peasants, students, and women. By the mid-1970s, the Somoza regime, which had come to feel threatened by these subversive activities, began to strike back, attacking CEBs and, in 68 some cases, murdering lay delegates. This violence radicalized many young Catholics and led some of them to join, or cooperate with, the FSLN. By 1978, the Progressive Catholics and the FSLN were essentially working in tandem in expanding the grassroots organizations and preparing for the final insurrection. The triumph of July 1979, then, was the product of a joint effort. Accordingly, the revolutionary system that would replace the Somoza dictatorship would be influenced as much by its Catholic humanist roots as by the peculiarly nationalist brand of Marxism of the original founders of the FSLN. Somoza and Carter. After the overthrow of Somoza, there was a tendency in the United States either to credit or to blame the administration of Jimmy Carter for consciously promoting the downfall of the Somoza system. Such an assertion is unwarranted. It is highly doubtful that the Carter administration ever desired the overthrow of the Somoza system, much less the coming to power of the FSLN. Though the administration's behavior may have contributed to that outcome, the effect was purely unintended. When it came to office in 1977, the Carter administration was intent on demonstrating that its much publicized human rights policy could, indeed, find practical application. Unfortunately, the promotion of human rights by the United States was deemed impractical in many parts of the world for strategic and political reasons. However, this was not the case in Nicaragua. There, it was felt that the United States could push human rights without jeopardizing its strategic or economic interests. Unlike some other Latin American dictators, Somoza was sure to follow orders. Since the administration had been assured that the FSLN guerrilla threat had been crushed by Somoza's counteroffensive of the previous 2.5 years, it felt that a rights crusade could be implemented without endangering the stability of the system as a whole. As it turned out, this perception of Nicaraguan reality was badly flawed. On the one hand, Washington was correct in expecting that Somoza would follow orders. In 1977, the administration was successful in getting him to call off the National Guard's campaign of terror against the peasantry and to lift the state of siege and reinstate limited freedom of the press. On the other hand, Washington made two fundamental errors in judgment. First, it underestimated the popularity and resilience of the Sandinista National. The War of Liberation, 1978 to 1979-69. Liberation Front. Second, it failed to perceive that an artificial injection of civil and political liberties into a system built on the denial of basic social and economic justice can have a highly destabilizing effect. The Carter team learned its lesson the hard way. By the end of 1977, it was clear not only that the FSLN had not been wiped out but that it was actually receiving increasingly wide support from important and very vocal civilian groups. Alarmed by this totally unexpected situation, the administration began downplaying its human rights campaign and maneuvering for a peaceful solution that would preserve the National Guard and the old elite while at the same time blocking the FSLN. Accordingly, the Human Rights Report on Nicaragua that the State Department sent to Congress early in 1978 was essentially a whitewash. The administration wanted congressional approval for its economic and military aid packages for that country. In addition, even as the War of Liberation was beginning, U.S. diplomatic personnel were urging Nicaraguans to eschew violence and wait for the next Somoza-run elections in 1981. In the summer of 1978, at the urging of the National Security Council, Carter even went so far as to send Somoza the infamous congratulatory letter regarding the dictator's promises to improve his performance in the area of human rights. Then came the National Palace operation of August 1978 and the massive urban uprising the following month. Extremely worried, the administration promoted an Organization of American States effort at mediation in which an attempt was made to get Somoza and representatives of the privileged elite to agree to a solution that would have removed Somoza, preserved the Guard and Somoza's Liberal Party, and excluded the broad-based coalition led by the FSLN. Finally, in the summer of 1979, as the FSLN closed in on Managua in its final offensive, the United States dropped all pretenses and officially requested that the OAS send a peacekeeping force to Nicaragua. That request, as noted earlier, was unanimously rejected. In sum, the role of the United States in the downfall of the Somoza system was entirely unwitting. Throughout the process, the most revolutionary outcome ever envisioned by Washington was the creation of what Nicaraguans derisively refer to as Somocismo without Somoza, a political system in which a slightly broader spectrum of traditional privileged elites would have participated in a superficially democratic system under the watchful eye of a cosmetically reorganized National Guard. Not until just before Somoza fell, when it had exhausted all other alternatives, did the 70. Carter administration face reality and begin serious communication with the Sandinista National Liberation Front. 34 As seen in chapters 3 and 4, those attempts would be short-lived. 74 The Sandinistas in power. The Government of National Reconstruction, 1979 to 1985. The governmental system of revolutionary Nicaragua came into existence gradually over a period of years. At first, its informal but central element was the 9-person FSLN National Directorate drawn equally from the three former factions of the party, the proletarian tendency, prolonged popular war, and the terceristas. Decisions made by the DN were based on consensus or near consensus. Reportedly, important decisions were never made on a 5-4 vote. Until an elected government was inaugurated in January 1985, each branch of the formal government, though by no means powerless, existed at the pleasure of the DN, which had created it in the first place. The National Directorate in turn drew its strength from the legitimacy it had acquired through its leading role in the revolutionary victory, its control of the revolutionary armed forces, and the support of hundreds of thousands of civilians who made up the grassroots organizations that had developed during the insurrection. During the entire period of Sandinista rule, open factional disputes were completely avoided, and none of the 9 commandantes of 1979 resigned or were replaced. Additionally, in stark contrast to what the Bush administration would later do in Iraq, the Sandinistas made the very wise decision to retain all civil servants even though they were nominally of the dictator's party. One radio announcements to which co-author Walker listened urged government employees to return to their posts. They would be let go only in the event that they were incompetent or had committed crimes. As a result, public services ran smoothly from the very start and, equally important, many public servants and their families transferred loyalty to the new government. Nevertheless, in spite of its virtually unassailable political advantage, the FSLN chose, for practical reasons, to create a formal governmental structure that would encourage the participation not just of Sandinistas but of almost all other sectors in society as well. This decision was important since the new government needed the cooperation of a variety of groups. The Sandinistas knew that if they were going to preserve a mixed economy with a major role for the private sector, they would have to institutionalize participation by the various parties and interest groups associated with former privileged classes. They had no intention of allowing these minority groups enough political power to deflect or water down their revolution, but they did sincerely want to give them involvement in the system at least. The Government of National Reconstruction, 1979 to 1985-75. Equivalent to their numerical weight in the population as a whole. Accordingly, all of the institutions that were created, the plural executive, the corporatively organized legislative branch, the ministries, and the judiciary included non-Sandinistas as well as Sandinistas. The executive branch originally consisted of a 5-person governing junta of national reconstruction containing 2 conservatives, 1 pro-Sandinista intellectual, and 2 FSLN guerrilla veterans. Eventually, through resignation and reassignment, the JGRN was reduced to 1 conservative and 2 Sandinistas. Junta member Daniel Ortega, also a member of the Sandinista Directorate, eventually became its head. All of the ministries except Interior and Defense were placed under the JGRN. The legislative body, or Council of State, which was formally inaugurated in May 1980, employed a quasi-corporative system of representation. Virtually all political parties and major pro- and anti-Sandinista interest organizations were assigned seats. Each grouping elected or appointed its own representatives. The size and composition of the council changed over time. Originally envisioned as having 33 members, it actually comprised 47. The FSLN National Directorate. From left to right, Luis Carrion, Victor Tirado Lopez, Carlos Núñez, Humberto Ortega Saavedra, Tomás Borga, Bayardo Arce, Jamie Wheelock, Henry Ruiz, and Daniel Ortega Saavedra. 76. The Sandinistas in power. When inaugurated in 1980. The council was eventually expanded to 51 before it was superseded by the elected National Assembly in January 1985. These increases reflected the emergence of new interest organizations and parties and the rise or decline of old ones. The traditional parties and interest organizations complained, with accuracy, that pro-Sandinista organizations were given a majority of seats. The Sandinistas responded by indicating, with equal accuracy, that the traditional parties and organizations were actually overrepresented given the small percentage of the population made up of the classes for which they stood. Changes also occurred in the functions of the council. Instead of being limited, as originally proposed, to the approval or disapproval of junta decisions without modifications, the council had the right to initiate and/or modify legislation. In the words of its first president, Comandante Bayardo Arce, it had acquired a co-legislative function. 2. It is interesting to note that, whereas in 1980 to 1981 the junta initiated most bills before the council itself initiated the majority of bills in the 1982 to 1983 session. 3. The judicial branch in its turn, was composed of both regular courts and special tribunals. The regular court system was similar to that of other Latin American countries with habeas corpus and various levels of appeal. The members of these courts were lawyers coming from a variety of political backgrounds. Convictions were often overturned on appeal. The more controversial special tribunals were set up to deal with emergency overloads of the judicial system. These tribunals were created immediately after the victory to try the thousands of National Guardsmen and Somocistas taken prisoner as the old system collapsed. As in the Nuremberg trials following the Second World War, there was an element of ex post facto justice. Nevertheless, no official executions occurred, the death penalty was abolished, and the maximum sentence was 30 years. Further, those individuals sentenced on the questionable charge of illicit association were duly released when their 3-year terms were up. Later, in April 1983, another type of tribunal, the popular anti-Somocista tribunals, was created to try cases related to the Contra War and suspected internal counter-revolutionary activity. The TPAs were criticized for not providing sufficient due process. Among other problems, although an appeals process was included within the tribunal system, there was no right to appeal through the regular judicial system. For on the other hand, to view this matter in perspective, the Government of National Reconstruction, 1979 to 1985-77. TIV, we should note that most governments violate due process during times of national danger. Even Great Britain, normally considered one of the world's greatest democracies, routinely imposed prolonged imprisonment without trial in the case of suspected members of the Irish Republican Army. The Sandinistas also moved to decentralize government and administration. At the time of the triumph, a network of local governments known as municipal juntas for reconstruction was elected in public assemblies. These 3- or 5-person bodies had the responsibility of coordinating local reconstruction efforts in cooperation with local grassroots organizations and with the departmental and national governments. However, the local governments, lacking authority and resources, found themselves heavily dependent on central government bureaucrats who often had little understanding of local problems. Negative feedback ultimately led the revolutionary government to draft a plan for regionalization and decentralization that was formally inaugurated on July 19, 1982. The country was then divided into 6 regions and 3 special zones, each of which had the authority to deal with all government functions. These 9 entities were created in accordance with the differing demographic and economic characteristics of different parts of the country. As a result, local officials, instead of having to deal with an overloaded central bureaucracy, could coordinate their activities directly with regional officials familiar with the needs, problems, and assets of the region. Groups and power in the early 1980s. The conduct of government in this period was made easier, less expensive, and more responsive to the people by the existence of a variety of volunteer grassroots organizations. Eventually involving approximately half of the adult population, these included the Sandinista Defense Committees, the Sandinista Women's Organization, the Sandinista Youth, the Rural Workers Association, the Sandinista Workers Central, and the National Union of Farmers and Ranchers. The grassroots organizations, especially the neighborhood CDSs, were bitterly criticized by disgruntled Nicaraguans and detractors in the United States as being little more than vigilante committees or gangs of thugs acting as mindless puppets of their Sandinista masters. Although there 78 the Sandinistas in power were occasional excesses such as a few instances of disruption of opposition political activities and one brief occupation of fundamentalist Protestant church buildings, no overall pattern of behavior emerged that would justify in any way such an Orwellian picture of Sandinista Nicaragua. On the contrary, the grassroots organizations, whose behavior was in fact normally orderly and correct, actually served numerous functions of crucial importance to the new society. One of these was vigilance. After all, the country was under attack. It was only fitting that the people for whom this revolution was being carried out would have the opportunity to defend it against subversion. In addition to helping block the formation of an internal fifth column, the mass organizations conducted Vigilancia Revolucionaria, a sort of neighborhood crime watch that spectacularly reduced the incidence of common violence and petty crime. Second, the grassroots organizations were also facilitators. Their role in mobilizing the enthusiastic voluntary participation of hundreds of thousands of Nicaraguans was an indispensable boost to the literacy crusade, health and housing programs, the organization of sports and cultural activities, the production and distribution of food, and the reactivation of the economy. Third, these organizations were vehicles for citizen input and participation. Through them hundreds of thousands of ordinary citizens learned how to hold meetings, elect leaders, debate issues, make collective decisions, and implement projects. Fourth, they frequently channeled feedback about common concerns to the government. For instance, demonstrations and other pressure from the ATC were clearly responsible for an important shift in government policy away from a heavy emphasis on state farms toward a policy of land distribution to peasant cooperatives and individual smallholders. Finally, these organizations played a crucial role in political socialization. All societies have ways of transmitting from generation to generation a common body of knowledge and attitudes toward national history, heroes, values, and principles. Through group activity and discussion, the new grassroots organizations helped replace old Somoza-era values with ones appropriate to a more sovereign, just, and humane society. The Sandinista armed forces were also an important pillar of the new system. Forged in the long years of difficult struggle against the Somozas, they were explicitly Sandinista and therefore very unlikely to stage a coup against their own government, a phenomenon quite common elsewhere in Latin America. During the years of guerrilla warfare and throughout the Government of National Reconstruction, 1979 to 1985-79, 18-month War of Liberation, the FSLN army was vastly outnumbered and outgunned by Somoza's U.S. trained and equipped National Guard. Numbering only a few hundred during the urban uprisings of September 1978, the regular FSLN forces had grown to a few thousand by the beginning of the final offensive of June 1979. It is remarkable that one unit of this tiny force was able to launch the attack on Managua with only approximately 125 weapons of war and 10 light machine guns and bazookas. 5. The FSLN won the war not because of its military superiority, but because it was convinced of the rightness of its cause and enjoyed the support of most Nicaraguans. The combination of a lean but well-trained and dedicated guerrilla army and massive urban insurgency was more than Somoza's corrupt and demoralized army could withstand. At the time of the victory, the guerrilla army grew precipitously. In the final days of the war, many thousands of urban insurgents joined the FSLN army by simply liberating weapons and uniforms from the thousands of surrendering or fleeing guardsmen. This influx of raw, untrained soldiers was both a blessing and a problem. It allowed the new government to provide police and emergency services from the very start. Indeed, as co-author Walker traveled through Nicaragua in the week following the victory, he was impressed by the organization, efficiency, and very real courtesy of the relatively untrained young people who were performing police and security functions. Yet there were problems. Whereas most of the veteran members of the FSLN army had been trained not only in military skills but also in the role of the new armed forces and the social mission of the revolution, the new volunteers had not. In the first year after the liberation, therefore, emphasis was placed on weeding out undisciplined riffraff and training the rest to be politically and socially conscious and humane guardians of the revolution. In regular training and during criticism and self-criticism sessions held in the evenings, the young men and women of the new armed forces were reminded that, in contrast to the hated National Guard, their role was to act as servants, friends, and protectors of the people. In the first year, the FSLN's major military concern appears to have been to build a conventional military establishment, with standardized equipment, roughly equivalent to the military institutions of most other Central American countries. However, the election of Ronald Reagan in November 1980, discussed in detail in Chapter 4, triggered a new type of military buildup in Nicaragua. Designed not only to contain a constantly growing the Sandinistas in power, U.S. sponsored counter-revolutionary army but also to make a U.S. invasion so costly to the invader that it would, they hoped, not take place. This buildup moved in lockstep with the escalating U.S. threat. 6. In the ensuing years, the Sandinista armed forces proved highly successful in containing the Contra invasion. This was so, in part, because the Sandinista army and the Sandinista militias had a keen sense of what they were fighting for and whom they were fighting against. Although Reagan would label the Contras freedom fighters, their brutal behavior toward civilians made them appear to be little more than a resuscitated version of Somoza's old National Guard. The fact that, as of 1985, 46 of the 48 officers of the Nicaraguan Democratic Forces were former Somoza National Guard officers did little to dispel that impression. 7. Although the major functions of the Sandinista armed forces were national defense and internal security, they also played a role in political socialization. In undergoing military training and serving in their country's armed forces, hundreds of thousands of men and women of all ages received, at one time or another, additional exposure to the values, principles, and goals of the Sandinista revolution. Perhaps one of the reasons the elite groups were so bitterly opposed to the military draft instituted in 1983. Although the Sandinistas enjoyed a tremendous political advantage in post-Somoza Nicaragua, they were by no means unopposed. Indeed, they faced tenacious resistance from several quarters, a resistance wielded more by certain interest groups than by formal political parties. The non-Sandinista parties that originated or re-emerged during this period lacked leadership, organizational capacity, and, most important, grassroots support. On the right were the Nicaraguan Social Christian Party, the Social Democratic Party, and the Constitutional Liberal Party. In the center were the Democratic Conservative Party, the Popular Social Christian Party, and the Independent Liberal Party. To the left of these, and of the Sandinistas, were the Nicaraguan Socialist Party, the Marxist-Leninist Popular Action Movement, and the Nicaraguan Communist Party. Closely attached to several of the opposition parties were the small labor unions once tolerated by Somoza, the AFL-CIO-oriented Confederation of Labor Unity and the Social Christian Confederation of Workers of Nicaragua. The Government of National Reconstruction, 1979 to 1985-81. At first, party opposition came from the right and part of the left, whereas some of the center and left supported the government. The PPSC, the PLI, and the PSN actually joined the FSLN in a pro-government coalition, the Revolutionary Patriotic Front, and the PCD, while not part of that coalition, furnished one member of the last junta, Rafael Córdoba Rivas. However, one of the effects of the 1984 electoral campaign was that, although the parties of the right grouped in something called the Ramiro Sacasa Democratic Coordinating Committee abstained in an effort to delegitimize the process, the pro-government coalition disintegrated and each member party, along with the PCD, the MAP-ML, and the PCN, ran their own candidates in opposition to the FSLN. The bitter invective that came out of that campaign made it impossible for the old FPR coalition to ever be resurrected. The most important opposition, however, came from the conservative hierarchy of the Catholic Church and from the business community. The Catholic Church in Sandinista Nicaragua never very unified even before the revolution became badly divided thereafter. On the one hand, a number of lower-level clergy, taking seriously the idea of a preferential option for the poor, accepted posts in the new government or continued to work closely with poor communities. At the same time, most of the hierarchy, led by Archbishop Miguel Obando y Bravo, apparently fearing that their authority magisterium might be undermined by the movement toward participatory democracy within both the church and Nicaraguan society, recoiled from the revolutionary process. Although the government guaranteed freedom of religion and even tried to demonstrate its respect for Nicaraguan religiosity by promoting religious celebrations, inviting a visit by the Pope, and retaining "In God We Trust" on newly minted Sandinista coins, Obando and other bishops moved to distance the Catholic Church from the revolution. They attempted unsuccessfully to force all clergy out of public office. They arranged for the removal from the country of many pro-revolutionary foreign clergy and for the reassignment of similarly minded native priests. They denounced popularly oriented church organizations, and eventually they even managed to get many clergy to refuse to conduct burial services for members of the Sandinista armed forces killed in clashes with the Contras. Given the intense religious identification of the Nicaraguan people, the Catholic Church remained an important political factor. 82. The Sandinistas in power. The other important traditional power contender was the private sector. After 1979, its major political instrument was the Superior Council of Private Enterprise. The FSLN's decision to preserve a mixed economy in which the bulk of production would remain in the hands of the private sector automatically meant that COSEP and the class it represented retained some political, as well as significant economic, power. This situation created important political strains in revolutionary Nicaragua. Although the government made significant concessions to the moneyed elite that included the provision of reactivation loans, an intermittent effort at dialogue, and the inclusion of COSEP in the Council of State, much of the private sector, convinced from the start that communism was just around the corner, was openly hostile in political matters and only grudgingly cooperative in the economic realm. Its political behavior, opposition to the literacy crusade, hostility toward the mass organizations, and insistence on the depoliticization of the military reflected a desire to return Nicaragua to the pre-revolutionary status quo. Sandinista economic policy. The economic policy and programs of the revolutionary government that took power in July 1979 constituted a radical departure from those of previous regimes. Nicaragua's new political leaders, though varied in their ideological and social backgrounds, were remarkably united in their sense of historic responsibility and their determination to carry out a social revolution rooted in a new Sandinista economy that, they said, would make possible a just, free, and fraternal human life in our fatherland. 8. Intensely aware of the tremendous human costs of the old patterns of dependent capitalism, they were determined to fashion an economic system that would not only eradicate past abuses but also transfer the center of attention from the privileged minority to the exploited masses. Significantly, however, the economic tactics they adopted during their nearly 11 years in power were pragmatic and in no way rigidly tied to any preconceived ideology. The Sandinistas made no attempt to impose a socialist economic system, much less a communist one. One of the first signs of the pragmatic, non-orthodox nature of Sandinista economic policy was the decision, taken by the Sandinistas at the time of the triumph, to honor Somoza's onerous $1.6 billion foreign debt despite the fact that the departing dictator and his accomplices had left barely $3. Sandinista economic policy: 83 million in the public coffers. 9. Although they had absolutely no moral obligation to pay for the dictator's scandalous misuse of international funding, the new government realized that servicing Nicaragua's financial obligations was necessary for the country to remain creditworthy in international financial circles. Therefore, unable to pay according to the schedule worked out with Somoza, they immediately entered into a long process of negotiation with a group of private banks to which Somoza owed $580 million and ultimately won a more realistic repayment plan. Then, between 1980 and 1982, Nicaragua made every interest payment. A record almost unparalleled anywhere in Latin America in those crisis-ridden years. 10. Only in 1983, when it simply became impossible to continue all payments as scheduled, did Nicaragua begin to prioritize the servicing of some debts while renegotiating others. A further indication of pragmatism in international economic policy was the Sandinistas' decision to adopt a policy of walking on four legs in the development of aid and trade relations with the rest of the world. The objective was to actively pursue economic relations with four groups of countries: the Socialist Bloc, the United States, other developed countries, and the Third World. Accordingly, one finds that from 1978 to 1982, Nicaraguan exports to and imports from the Socialist Bloc rose from 0 and 1%, respectively, to 7 and 11% of the Nicaraguan relationship with the world. By mid-1985, the overall value of trade with the Socialist Bloc stood at 20%. For the United States, equivalent figures were 23 and 31%, 24 and 19%, and an overall 17.5% just before the 1985 trade embargo. For the rest of the developed world the tally was 38 and 25%, 43 and 22%, and an overall 36% in mid-1985. 11. Finally, for the Third World, equivalent statistics were 39 and 43%, 26 and 47%, and an overall 26.5% in mid-1985. In other words, throughout the nearly 6 years prior to the 1985 U.S. embargo, Nicaragua maintained a diversified trade policy. Even at the end of this period, only about 1/5 of its world trade was with the Socialist Bloc. It was only after the embargo that relationships with the socialist bloc began to expand significantly. Diversity was also the rule in the areas of aid and credit. Throughout its years in power, the Sandinista government sought and received assistance from a wide variety of countries. The major disappointment, of course, was the United States, which, immediately after Ronald Reagan's inauguration, 84 the Sandinistas in power, in 1981, cut off all economic assistance to Managua. However, very few other countries followed the U.S. lead. Throughout the ensuing years, Nicaragua received assistance from such politically disparate states as Argentina, Austria, Brazil, Canada, Denmark, Libya, Mexico, Peru, Sweden, and various countries in the socialist bloc. Indeed, when the Reagan administration declared its full trade embargo in 1985, a variety of countries immediately expressed their disapproval by offering additional assistance or credit. Significantly, such assistance was about evenly balanced between the socialist bloc and Yugoslavia and Western Europe. The Sandinistas also demonstrated pragmatism in the domestic sphere with their decision not to socialize the Nicaraguan economy completely. Such a move would have been counterproductive, as the public sector already faced a severe shortage of trained manpower due to the flight into exile of many members of the middle class and the already greatly expanded role of the state. Furthermore, the Cuban experience of over-socialization served as a useful negative example. It is true that all of the properties of the Somozas and their accomplices were immediately confiscated, making the people the collective owners of 20% of the arable land, numerous industrial and commercial enterprises, and thousands of private homes and mansions. In addition, the government nationalized the banking and insurance systems, the latter because it was unable to cope with the needs of a war-ravished country, and the former so as to block the continued flight of capital abroad and instead to direct loans to those segments of the economy in which they could have the greatest impact. Moreover, in the ensuing years some other properties were nationalized for reasons of overriding national interest or because the owners underutilized, decapitalized, or otherwise abused their rights. However, during the entire period of Sandinista rule, the private sector accounted for between 50 and 60% of the gross domestic product. In fact, echoing an argument that co-author Walker heard other Sandinistas make, Daniel Ortega claimed that the Sandinista revolution invented perestroika. In a March 1990 interview with Paris Match, he recalled a conversation with Gorbachev at the end of April 1985. At that time, he wasn't yet talking about perestroika. For 3 hours I explained to him the specific policies we were following in Nicaragua. How, for example, we had distributed individual Sandinista economic policy 85 plots of land to peasants so that they would become landowners. He responded by telling me that he thought that that was the right path to follow and that we, the Sandinistas, should absolutely avoid committing the errors that they, in the USSR as well as in the Eastern Bloc countries, had committed. 12. The government demonstrated its determination to preserve the private sector by taking several important measures. Especially in the first few years, it made considerable sums of money available in the form of loans to capitalists willing to reactivate their enterprises. It also provided key private producers access to foreign currency at low rates of exchange. It quickly established the Ley de Amparo, which provided Nicaraguan citizens the right to seek redress for and question the legality of the everyday activities of the government. And beginning in 1983, it issued guarantees of inexpropriability for rural properties being efficiently utilized. It is true that figures showing production by the private sector of a relatively constant 50 to 60% of GDP mask certain important changes that were taking place within that sector. A few urban enterprises such as the luxurious Club Terraza in Managua, which the government confiscated and put under worker ownership and management, and certain large, private rural properties that were seized and subsequently turned into peasant cooperatives or parceled out to individual small farmers were still part of the private sector, even though the nature of ownership had changed significantly. Yet, overall, traditional private property was normally respected as long as the owner obeyed the law and remained productive. Behind such flexibility and pragmatism, however, was the Sandinistas' determination to control Nicaragua's mixed economy in such a way as to serve the interests of all Nicaraguans. Pursuing what they described as the logic of the majority, the Sandinistas immediately set up a state monopoly over the sale of export products in order to channel a substantial part of the earnings from exports into badly needed social and economic infrastructure. They also tightly controlled imports to conserve scarce foreign exchange for high-priority social and economic inputs. In addition, they issued and enforced laws for the protection of urban and rural workers and peasants renting parcels from large landholders. Finally, they used the state's influence and financial leverage to promote the production of greater quantities of basic food products. 86 The Sandinistas in power. SNISTA social programs. The most important long-term concern of the Sandinista revolution was to improve the human condition of the downtrodden majority of the Nicaraguan people. From its founding in 1961 to its final triumph in 1979, the FSLN repeatedly advocated a variety of sweeping social reforms. Immediately after their victorious entry into Managua, therefore, the revolutionaries began to put promises into effect. Their efforts were made very difficult by the terrible domestic economic situation and the huge international debt inherited from the departing dictator and his cronies. The government had very little in public revenues with which to finance social programs and was forced to ask the working classes to show restraint in making admittedly justifiable wage demands, especially in the public sector. In spite of these problems, the revolutionaries made impressive progress in the social arena, especially in the early 1980s. Almost immediately after their victory, in order to combat unemployment in urban areas, they embarked on a variety of labor-intensive public works projects financed out of a special fund to combat unemployment. The revenues for this fund were raised through a tax on the 13th month salary that all employers were obliged to pay their employees at Christmas. The privileged minority of wage earners entitled to more than $150 in their extra month salary were required to forego that part of their bonus so that thousands of their less fortunate countrymen could be employed. The middle sector complained bitterly, but this fund and other monies, some from international sources, allowed the government not only to provide jobs but also to engage in public works projects designed to improve the lives of the people. These included a 50-square block children's park in the heart of Old Managua, public dance and assembly facilities, several clean and well-constructed public marketplaces, simple and hygienic concession stands, covered picnic areas, sidewalks, paved roads in poor neighborhoods, and the reconstruction of war-damaged roads in urban areas. The new government was also concerned with improving the lives of the rural poor. As mentioned above, the government confiscated the agrarian properties of Somoza and his cohorts, about 1/5 of the nation's cultivable land. During the following years, additional confiscations took place for other reasons, so that by 1984, large private land holdings, which had represented 52% of total farmland in 1978, had been reduced to 26%. Although some of the land confiscated had been Sandinista social programs. 87. Distributed to individual peasants, the major beneficiaries of this change at first were peasant cooperatives and state farms. They had not even existed in 1978, but in 1984 they controlled 36% and 19% of the land respectively. 13. On the state farms and cooperatives, efforts were made to improve the lives of the rural poor by upgrading working conditions, providing small health units, schools, housing projects, and daycare centers, and opening rural stores in which the prices for basic necessities were kept artificially low. From the mid-1980s onward there was a movement away from state farms, which resulted in the redistribution of those lands to private cooperatives and individual peasants. In fact, by 1989, almost a third of former state farm acreage had been reassigned in this fashion. 14. Not only had the state farms shown relatively low productivity, but equally important, the war had created a political imperative to address the land hunger of the rural populations. In the segment of private agriculture that had not been organized into cooperatives, the government worked on behalf of the poor in a number of additional ways. To help the agricultural proletariat working on large private farms, it began strict enforcement of laws governing minimum wages and working conditions and encouraged workers, through their unions, to insist on their rights. In addition, for the first time in history, small producers were given access to substantial amounts of public credit. In the first year, over 50% of all public loans to the agrarian private sector went to credit and service cooperatives formed by peasants. Later, a program was begun that gave titles of ownership to large numbers of peasants who had previously occupied and used land without legal guarantees. Small farmers were also helped by strict controls governing water usage and maximum rents for agricultural lands. 15. In spite of severe economic constraints, the government also implemented sweeping changes in public policy toward health, social security, food, housing, and education. 16. Efforts in the area of health were impressive. Even during the insurrection, the FSLN, through its neighborhood civil defense committees, had organized health volunteers to deal with the most pressing medical needs of people in the insurgent neighborhoods. Immediately after the liberation, the poorly coordinated, chaotic, clientelistic healthcare system inherited from Somoza was thoroughly reorganized into one administratively centralized ministry. The overriding philosophy of the new system was to make healthcare available to everyone in rural and urban areas alike. 88. Sandinista social programs. 89. A major dilemma for the Sandinistas in these years was to decide whether, on the one hand, to emphasize expensive curative health care or, on the other, to opt for more effective but also less politically glamorous preventative programs. In the long run, the government ended up doing both. Government expenditures in the area of health increased over 200% from 1978 to 1983. The most costly aspect of the program related to the rebuilding, expansion, and staffing of curative facilities such as hospitals and clinics. At the same time, heavy emphasis was also placed on primary or preventative health care, and in 1981 the United Nations Children's Fund chose Nicaragua as a demonstration site for this type of approach to health. Here, voluntary labor was crucial. Within months of the Sandinista victory, inoculation campaigns had been carried out, at low cost, by mass organizations. By 1982, over 78,000 volunteer health brigadistas had been mobilized to work in a variety of preventative projects on designated popular health days. As a result of these efforts, not a single confirmed case of polio occurred in posters and murals as vehicles of political and social education. A mural depicts the popular insurrection while a billboard states proudly, "Today the new dawn ceased to be an illusion." Another billboard stresses the virtues of breastfeeding, proclaiming, "Your milk is irreplaceable and it arrives with love." 90. The Sandinistas in power. 1982, and by 1983 infant diarrhea, mountain leprosy, and malaria were down 75, 60, and 50%, respectively. Infant mortality in general was down from 121 per 1,000 in 1978 and 1979 to 90.1 per 1,000 in 1983. Life expectancy had crept up from 52.2 to 57.6 years. Early on, the social security and social welfare functions of the government were reorganized, separated from those having to do with health, and consolidated into one institution, the Nicaraguan Social Security and Welfare Institute. The latter not only extended social security coverage to a wider segment of society but also took on the responsibility of dealing with problems related to social welfare, such as the rehabilitation of prostitutes and delinquent minors, the care of orphans, the creation of daycare centers, the building and administration of workers' recreation facilities, and so on. Eventually it was also put in charge of handling the emergency needs of displaced persons, first the victims of the 1982 flood and later the hundreds of thousands of persons made homeless by the CIA-coordinated Contra War and by the ravages of Hurricane Joan in 1988. The revolution also brought an abrupt change in government policy regarding food. Under the Somozas, the majority of Nicaraguans had suffered from malnutrition. Much of the country's best lands had been used to produce agro-export products for the benefit of the few. Domestic food production was inadequate. Much food was imported. Prices were high. The Sandinistas, however, immediately placed a high priority on making basic staples available to all at reasonable prices. The tactics employed were complex. Farmers were given incentives to increase the production of staples while, at the same time, the state played a prominent role in the storage, distribution, and pricing of basic foods through its new state-owned food marketing enterprise. Because demand shot up and imports went down before production in all areas reached a sufficient level, the government also found it necessary to institute a system of rationing of certain basic staples so that all people could have relatively equal access to those items regardless of class. But there were problems. Middle and upper class people grumbled about scarcity in supermarkets, ration cards, standing in line, and so forth. Market people were upset that they had fewer imported products to sell and that consumer prices in people's stores were artificially low. But by 1983, the program was showing results. Although the per capita intake of corn had remained stagnant over 1977 levels and that for beans had increased only slightly, the consumption of rice was up 66%. In Sandinista social programs 91. Addition, although the consumption of beef and milk were down 10 and 4%, respectively, the intake of eggs, cooking oil, and poultry were up 21, 30, and 80%, respectively. 17. The new government was also concerned with helping the people secure what the Sandinistas viewed as the basic human right to shelter. As in the area of other social services, the devastation caused by the war accentuated an already bleak situation in housing. The basic philosophy of the new Ministry of Housing and Human Settlements was both humanitarian and practical. In the practical sense, aware of the inadequacy, waste, and high cost of public housing programs in capitalist and socialist countries alike, the revolutionaries decided not to embark on a massive government program of housing construction. Some government housing was constructed especially in connection with agricultural production centers. But the major thrust of new Sandinista policy was to provide legal protection to the renter and homeowner and to supply infrastructural, technical, and organizational support for the construction of new housing. Accordingly, drastic rent reduction and controls were immediately implemented. Illegal subdivisions, in which wealthy landowners had been selling small building plots on the installment plan without supplying basic services, were nationalized. The government also moved to outlaw urban land speculation and passed legislation that allowed it to confiscate unused lands needed for housing projects. In 1981, it began implementing a sites and services approach to housing. In projects called progressive urbanizations, which markedly increased in number following the population dislocations caused by the 1982 floods, the homeless were given title to plots and provided with basic utilities and services, but were left on their own to improve their dwellings and create their own organizations to solve community problems. Literacy crusade. The greatest strides in social reform in these years were made in the area of education. The first and most dramatic event in this respect was the National Literacy Crusade of 1980. From March to August of that year all schools were closed as over 60,000 young volunteers dispersed throughout the country while another 25,000 worked in the cities in an attempt to bring literacy to the majority of the population over 10 years old who could neither read nor write. According to official results, the illiteracy rate for persons aged 10 and older was reduced in those 5 months from over 92. The 1980 Literacy Crusade. In March, 60,000 volunteer teachers departed for rural areas while 25,000 stayed in the cities, teaching at night in such unlikely locations as the onion stall of a public market. Though the initial and most ambitious phase of the crusade was completed and commemorated with a celebration in 93. August, other aspects of this program, such as follow-up education for the newly literate and literacy education in English and Mosquito, demonstrated the new government's ongoing concern for basic popular education. 94. The Sandinistas in power. 50% to less than 13%. Though many people hostile to the revolution claimed that the Sandinistas had greatly exaggerated their achievement, a fair examination of methods, tactics, and resources reveals that gains in the general neighborhood of those claimed by the government were at least plausible. A literacy campaign of the type carried out by Nicaragua in 1980 would have been impossible in most of the pre-revolutionary societies of Latin America. Prohibitively expensive in an unmobilized society, such a campaign would also have amounted to an administrative and logistical nightmare of the first magnitude. For the highly mobilized society of post-liberation Nicaragua, however, this crusade was neither inordinately expensive nor exceptionally difficult to coordinate and implement. The key to its success was the voluntary participation not only of the young teachers and their previously illiterate students but also of various Sandinista popular organizations, which provided free and vitally important logistical support. Their efforts were also backed by a substantial segment of the Catholic Church, the private sector, and various other organizations. Under such circumstances, the government's major function was simply to plan the campaign, train the literacy volunteers, and provide some material assistance. Given a target illiterate population of under 800,000, the student-teacher ratio was very favorable and the time involved was sufficient to teach basic reading and writing skills. 18. The idea of a literacy crusade had been gestating for some time. The FSLN and in particular one of its martyred founders, Carlos Fonseca Amador, had often stressed the need for such a campaign. Planning sessions had taken place before the final FSLN victory. After the liberation, Nicaragua's new leaders forged ahead with this ambitious project in spite of dire warnings by learned international authorities that their effort was premature and destined to fail. The Nicaraguans were blessed in that they could draw selectively upon the experience of several mass literacy campaigns attempted previously in other parts of the world. In the 1920s, the Mexican Revolution made a primitive attempt at a literacy campaign. In mid-century, Paulo Freire developed a methodology that he first attempted to apply in his native Brazil and then, after the military coup of 1964, took with greater success to other Third World countries, including Guinea-Bissau in the mid-1970s. In 1961, Cuba carried out its revolutionary literacy campaign. Not surprisingly, therefore, the Nicaraguan crusade received the enthusiastic Sandinista social programs 95. Assistance of many international experts. Paulo Freire himself was an advisor to the Crusade's national coordinating body. Cuba sent advisors, the United Nations Economic and Social Council supplied verbal support and technical advice, and many individuals, including some U.S. citizens, volunteered. The crusade was planned in stages. Soon after the liberation, the popular organizations conducted a surprisingly thorough and sophisticated nationwide census to determine the characteristics and problems of the Nicaraguan people, especially in the area of literacy. At the same time, a team of literacy experts worked to prepare a 23-lesson literacy primer. The crusade took place in concentric waves. First, 80 selected educators took a 15-day seminar in literacy training. After testing what they had learned in the field, each member taught another group, then they and the members of the second group taught hundreds of additional educators, bringing the total number of literacy trainers to several thousand. At that point, all of the trainers were dispersed to various regions of the country to teach the volunteers. Finally, from March to August 1980, the volunteers themselves fanned out across the land to teach the illiterates who had been identified by the census. In 1980, the year of literacy, the crusade became the focus of national attention. The imagery employed flowed out of the previous year's War of Liberation. This second War of Liberation was designed not only to free the masses from ignorance and intellectual subjugation, but, equally important, to liberate the largely middle-class volunteers themselves from their prejudices and stereotypes about Nicaragua's impoverished majority. The country was broken into fronts corresponding to the 6 zones of combat during the liberation struggle. Within each front, there were literacy columns, squadrons, and individual brigadistas. In many cases the brigadistas lived and worked during the day with the peasants and workers whom they taught at night. From the start, the teaching of political literacy was also very much a part of the campaign. Paulo Freire's concept of conscientização was essential. Key words, phrases, and sentences in each of the lessons were designed to stimulate discussion and a new patriotism, pride in the revolution and its martyrs, and, especially, a sense of the dignity and importance of the individual. The first lesson, for instance, focused on La Revolución, words of central political importance that, at the same time, contained all of the basic vowels. Predictably, many members of the 96 the Sandinistas in power, privileged classes, as well as a number of foreign observers, saw the campaign as little more than a systematic program of Marxist or communist indoctrinations. However, there was nothing in the primer or the teacher's manual, or in any of the other teaching aids used, that would justify that charge. There was a political message. But it was nationalist and revolutionary, somewhat analogous to the message young people in the United States receive when they learn about the American Revolution in grade school. Interestingly, the director of the crusade was a Jesuit priest, Father Fernando Cardinal. In the end, the key to the success of the crusade lay in massive voluntary participation. No one was forced to participate. Indeed, minors were not allowed to join without the permission of their parents. Yet for 5 months the streets of Managua and other major cities were strangely quiet as a significant segment of the country's urban teenagers and young adults waged Nicaragua's second war of liberation in the countryside. In all, this participation, the logistical support of the Catholic Church and the Sandinista popular organizations, and money and materials from all over the world ultimately made it possible for the government to coordinate a massive project at a small cost to itself. The Literacy Crusade, which won for Nicaragua the 1980 award of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization for the best program of its kind, was not intended as a one-shot affair. It was followed later in that year by literacy crusades in Mosquito and English for the peoples of the Atlantic region and by a massive adult education program aimed at eventually lifting all Nicaraguans to the equivalency of a minimum of 4 years of schooling. By 1982, total enrollment at all levels of education was approximately twice what it had been in 1978. And in 1983, Nicaragua was claiming an illiteracy rate of only 10%, one of the lowest in Latin America. The Sandinista revolution in the early 1980s had embarked on an ambitious and multifaceted program of social change. By 1983, these programs were registering impressive results. Even the Kissinger Commission report, published in January of the following year, admitted grudgingly that Nicaragua's government has made significant gains against illiteracy and disease. 19 But as that report was being issued, the administration for which Kissinger was working was already 2 years into a program of low-intensity conflict against Nicaragua that, among other things, was deliberately designed to incapacitate the Nicaraguan revolution, destroy its post-revolutionary society. 97. Ability to uplift the lives of the common people, and thus not only to delegitimize it in the eyes of Nicaraguans but also to invalidate it internationally as a model for social change. In the second half of the 1980s this objective would be largely achieved. Post-revolutionary society. Class polarization. Although the overthrow of the Somozas was a product of the combined efforts of all classes, it was inevitable that if it were to be a real revolution with meaningful change, there would be class tension and conflict after the liberation. By definition, social revolution involves a reordering of the relationship between classes. Former privileged groups are asked or obliged to make sacrifices so that the nation's limited resources can be redirected into the human development of the majority. In the case of Nicaragua, the revolution affected the former privileged classes negatively in a number of ways. The use of don or dona, or of university titles, became less common at least for a while. Compañero or its more common variants, compa or compita, became the usual form of address, at least among revolutionaries. Country clubs were confiscated and put to other uses including recreation for the public. The importation of luxury goods was curtailed. Many rural and urban properties were seized, and stiff taxes were levied on property, income, and domestic luxury items such as cigarettes and rum. Many Nicaraguans understood and were able to accommodate themselves to this new reality. The relatively privileged parents of the tens of thousands of high school and college students who participated in the literacy crusade of 1980, for instance, demonstrated their willingness to cooperate with the revolution by giving their children the required permission to join the crusade. Some businessmen and landholders responded to government pleas to reactivate the economy by returning their properties to normal production. But many members of the former privileged classes were a good bit less generous and understanding. Some simply liquidated their assets and fled the country, joining more than 10,000 Somoza followers already exiled in northern Central America and the United States. Others stayed on, grumbling and resisting. Within days of the liberation, for instance, co-author Walker was asked by a lawyer friend to help get his teenage children into an 98 the Sandinistas in power English language program in the United States so they, in his words, would not waste the months that school would be out during the literacy campaign. Bitter jokes about the revolution and its leaders became standard fare at some gatherings. Rumors of all sorts spread like wildfire in privileged circles. More seriously, fearing that Nicaragua was becoming another Cuba, many landholders and businessmen refused to cooperate in the reconstruction. These fears led to a rapid class polarization, rumor-mongering, and a notable lack of cooperation in the reconstruction effort on the part of the private sector. They began decapitalizing their properties instead of reinvesting in spite of repeated assurances that a responsible private sector would be preserved and provided with very generous government loans, tax incentives, and concessionary rates of currency exchange. Moreover, a crisis of sorts occurred early in 1980, when conservatives on the junta resigned in a pique over the fact that the organizations representing their class had been given representation on the new Council of State that was only slightly more than equivalent to the minority percentage that they represented in the population as a whole. Several recently founded or reorganized micro-parties began issuing shrill statements reflecting the fears of the privileged classes. In May 1980, La Prensa was taken over by a conservative wing of the Chamorro family, and from then on it was to take a highly critical position, playing to the fears of the privileged classes. At the same time, several tiny counter-revolutionary armies such as the so-called Democratic Armed Forces, which had been organized by disgruntled cattlemen, began harassing the government. Though posing no real threat to the regime, these armies and former National Guardsmen operating out of safe sanctuary in Honduras did manage to inflict property damage and take innocent lives, including those of 7 young literacy campaigners. The position of the privileged classes hardened even more after the election of Ronald Reagan in the United States in November 1980. At that point, paramilitary activities increased and the Catholic Church hierarchy, La Prensa, the opposition micro-parties, and the Superior Council of Private Enterprise closed ranks in a more concerted effort to reverse history. Although their activities were couched in terms of the defense of freedom of the press and of the preservation of religious liberty and a post-revolutionary society 99. Mixed economy, those were not the issues. Neither of the latter two had been threatened at all, and press freedom was severely limited only in 1982, almost 3 years after the triumph, when the country was clearly under internationally organized paramilitary attack. In reality, the heart of the matter was power. The Catholic Church hierarchy feared an erosion of religious control and authority in the face of the immense popularity of the revolution and the new process of democratization within the Church that had begun at Medellin. The privileged classes in general sensed, quite accurately, that they had lost political power. The Sandinistas had been quite willing to allow these groups political participation at least equivalent to the percentage they represented within the population. But that was not enough. As long as the expectation remained that the Contras or the U.S. Marines might someday deliver power back into their hands, there would be no incentive to adjust to the new system. Women and gender. Though it would be naive to think that, even in a revolution, sexism could be abolished overnight, it is clear that the national liberation struggle and the revolution greatly advanced the cause of women's liberation in Nicaragua. The vital part played by women in the War of Liberation caused a healthy re-evaluation of sex stereotypes. The Association of Women Confronting the National Problem set up neighborhood committees that helped organize the urban resistance, and many young women fought and died alongside their male counterparts in the FSLN guerrilla army. According to male soldiers with whom co-author Walker spoke, women who made up more than 25% of the FSLN army were not camp followers but fully integrated soldiers who shared all of the responsibility of the campaign. They were admired and respected by their male counterparts. The women veterans spoke of warm bonds of respect and love that marked their guerrilla experience. In post-liberation Nicaragua, women continued to play an active role. They were prominent not only in the new government but also in the Sandinista Popular Army, the Sandinista National Police, and the Sandinista Popular Militias. In addition, AMPRNAC metamorphosed into a Sandinista organization, the Luisa Amanda Espinoza Association of Nicaraguan Women, which was represented on the Council of State. There, and in the National 100 the Sandinistas in Power Assembly inaugurated in 1985, AMLI members pushed for and frequently won legislation promoting women's interests. However, the Sandinista revolution by no means brought complete equality to women. Though more rigorously prosecuted, domestic violence continued. Abortion remained technically illegal. And AMLI, which was supposed to fight vigorously for women's rights, tended more often in the late 1980s to do the bidding of the state and the FSLN. 20 Sandinista policy toward birth control was not as revolutionary as some might have expected. Though they did bring sex education to public schools and to television, the revolutionaries, anxious to avoid unnecessary conflict with the powerful Catholic Church, systematically skirted the issue of abortion. Although no one was prosecuted for having or performing one, abortion was never legalized during the Sandinista period. In addition, as happens almost anywhere there is war, there was a prolonged baby boom in war-torn Nicaragua. This, coupled with significantly reduced infant mortality, meant that from 1979 to 1989 the population grew by a phenomenal 52%, from 2.5 million to 3.8 million. Culture. One of the many sins of the Somozas and their accomplices was to adopt and promote foreign culture, especially North American, at the expense of what was authentically Nica. Not surprisingly, the preservation and strengthening of Nicaraguan culture was a high priority of the FSLN when it seized power. Their determination in this respect was signaled immediately by the creation of the Ministry of Culture, housed, ironically, in one of the deposed dictator's former residences, El Retiro. Before long, there was also a Sandinista Association of Cultural Workers, which, in addition to advancing the interests of people in the visual and performing arts, worked to promote Nicaraguan culture. The ministry, the ASTC, and other groups and individuals did much in the next decade to stimulate a burgeoning of cultural expression. Small museums were created, performing groups were encouraged, an award-winning movie industry came into being, mural art flourished, a huge annual exhibition and sale of handcrafted children's toys, La Piñata, became a Managua Christmas tradition, and new cultural journals were printed. Even on Sandinista television, inexpensive foreign programming gradually gave way to relatively expensive but more post-revolutionary society. 101. Appropriate locally produced material. Under Somoza, 95% of the programming had been foreign, mainly of U.S. origin. However, in 1985, just prior to the total U.S. embargo, 20% was Nicaraguan. U.S. programming had dropped to 59%, and the socialist countries and the rest of the world were contributing 3% and 18%, respectively. 21. Caribbean coast. Given its historic isolation, it is perhaps unsurprising that the region in which the Sandinista government found the greatest difficulty in implementing its revolutionary programs was the Caribbean coast. This was not for lack of good intentions. Immediately after the liberation, the government affirmed its interest in the region's welfare. Attractive billboards in Managua enthusiastically proclaimed, "The Atlantic Coast, an awakening giant." The Sandinista television network featured mosquito dance groups. Mijarazada, an organization of Indians living in that region, was given a seat on the Council of State. The literacy campaign and virtually every government social program had a component designed for the Caribbean coast. Indeed, the new government spent more per capita on social and economic projects for the people of the Caribbean region than for any other part of the country. Nevertheless, although people at the higher levels of government seemed to appreciate the need to treat the country's indigenous minorities with respect and care, soldiers and middle and lower level bureaucrats were sometimes quite insensitive and abusive. The ugly incidents that resulted tended to increase the distrust that many costeños already felt for the people of western Nicaragua. The problem had deep historical roots. When the British Crown and pirates dominated the coast, local natives allied themselves with those groups against the Spaniards, as western Nicaraguans are still known locally. The Somozas used them in disproportionate numbers in the National Guard because of their willingness to fight Westerners. Neither Sandino in the 1930s nor the FSLN in the 1970s had much following on the coast. Indeed, many costeños in the 1980s remembered and resented the fact that some of Sandino's guerrilla operations in Zelaya disrupted foreign-owned extractive industries in which they had once been employed. This historical legacy, coupled with mistakes made early in the period of Sandinista rule, meant that the Atlantic coast was a highly visible Achilles heel by the time Ronald Reagan came to office in the United States. 102 The Sandinistas in power. SNNISTA Foreign Relations. In an article written before the final offensive and subsequently published in the United States at the time of the FSLN victory, Sergio Ramirez, who was to become a central figure in the new governing junta and, later, vice president, made some important statements. To think that a new, democratic government in Nicaragua might be hostile to the United States is a perverse fantasy. To think that a new and truly representative Nicaraguan government is going to insist on dignified relations with the more powerful countries is to think correctly. We aspire to dignity, integrity, and international respect. The United States should learn not to fear the ghosts of its past mistakes. 22. Immediately after the liberation, both the junta and the directorate of the FSLN made various efforts to convey to U.S. authorities their wish to develop the best possible relations and to heal the wounds inflicted as a result of Washington's historical complicity with Somoza. 23. These wounds, of course, were raw and painful. The struggle to overthrow a U.S.-backed dictator and to dismantle his U.S. trained and equipped army had cost Nicaragua the lives of approximately 50,000 people, or roughly 2% of its then 2.5 million population. In the United States at the time, that would have been equivalent to a loss of 4.5 million people, well over 75 times the U.S. death toll in the entire Vietnam conflict. Nevertheless, given Nicaragua's geopolitical position, its economic dependence on the United States, and the remarkably widespread goodwill of Nicaraguans toward the people of the United States, it was deemed highly important to try to construct good relations with that country. Even in the exuberance of the initial victory, U.S. citizens in Nicaragua were treated courteously. There was no attack on the U.S. embassy, nor were hostages taken. Normal relations were preserved, and government and FSLN leaders traveled to the United States on goodwill missions. Nicaraguan officials turned out en masse at social affairs held by the U.S. ambassador in Managua. In all, it was hoped that Nicaraguan-U.S. relations could develop into a model of mutual respect between a revolutionary nation and the dominant power of the Western Hemisphere. 24. Though intent on developing good relations with the United States, the new government was equally determined that Nicaragua should never. Sandinista Foreign Relations 103. Again become subservient to any foreign power. The concepts of self-determination and non-alignment, therefore, became the central principles of Nicaraguan foreign policy. Less than 2 months after the revolutionary victory, Nicaragua joined the movement of non-aligned countries. In doing so, it was expressing solidarity with and seeking the support of the peoples and governments of the Third World. It was also implementing ideas that dated back in Nicaraguan history at least to the days of Augusto César Sandino. 25 Non-alignment, however, was not construed by the members of the movement as a position of meek neutrality. While the Sandinistas were determined that Nicaragua would never again be a client state of any great power or permit its soil to be used for foreign military bases, east or west, it would henceforth take stands on many important issues, especially those of interest to the Third World. Yet, although Nicaragua often voted in the United Nations against the United States and with other revolutionary countries, there were important East-West issues in which its mission either abstained or sided with the United States against the USSR. And in the silly but nonetheless symbolic squabbles over the Olympics, Nicaragua decided to send teams to both the 1980 Olympics in Moscow and its 1984 sequel in Los Angeles. For its part, the FSLN, as a party, pursued friendly relations not only with the communist parties of the Socialist Bloc but also with the Social Democrats of Western Europe, the Liberal International, and the Permanent Conference of Political Parties of Latin America. As a result of these efforts, Nicaragua avoided the international isolation that had befallen Cuba 20 years earlier. Indeed, in 1982 it was chosen by a large vote to occupy the non-permanent UN Security Council seat traditionally assigned to a Latin American country. The Sandinista policy of pursuing diplomatic relations with as many countries as possible regardless of ideology was put into motion immediately following the triumph. Within a year, the new government had relations with a majority of the countries of the world, over twice as many as under the Somozas. In earlier times there had been no need for much diplomatic infrastructure since Nicaraguan foreign policy, for all practical 104 the Sandinistas in power purposes, had been made in the USA. After July 1979, however, things changed so rapidly that by August of the following year an official in the Foreign Ministry noted, with obvious pride, that the ministry had been obliged to move to a large complex of buildings in order to house the various area desks into which it was now organized, much in the style of any modern foreign ministry. 26. Of course there were some problems with this global approach to foreign policy. The U.S. media and the Reagan administration consistently pointed with alarm to Nicaragua's ties with the Socialist Bloc and such radical regimes as those of Libya and Iran. At the same time, however, they generally ignored Nicaraguan success in building good working relations with many other types of countries, including the governments of Western Europe and even some of Latin America's most conservative military dictatorships. To try to counteract this distortion, the Nicaraguans were careful to make sure that most, if not all, high-level trips to Europe included stops in both Eastern Bloc and Western European countries. But this effort was often to no avail, as evidenced by Daniel Ortega's carefully balanced trip to Europe in May 1985, which the Reagan administration, the media, and a surprisingly large number of liberals in the U.S. Congress characterized simply as Ortega's trip to Moscow. One of the pillars of Nicaragua's new foreign policy was the continuance and enrichment of relations with Western Europe. 27. The Organization of Western European Social Democratic Parties, the Socialist International, had been very supportive of the FSLN during the War of Liberation. After the triumph, as it became increasingly worried about possible future U.S. behavior toward Nicaragua, the SI went so far as to form an international committee for the defense of the Nicaraguan Revolution, which included an impressive list of SI leaders. The Government of National Reconstruction built on this support by frequently sending high-level delegations to Europe to explain Nicaraguan positions and to solicit aid and trade. Nicaraguan relations with Western Europe fluctuated from country to country and from time to time. The United States, especially under Reagan, vigorously pressured its allies to diminish their ties to Nicaragua. And there were changes in European governments that affected relations with the Sandinistas. The coming to power of the Social Christians in Germany in Sandinista Foreign Relations 105. 1982 was a clear loss. On the other hand, that setback was balanced by social democratic victories in France and Spain. Overall, however, the relationship with Western Europe was constructive, especially during the early to mid-1980s. Although the United States blocked the transfer of all but a trickle of badly needed arms from Western Europe to Nicaragua, it was forced to listen to European calls for a peaceful settlement and was relatively ineffective in slowing the flow of trade and aid. Indeed, as discussed in the next chapter, when the Reagan administration hit Nicaragua with a full trade embargo in May 1985, the Western European countries expressed their disapproval not only by refusing to join but also by immediately offering Nicaragua a total of $198 million in new assistance. And, of course, several Western European countries had earlier played a crucial role not only in verifying the legitimacy of the 1984 electoral process but, perhaps more important, in helping to set it up in the first place. A more universal approach to diplomacy also implied the pursuit of relations with various communist countries both within and outside the socialist bloc. Logically, Nicaragua's strongest relationship was that with Cuba. The two countries had strikingly similar historical experiences in having undergone first foreign domination and dictatorship, then a successful guerrilla war, and finally a genuine social revolution in which sweeping programs of social change and national defense had to occur simultaneously. Almost immediately after the triumph, Nicaragua received a number of Cuban advisors in the areas of health, education, and military training. Moreover, leaders of the two countries exchanged visits. Both before and immediately after the victory, Fidel Castro advised the Nicaraguans to preserve a private sector and retain good relations with the United States. Relations with the rest of the socialist bloc also advanced, but at a slower pace. Gradually, diplomatic relations were established or reopened, and agreements for trade and aid were signed. Then, too, the development of relations with the two Chinas initially proved problematic. The People's Republic of China at first insisted that formal ties with the mainland should be contingent on severing Nicaragua's long-standing relations with Taiwan. Eventually, however, although Nicaragua refused to comply, it was able to develop excellent trade relations with the PRC, which ultimately became a major purchaser of Nicaraguan cotton. Overall, Nicaragua's open approach to foreign relations seemed to produce more benefits than costs. 106 The Sandinistas in power. That said, the Sandinistas' new relationships were upsetting to Washington, and the perception that they were developing unsavory alliances became a source of tension in U.S. relations. These perceptions, especially after the election of Ronald Reagan, produced a multifaceted program to destroy the Sandinista revolution, including a campaign of propaganda and disinformation depicting the government of Nicaragua as a grim, totalitarian communist regime and an instrument of Soviet expansionism in the Americas. 28 Although most of these allegations were either completely groundless or very nearly so, the U.S. mass media and opposition politicians rarely challenged the carefully cultivated conventional wisdom. Reagan's tactics for dealing with the Sandinistas could be criticized but not the administration's picture of the Nicaraguan regime itself. Was the U.S. reaction to the new government based on its national interests? Clearly not. A new government focused on what the Sandinistas would soon call the logic of the majority would have developed a much healthier society and a better U.S. trading partner. But U.S. behavior in Latin America was based on two factors essentially unrelated to national interest. First, there was and is a certain dumb momentum to what Washington does. At the time of the Sandinista victory, the U.S. was supporting brutal anti-communist dictatorships throughout much of Latin America. Any group opposing them or even speaking on behalf of social justice was the enemy. Thus, barely 2 weeks after the Sandinista victory, co-author Walker was not surprised to hear the then CIA Director Admiral Stansfield Turner proclaim in a meeting that there can be no more Nicaraguas. 29 The second important factor in U.S. foreign policy is domestic politics. The National Geographic Association's Roper surveys of geographic literacy repeatedly show that U.S. citizens as compared to those of most other developed countries are extremely ignorant of the world around them. 30 Thus, though Jimmy Carter would take a frigid but restrained approach to the new government in Managua, Ronald Reagan, the great communicator who had proclaimed during his campaign that he would stand tall in foreign affairs, would portray Nicaragua in stark yet simplistic East-West terms. Many of Nicaragua's new leaders were indeed Marxists, as well as ardently nationalist and, in many cases, deeply religious, a fact they had never made any attempt to hide. They were developing relations with Cuba and other communist countries both within and outside the socialist bloc. Sandinista Foreign Relations 107. And the Sandinistas were using rhetoric heavily laced with buzzwords: imperialism, capitalist exploitation, bourgeoisie, proletariat, liberation, vanguard, which, though appropriate in their own setting, tended to unnerve U.S. decision-makers having little contact with, or understanding of, Central American reality. These same individuals were further alarmed to be told over and over that the new Nicaraguan national anthem included a section calling upon Nicaraguans to fight against the Yankee, the enemy of humanity. In fact, these words were a part not of the national anthem but, rather, of the FSLN battle hymn, which, like all such hymns, is a historical artifact. Hence, over time, it could lose its jingoistic import, just as the Marine Corps hymn, with its unfriendly reference to Mexico and Tripoli, is now a historical curiosity rather than a cause for offense to Mexicans and Arabs. But in fairness to the Sandinistas, we must note that they made considerable efforts to remain respectable in the eyes of Washington. These efforts were not just superficial gestures. The Sandinistas' prolonged attempt to buy badly needed arms from Western rather than communist sources was a clear effort to avoid being unduly dependent on the socialist bloc. The decisions to pay Somoza's foreign debt, to preserve a mixed economy, to respect religious liberty, to allow almost complete freedom of the press until 1982, to accept U.S. aid in spite of grossly insulting conditions, 31 to create a pluralistic system of temporary government, and to forge ahead to carry out promised elections. All of these and a number of other policies were designed, at least in part, to signal to the West that this was a uniquely Nicaraguan revolution worthy of being given a chance. Be that as it may, the administration inaugurated in Washington in January 1981 showed scant interest in coexisting with the Sandinistas. There were some initial attempts at negotiation, but these were conducted in a haughty and condescending manner and against a backdrop of bellicose statements from Washington that almost seemed designed to defeat their purpose. In addition to the termination of aid previously frozen by the Carter administration, the new Reagan administration suspended the wheat shipments on which the country relied. By late 1981, the CIA-Contra effort had been given the president's formal approval and, from then on, there was apparently no turning back. U.S. military maneuvers and infrastructural buildup in the area escalated inexorably. By 1984, upward of 15,000 Contras were harassing the Nicaraguan government. A revolution at war. The Sandinistas enjoyed a number of political assets at the time of their victory, but their power was not limitless. Their greatest asset was the fact that their victory had been unconditional. The old National Guard had been defeated and disbanded. The new armed forces were explicitly Sandinista, that is, revolutionary and popularly oriented. What is more, the mass organizations created in the struggle to overthrow the dictator gave the FSLN a grassroots base that dwarfed the organized support of all potential rivals. Finally, the new government enjoyed broad international support. Nevertheless, the country's new leaders were well aware that their revolutionary administration faced certain geopolitical and economic constraints. Sandinista rule can be divided into 4 sub-periods that were clearly conditioned by the country's international environment. The first, which lasted until the election of Ronald Reagan in November 1980, was a time of euphoria and optimism. The second, spanning the nearly 2 years from that election to the spring of 1982, was a period of growing awareness of, and concern with, the hostile intentions of the new administration in Washington. In the third, during the almost 3 years that elapsed from the spring of 1982 through the inauguration of elected President Daniel Ortega in January 1985, the revolutionary system rose to the challenge of withstanding an unprecedentedly massive surrogate invasion, direct CIA sabotage, and economic strangulation, while at the same time institutionalizing itself and even augmenting its already wide base of grassroots support. However, in the 112 a revolution at war period, the final 5 years of the Sandinista government, the death, destruction, and economic collapse brought on primarily by the Contra War and other U.S. orchestrated programs of destabilization eventually caused such desperation among the Nicaraguan people that a majority voted in 1990 for a U.S. sponsored opposition coalition capable, it was hoped, of ending the paramilitary and economic torment of Nicaragua. The quiet before the storm, 1979 to 1980. The first year was the quiet before the storm. Though not pleased with the Sandinista victory, the Carter administration had decided to make the best of it, offering economic aid with strings attached in the hopes of manipulating the Sandinistas in a direction acceptable to conservative Washington. During this period, the FSLN consolidated the revolution politically by promoting the growth of grassroots organizations, reorganizing the Sandinista armed forces, and re-equipping them with standardized military material. Much of the latter was obtained from the Socialist Bloc. The United States had earlier refused an arms purchase request by the Sandinistas. Nevertheless, the Sandinista army was quite small, and the civilian militia little more than an association of patriotic marching units barely constituted even a credible addition to the country's defensive force. The new government immediately confiscated properties owned by the Somozas and their accomplices, but respected the rest of the private sector and even offered it substantial financial assistance. In line with the decision to preserve a large private sector, the revolutionaries also created an interim government in which all groups and classes in society, including the privileged minority, could have a voice. The plural executive, created shortly before the victory, included wealthy conservatives as well as Sandinistas. The interim legislative body gave corporative representation to most parties and organizations of significance in Nicaraguan society. This was also a time of ambitious social programs, most notably the 1980 Literacy Crusade, discussed in the previous chapter. From the start, Nicaragua's major foreign policy problem was the United States. One, as previously noted, the Carter administration had done almost all it could short of sending troops to block the Sandinista victory. True, after the triumph it then tried to make the best of what it perceived to be the gathering storm, 1980 to 1982 113. An unwelcome situation by maintaining relations with Nicaragua, sending emergency relief, continuing non-military aid already in the pipeline to Somoza, and proposing an additional $75 million in new aid. However, 1980, an election year, was hardly a convenient time for a weak incumbent president to be designing a rational policy of coexistence with a new revolutionary government in his own backyard. Hardliners in Congress had a field day with the Nicaraguan aid bill, amending it and holding it up until the second half of 1980. And although a joint report of the State Department and the Pentagon recommended a favorable reply to the Nicaraguan request to help arm its small military establishment, the Carter administration rejected the idea. Such a proposal, however realistic, would have stood scant chance in Congress, while certainly subjecting the Democratic incumbent to further charges of being soft on communism. Thus, early in 1980 the Carter administration chose instead to build up the Honduran military while doing nothing to pressure the government of that country to disband groups of Contras that already were being harbored in training camps in Honduras. On balance, however, these were not bad times. Though many in the privileged classes resisted the new government, human rights in general were respected. And La Prensa, the newly conservative daily, was allowed to make scurrilous and frequently false attacks on the system with virtual impunity. Former Somoza military personnel and accomplices were subjected to legal investigation and trial rather than execution. Indeed, the death penalty itself was immediately abolished. The gathering storm, 1980 to 1982, the second period, one of growing concern and apprehension, began in the fall of 1980 with the election of Ronald Reagan. That summer the Republican Party platform had deplored the Marxist-Sandinista takeover of Nicaragua and had promised to end all aid to that country. Campaign aides to Reagan had advised using on Nicaragua the full gamut of techniques employed by the United States in the past to destroy Latin American regimes of which Washington did not approve. In fact, the new administration wasted little time in implementing these suggestions. Early in 1981, U.S. economic assistance to Nicaragua was terminated, and the administration began to allow anti-Sandinista paramilitary training camps to operate openly in 114 a revolution at war, Florida, California, and the Southwest. 3 That December, President Reagan signed a directive authorizing the CIA to spend $19.8 million to create an exile paramilitary force in Honduras to harass Nicaragua. 4 Although some counter-revolutionary attacks occurred as early as 1981, such activity increased markedly in 1982, as bridges, oil refining facilities, and other crucial infrastructure, in addition to civilian and military personnel, were targeted. That same year, too, the United States used its central position in the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank to cut off the flow of badly needed multilateral loans to Nicaragua. This growing external threat was clearly reflected in Nicaragua in increased class polarization, greater emphasis on austerity and defense, and some albeit still relatively mild government infringements on human rights. The acceleration of class polarization began almost immediately after the Reagan victory. By 1980, many in the privileged classes apparently saw even less need than before to accommodate themselves to the new revolutionary system. Within days of Reagan's victory, representatives of the Superior Council of Private Enterprise walked out of the Council of State. On November 17, Jorge Salazar, vice president of COSEP and head of the Union of Nicaraguan Farmers, was killed in a shootout with state security forces while allegedly meeting with gun runners in preparation for armed counter-revolutionary activities. Even though the government televised highly damaging evidence against him, Salazar immediately became a martyr for the privileged classes. From then on, tension mounted steadily as the conservative Catholic Church hierarchy, the opposition microparties, COSEP, and La Prensa, all working in obvious coordination with the U.S. Embassy, showed less and less inclination to engage in constructive dialogue and an ever greater tendency to obstruct and confront. This behavior, in turn, generated resentment by the masses. In March 1981, for instance, Sandinista defense committees in effect challenged the authority of the Ministry of the Interior by blocking plans by the opposition MDN to hold a political rally that had been presented by the government as proof that pluralism was still viable in Nicaragua. 5 In addition, an increased emphasis was placed on military preparedness. The Sandinista army was almost immediately expanded to around 24,000 persons, the level at which it would stay until 1983. Recruitment and training for members of the militia were stepped up markedly, as was arms. The Gathering Storm, 1980 to 1982 115. Procurement. Much effort, at first, was spent in attempting to obtain standardized equipment from less controversial sources, the United States and Western Europe. Eventually, however, when the United States not only refused to sell arms but also blocked the transfer of any significant amount of material from sources in Western Europe, 6 Nicaragua moved ahead with the large-scale procurement of socialist bloc weaponry, such as socialist bloc tanks, anti-aircraft equipment, helicopters, and troop transport vehicles. Moreover, there was talk of obtaining Soviet MiG fighter jets. There was simply no alternative. The importation of such material grew as a clear response to the escalating threat from Washington. 7 And each purchase appears to have been carefully thought out with respect to its political implications. For instance, the first standardized equipment received by the Sandinista militia were obsolete Czech BZ-52 10-shot rifles, hardly an offensive weapon. The militia was not issued modern AK-47 automatic rifles until 1983, almost 2 years into the Reagan administration's CIA-directed Contra invasion. The several dozen Soviet-built tanks that Nicaragua imported shortly after Reagan came to power were old T-54s and T-55s. These were not obtained from the manufacturer but, rather, were sent second-hand from Algeria, an apparent effort to remove any political connotation. Eventually, of course, the rhythm of socialist bloc arms procurement picked up as the Contra War accelerated, and repeated deliberate disinformation leaks from official sources in Washington indicated that a full-scale U.S. invasion might be in the offing. This build-up, however, was clearly defensive. And even though the Reagan administration repeatedly stressed the military danger that the Sandinista armed forces purportedly posed to neighboring countries, it did so knowing that what it was saying was simply not the truth. Indeed, the Reagan administration was embarrassed in September 1982 when a subcommittee of the House Committee on Intelligence issued a staff report criticizing U.S. intelligence performance in Central America and noting in particular that, while U.S. intelligence services were publicly trumpeting Nicaragua's supposed offensive capabilities and intentions, there had been classified briefings whose analytical judgments about Nicaragua's intentions were quite distinct from those that appeared implicit in the briefings on the buildup. 8 and the in-house assessment did not change over time. A classified intelligence report prepared in 1984 still contended that the 116 a revolution at war. Overall buildup is primarily defense-oriented, and much of the recent effort has been devoted to improving counterinsurgency capabilities. 9 What is more, at no point had the Soviet Union attempted to put its own bases in Nicaragua as Washington often warned it would. In fact, the Sandinistas had repeatedly stated categorically that they would not allow such a thing. Despite these growing threats, all of the government's social programs were continued. They succeeded in carrying out innovative and highly successful social programs without inordinately straining the national budget. Indeed, in 1981, over 70,000 young people participated in a voluntary primary health crusade. But overall, the people of Nicaragua were beginning to feel the negative effects of the Reagan assault on their country. Meanwhile, there was a general belt-tightening as the importation of non-essential goods was restricted and salaries were held down. As is true in all states in a time of war or threat of war, certain human rights were gradually infringed upon in the name of national security. The Caribbean coast appears to have become almost immediately the focal point of CIA-sponsored activity against the Sandinistas. Powerful radio stations beamed scare propaganda into the region. Mosquito young people were recruited or pressed into Contra forces operating out of bases in Honduras. By late 1981, the Nicaraguan government had uncovered Operation Red Christmas, a CIA plot to separate the Caribbean region from the rest of Nicaragua and thus provide a possible seat for an alternative government. 10 For both humanitarian and security reasons, the Sandinista government soon responded to increased Contra raids along the Rio Coco in northern Zelaya by moving almost 10,000 Indians to safer locations farther south. Though conducted in a humane fashion, 11 these moves were involuntary, thus further exacerbating Mosquito Sandinista tensions. Over the next year or so the situation worsened. During the ensuing security operations, several hundred indigenous leaders suspected of subversive activities were detained without adequate due process, and as many as 150 individuals either disappeared permanently after being arrested or were executed outright. 12 Although the persons committing these acts had clearly disobeyed orders, relations with the Caribbean peoples remained very poor until the government late in 1983 began a series of attempts at reconciliation. Starting at that time with an amnesty for Mosquito prisoners, the government then began a process of dialogue and negotiation, which eventually, weathering the storm, 1982 to 1985 117. Resulted in laws that gave the peoples of the Caribbean region a high degree of self-rule based legally in both the 1987 Constitution and the Autonomy Statute passed by the National Assembly that September. Yatama, the unified Mosquito military organization that became a regional indigenous party after its return in 1989, has been consistently competitive with the FSLN and PLC in municipal and regional elections. Finally, on a half-dozen occasions, La Prensa was closed for 2-day periods. This action was taken under the terms of a press law decreed by the original junta, a law calling for such action in the event that an organ of the media was found to have disseminated material that was not only false but also destabilizing. However, even with these shutdowns, La Prensa continued to operate freely and in bitter opposition to the government more than 95% of the time. Moreover, at no point during this period did human rights infringements in Nicaragua even remotely approach the wholesale abuses prevalent in a number of other Latin American countries. In fact, late in 1982, the U.S. ambassador to Nicaragua, Anthony Quainton, admitted candidly to a group of which co-author Walker was a part that the human rights situation there was better than in El Salvador or Guatemala. Ironically, two countries that Washington was then trying to portray as having made great strides in this respect. Nicaragua's performance in the area of human rights, though not flawless, would have ranked it at least in the top third of Latin American states. 13. Weathering the Storm, 1982 to 1985. The period from early 1982 through the beginning of 1985 might aptly be labeled weathering the storm. The storm, in this case, was the Reagan administration's massive and multifaceted campaign to destabilize and overthrow the Sandinista government, which, by the onset of this period, was covered in name only. The CIA coordinated recruitment, training, arming, and disgorging of Contras into Nicaragua had escalated rapidly from the force of 500 originally envisioned in the CIA finding of late 1981 to over 15,000 by 1984. Furthermore, ever larger numbers of U.S. military personnel participated in nearly continuous, highly menacing joint military maneuvers in Honduras and in naval exercises off both Nicaraguan coasts. 118. 119. Nicaraguans under siege. As the Contra War grew and the threat of a U.S. invasion became ever more real, Nicaraguans of all ages and sexes joined the militia and demanded to be armed. Members of the self-defense agricultural communities in the north work with their weapons strapped to their shoulders. Urban dwellers dig L-shaped slit trenches in vacant lots and bank patios. Meanwhile, from late 1983 onward, a large segment of the U.S. community in Managua held regular Thursday morning peace vigils in front of their U.S. embassy asking their government not to rescue them, a reference to the pretext used for the invasion of Grenada. 120. A revolution at war. Despite this, the Sandinista government was able to maintain some of its economic and social achievements during this period. Although the U.S. sponsored destabilization campaign prompted the government to take some repressive measures, this troubled time nonetheless culminated in a successful national election in 1984. The economy. The economic problems facing the Sandinista government during the first half-decade were awesome. The Somozas and their accomplices had left Nicaragua with a $1.6 billion foreign debt and another $500 million in war damage. Adding insult to injury, they had also pilfered the banking system of all but about $3 million. The world market value of almost all of Nicaragua's export products declined sharply from 1980 onward. In 1982, the country suffered its most costly natural disaster in its recorded history, extensive flooding followed by drought. And finally, starting in the early days of the Reagan administration, the new government faced an elaborate U.S. orchestrated program of economic destabilization, which featured the severance of economic aid, the curtailment and, in 1985, the complete embargo of all U.S. Nicaraguan trade, attempts to create an international economic boycott, the blocking of loans from international lending organizations such as the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank, the use of Contras to inflict infrastructural and crop damage and to necessitate the divergence of scarce funds into defense, and the direct use of the CIA to destroy oil storage facilities at Corinto and to mine Nicaragua's harbors. 14. It should not be surprising, therefore, that the Nicaraguan economy was in markedly worse shape in the mid-1980s than it had been at its pre-revolutionary high water mark in 1977, or that it declined precipitously in the second half of the 1980s. but when the Kissinger Commission argued in January 1984 that Sandinista economic performance had been poor and that this alleged bad performance had been due in part to mismanagement invariably associated with regimes espousing Marxist-Leninist ideology, 15 it was engaging in clever sophistry. The Sandinistas had clearly not used Marxist-Leninist ideology as a major model in their economic planning. What is more, Kissinger's use of 1977 as a base year was deliberately deceptive. Although Nicaragua's per capita GDP had declined around 38% from 1977 through 1983, it had actually risen by 7. Weathering the storm, 1982 to 1985 121% overall in the years 1980, 1981, 1982, and 1983. Kissinger had been able to show a decline only by including 2 years of economically devastating civil conflict during which the Sandinistas were not even in power. Furthermore, even though a 7% per capita GDP growth over a period of 4 years would not ordinarily be impressive, it was not bad when compared with the negative 14.7% registered for Central America as a whole during the same years. 16 Indeed, Nicaragua had not merely the best growth rate in Central America but one of the best in all of Latin America, and this in spite of the formidable array of economic problems mentioned earlier. The relatively strong economic performance of the first several years appears to have been the product of various factors. In the first place, with its low population density, rich lands, and industrious people, Nicaragua had always been a country of considerable economic potential. Previously bottled up by the corrupt, inefficient, and elitist Somoza system, this potential could now be more fully realized. It is not surprising that total production of most agricultural products, both domestic and export, rose to or exceeded pre-war levels within a few years after the ouster of the dictator. The new government was even successful in stimulating the production of non-traditional export products such as castor seed, garlic, ginger, onions, mangoes, melons, peanuts, and sesame seed, which by 1983 accounted for 10% of the total value of exports. 17 The second possible reason for such growth may be the practical, non-ideological behavior of the Sandinistas themselves. Instead of engaging in guerrilla economics, they had preserved a mixed economy and had carefully weighed alternatives in making economic decisions. These measures not only bore fruit in the domestic economy but also gave the Sandinistas a moderate image abroad, thus enabling them to build trade and aid relationships with a wide variety of countries. Although the economy grew steadily under Sandinista rule, problems inherited from Somoza, combined with a sharp decline in the world prices of Nicaragua's export commodities and the enormous direct and indirect cost of the Contra War, meant that by this third period Nicaragua was having increasing problems in servicing its debt. Accordingly, Venezuela ceased and Mexico drastically curtailed supplies of oil to the country. As a result, by 1984 and 1985 the Sandinistas were forced to turn to the Soviet Union for most of their petroleum needs. As of mid-1985, trade with the Socialist Bloc stood at 122, a revolution at war. About 20% of Nicaragua's total. The Soviet Union and other countries were giving some aid, but the USSR, for one, refused to offer the hard currency support that Nicaragua so badly needed. The scarcity of foreign exchange also meant severe shortages of imported goods and of products manufactured in Nicaragua from imported materials or with imported machinery. Of course, such shortages also triggered rampant inflation and spiraling wage demands, which could not be satisfied given the tremendous diversion of government revenues into defense. The effects of these economic problems would come to fruition in the second half of the 1980s. Social policy. Social services were negatively affected by the escalation of military conflict. As increased emphasis was placed on defense, government spending on health, education, housing, food subsidies, and so on, had to be cut back. Further, it is clear that the Contras were deliberately targeting the ruined grain storage facility. Built by the new government as part of its effort to ensure more universal access to food, This depository in Ocotal, destroyed in June 1984, was but a small fraction of the hundreds of millions of dollars worth of social and economic infrastructure destroyed by the Contras as of mid-1985. Weathering the storm, 1982 to 1985, 123. Social service infrastructure. Many government employees in health, education, and cooperatives were kidnapped, tortured, and killed. Schools, clinics, daycare centers, and grain storage facilities were destroyed. However, if all of this activity was designed to so damage the living standards of most Nicaraguans that they would become angry with their government and ultimately overturn it, someone had badly miscalculated. Although the human condition did decline during this period, support for the government actually appears to have grown as measured by levels of membership in pro-Sandinista grassroots organizations. 18 In the aftermath of the triumph, membership reached a peak of about 250,000 to 300,000 persons. Thereafter, it declined for a couple of years as a result, perhaps, of apathy or a sense of lack of fulfillment of unrealistically high expectations for the revolution. However, by late 1982, grassroots membership had begun to climb again, and by 1984, it had doubled or tripled over the previous high water mark. By then, around half of all Nicaraguans age 16 or older were members in voluntary support organizations. 19 Clearly, the intervening variable was the Contra War, the effects of which really began to hit home late in 1982. Simply put, Nicaraguans had come together to support their government in this time of national emergency and foreign threat. Political response. At first, the political response of the Sandinistas to the external threat was predictably defensive. In the spring of 1982, following Contra attacks on important Nicaraguan infrastructure and the disclosure in the U.S. media of President Reagan's earlier authorization of funding for CIA-sponsored paramilitary operations against their country, the government declared a state of pre-war emergency under which certain civil and political rights were temporarily suspended. Some measures had actually begun during the previous period, others were new. The implementation of these measures was relatively mild. The short-term preventive detention measure affected only a few hundred persons at any one time. And La Prensa, though now heavily censored, at least continued to function. 124 A revolution at war. Another new political measure, decreed in July 1982, was the massive decentralization of government. Under it, the country was divided into 6 regions and 3 special zones for all governmental functions. The main purpose of this reform was to avoid the stifling effects of centralized bureaucratic control by creating institutions for local decision-making and public policy implementation. Another important objective was to institute a system of government that could continue functioning even if communications were badly disrupted or if Managua were occupied by enemy troops. Eventually, however, as more and more Nicaraguans rallied around their government, the Sandinistas came to show renewed confidence in the people and to take a more relaxed approach to domestic politics. Late in 1983, the government actually passed out many tens of thousands of automatic weapons to civilians so that they could help defend their families, farms, villages, and neighborhoods. Meanwhile, the government, in consultation with all political parties and groups that chose to enter into dialogue, had been working to create a mechanism to implement the Sandinistas' oft-repeated promise to hold general elections. The 1984 elections. The system of national government that existed during the first 5 years was a temporary one, designed simply to carry Nicaragua through a difficult period of transition until more permanent institutions could be devised. Even prior to their victory, the Sandinistas had indicated that their country's governmental institutions would ultimately be based on free elections. In the wake of the triumph, they talked of holding elections almost immediately. At that point, opposition groups complained that to do so would be unfair given Sandinista popularity in the afterglow of the victory. At the close of the literacy crusade in August 1980, the Sandinistas announced that elections would be held in 1985. Then, and over the next 3 years, the opposition complained that 1985 was too distant and that the Sandinistas were, in fact, betraying their promise to hold elections. This theme was reiterated by candidate, and then President-elect, Ronald Reagan in 1980 and by spokespersons for the new U.S. administration throughout the following 3 years. In the meantime, virtually no public notice was given in the United States to the methodical and careful preparations for the promised election. Weathering the Storm, 1982 to 1985 125. Then underway in Nicaragua. Commissions were sent to various parts of the world to study party laws and electoral procedures. Following consultation among all parties and groups willing to engage in dialogue, a party's law and an electoral law modeled after key components of the French, Italian, Austrian, and Swedish electoral systems were drafted and enacted. In December 1983, the Directorate announced that the election would be moved to 1984, and the following month the exact date was set. This time, the Nicaraguan opposition and official Washington decried the fact that the election still 10 months away was being scheduled too soon. There would be little time, they argued, for the opposition to organize an effective campaign. The whole affair would be a Soviet-style farce. Sandino Vive. Murals depicting images of the revolution and the Contra War, such as these in Leon, are still common in Nicaragua. In these twin images, the artist captures important revolutionary imagery and organizations within the figure of Augusto César Sandino. In one, Sandino's foot rests upon the head of Anastasio Somoza. In the other, Sandino's boot is on the head of Uncle Sam. 126 A Revolution at War. In an apparent attempt to make this description of things come true and, hence, to delegitimize the election, the Reagan administration then proceeded to interfere extensively in the Nicaraguan electoral process. The Reagan administration denounced the Nicaraguan election in advance and then, with the U.S. media, portrayed businessman Arturo Cruz as the only viable opposition candidate. Cruz then played the role of a potential but reluctant candidate who ultimately, with great fanfare, decided not to enter the race on the grounds that the conditions for a free election did not exist in spite of the fact that many of his conditions were met and the deadline for candidate registration was extended twice on his behalf. 21 Meanwhile, U.S. officials in Nicaragua were working feverishly behind the scenes to cajole, counsel, pressure, and, reportedly, bribe the candidates of the 6 opposition parties that were formally registered in the election to withdraw. 22 Their efforts were not very successful. The PLI presidential candidate, Virgilio Godoy, withdrew too late to be legally removed from the ballot, and last-minute splits within the PCD over the issue of participation only marginally weakened that party's involvement. In the end, the conclusion of impartial and authoritative election observer delegations such as those sent by the British Parliament and House of Lords, the Irish Parliament, the Dutch government, the Socialist International, and the U.S.-based Latin American Studies Association was that the election had been competitive and meaningful. 23 These international observers also agreed that the process through which the votes had been cast and counted on election day was beyond reproach. The Nicaraguan electoral law, as previously noted, drew heavily from Western European practices. The government had been given extensive direct technical assistance by members of the Swedish Electoral Commission. In addition, the Nicaraguan elections clearly benefited from the fact that the unsavory example of the 1984 Salvadoran elections was still fresh in people's minds. In El Salvador, citizens were required by law to vote. Their citizen identification cards, which Salvadorans were required to carry at all times, were stamped at the voting place to indicate that they had, indeed, voted. Furthermore, ballots were individually and sequentially numbered and, like those used in Nicaragua under the Somozas, were translucent so that even when folded they did not ensure a secret vote. Moreover, some voting booths. Weathering the Storm, 1982 to 1985 127. Were not fully curtained and all ballot boxes were made of clear acrylic plastic. Finally, there were relatively few voting places. While this fact made for highly filmable scenes of long lines of Salvadorans supposedly registering their faith in the democratic process, It also caused considerable unnecessary inconvenience, chaos, and numerous irregularities. In Nicaragua, all of these election day defects were avoided. Voting was not obligatory. There was no stamping of citizen ID cards or any other lasting way of distinguishing between voters and non-voters. All ballots were identical and featured dark bands across the back of the section in which voters were to mark their X. All voting places had curtains from floor to ceiling. The ballot boxes were made of wood. And there were 3,892 voting places conveniently located throughout the country. Many Nicaraguans did line up before the polls opened, but for the most part they did not have to wait long after the voting began. The process co-author Walker witnessed as part of the LASA observer delegation was orderly and clean. When asked by the LASA delegation if the United States were not applying a double standard in its evaluation of the 1984 elections in El Salvador and Nicaragua, a U.S. diplomat replied in a pique, "The United States is not obliged to apply the same standard of judgment to a country whose government is avowedly hostile to the U.S. as for a country, like El Salvador, where it is not. These people could bring about a situation in Central America which could pose a threat to U.S. security. That allows us to change our yardstick." 24 There were some superficially valid criticisms of the Nicaraguan elections, however. First, although censorship of the printed media during the campaign period was drastically reduced, it was not completely eliminated. And there were instances in which angry pro-Sandinista crowds, critics called them turbis, disrupted opposition political rallies. However, it should be noted that what was published in La Prensa was bitterly and consistently critical of the Sandinistas, and that a half-hour on television and 45 minutes on Sandinista radio were set aside free of charge at prime time every evening during the electoral period for uncensored comment and campaign speeches by opposition parties and candidates. Additional time was also available for purchase. Moreover, the internationally hyped disruptions of opposition meetings by Sandinista turbis actually occurred in only 5 instances out of some 250 rallies during the campaign. 128 A revolution at war. Period, that is, did not constitute a pattern of activity but, rather, the exception. 25 In the end, 75% of the Nicaraguan electorate chose to vote even though no one was obliged or intimidated to do so. Only 6% of those who voted spoiled their ballots, although that would have been an excellent way of anonymously registering opposition, and 63% of all voters voted Sandinista, even though there were 3 opposition parties each to the right and the left of the FSLN. That gave the presidency and vice presidency to Daniel Ortega and Sergio Ramirez, and 61 of the 96 seats in the new National Assembly to the FSLN. By any objective measure, then, the Sandinistas had won a clean, honest, landslide victory. Decline, 1985 to 1990. The fourth and longest major sub-period of Sandinista rule was the time of decline from 1985 to 1990. This is not to say that there were no successes during that period, but rather that the most important characteristic of those years was an essentially externally generated economic collapse and consequent internal political destabilization. The January 1985 inauguration of Daniel Ortega, Nicaragua's first democratically elected president, should have been a cause for celebration. It was not. There were too many signs of trouble in the making. First, the previous November, the Reagan administration had skillfully obscured the nature of the election. In the United States, news of the election had been immediately drowned in intensive media coverage of deftly timed Reagan administration disinformation leaks that Soviet-built MiG jets were en route by ship to Nicaragua. Though groundless, these allegations raised to a fever pitch U.S. paranoia over the Nicaraguan menace. Most of the thin election coverage that did take place in major U.S. media ignored the judgment of the disinterested international observer teams, choosing instead to echo Washington's distorted depiction. The lone major exception was the Christian Science Monitor, which timidly noted that the international observers had judged the Nicaraguan election as better than that conducted earlier that year in the U.S. client state of El Salvador. 26 But even that newspaper, perhaps not comfortable with possibly being seen as out on a limb, would soon forget its initial evaluation. Decline, 1985 to 1990 129. The behavior of the Reagan administration early in 1985 made it clear that Washington had no intention of coexisting with Sandinista Nicaragua. Bilateral talks being conducted between U.S. and Nicaraguan diplomats during the run-up to the U.S. election of 1984 were unilaterally broken off by the United States at the beginning of the new year. In February, Reagan admitted that it was the objective of his administration to dismantle the Sandinista power structure unless the Sandinistas decided to cry uncle. 27 This admission was followed in May by a complete embargo of U.S. Nicaraguan trade. For the next half-decade, the Sandinistas tried to make the best of a bad, often impossible, situation. Though there were many setbacks, there were also some notable successes. First, during 1985 and 1986, the newly elected National Assembly worked to produce a constitution. In January 1987, after considerable legislative debate and domestic and international consultation, an original and simply worded democratic constitution was promulgated. 28 At the same time, after considerable negotiation and compromise, an innovative arrangement for the autonomy of the Atlantic Coast peoples was agreed to, and for all practical purposes, peace in that part of the country was achieved. In addition, parties and election laws were written in 1988 and amended in 1989 in order to carry out the constitutional mandate of a national election in 1990. Another major achievement was the containment of the Contras. After 1982, the Contra presence in Nicaragua had escalated rapidly to a high of around 15,000 troops by the mid-1980s. According to the U.S. Pentagon, approximately 10 regular soldiers are normally required to contain one guerrilla fighter. Though Nicaragua was never able to achieve anywhere near that ratio, its leaders adopted tactics that made up for the deficiency. Reportedly taking much of their strategy directly from U.S. Army counterinsurgency manuals and practices, 29 They created irregular warfare battalions and light hunter battalions, which could take the war to the enemy under very difficult conditions. The leaders also accelerated agrarian reform, at least in part to solidify support in rural areas. They continued to pass out large numbers of AK-47 and AKM assault rifles to civilians in threatened regions. Finally, the government extended the policy, begun in 1983, of granting amnesty to anyone willing to desert the Contras. As a result, by the spring of 1988, their disintegrating and demoralized enemy had begun to sue for peace. From then on, though the United States would continue to 130 a revolution at war, maintain the Contras as an irritant and potential threat to the Sandinistas and a stimulus for Nicaragua to continue high levels of military expenditures it could not afford, the U.S. surrogates would never again constitute a serious military problem. 30 A final achievement of the 1985 to 1990 period was the maintenance of a relatively laudable record in the area of human rights. 31 Though there were scattered exceptions, respect for the integrity of person, the citizen's right not to be tortured, raped, murdered, or otherwise physically abused by agents of the government was generally maintained throughout the period. 32 Social and economic rights were promoted as well as any government could do under the circumstances. And civil and political rights which under international law may be restricted in times of external threat and national emergency were only moderately and occasionally infringed upon. Indeed, Nicaragua's record in this latter category compared favorably with that of the United States and England in time of war and, as mentioned above, was much better than that of the contemporary U.S. client regimes of Guatemala and El Salvador. These successes were noteworthy given the climate of the times. The government could pride itself on the promulgation of the Constitution and its intensive work to reach a peace agreement through the Contadora process, discussed below. However, this period would also see the growth of serious economic, social, and cultural problems that would ultimately lead to Sandinista defeat in the election of 1990. The elected revolutionary government and the 1987 Constitution. The elections gave Nicaragua a president, a vice president, and a 96-person National Assembly. Inaugurated in January 1985, all elected officials were to hold office for 6 years unless the Assembly decided otherwise. The National Assembly had a variety of functions, but clearly the most important was to produce a constitution. Contrary to the conventional wisdom prevailing in the United States, this would not be a matter of simply rubber stamping an FSLN prepared document. The people who had designed the electoral law had deliberately selected a Western European system of proportional representation that tended to overrepresent minority. Decline, 1985 to 1990, 131 parties. In addition, they had included a provision whereby all losing presidential candidates would get seats in the assembly. The end result was that, while the Sandinistas got 61 seats, the opposition parties got a substantial 35. This meant that the FSLN had just barely the 60% necessary to pass the constitution. Furthermore, the same practical considerations that had caused the Sandinistas to pursue dialogue, feedback, and pluralism during the government of national reconstruction were very much present as the constitution was being written. It took a full 2 years and one of the most rigorous, open, and consultative processes in the history of constitution writing to produce the Nicaraguan Constitution of 1987. 33 For about a year, the National Assembly worked to produce a first draft. Subcommittees in which minority opposition parties were deliberately overrepresented were set up to deal with different subject areas. Heated debate developed on a variety of issues. In 1986, an early draft was subjected to a process of domestic and international scrutiny and review. In what was dubbed the National Consultation, 78 open meetings organized according to geographical region or interest identification were held throughout Nicaragua to elicit feedback. As this process was taking place, large multi-party delegations from the Assembly went to various countries to seek expert advice on the draft constitution. For instance, at a national conference on the Nicaraguan Constitution, hundreds of prominent authorities on U.S. constitutional law, human rights, and Nicaraguan affairs organized into workshops on 11 principal themes, meeting for 3 days to examine and criticize that document. When all of the comments and suggestions from the national and international consultations were gathered, the original document underwent extensive rewriting and, in January 1987, the final version was formally promulgated. Though it drew heavily on the legal traditions of Western Europe and the United States, the new basic law was also very Nica in that it was clearly in tune with the social, cultural, and economic characteristics of Nicaragua. For instance, though most Sandinistas had wanted a purely secular document, the constitution that was finally produced bowed to the 132. 133. Voter education posters produced by the Supreme Electoral Council. The very similar steps for casting a secret ballot are depicted in posters from the 1984 and the 1990 electoral periods. A third poster urges voters during the 1990 campaign to respect the opinions of others. Nicaragua, it states, is a country of high ethical and moral values. In the present electoral campaign we should be an example of civic rectitude and respect the country's laws. 134 A revolution at war. Deep religiosity of the Nicaraguan people by including reference in the preamble to God in full capital letters. Like the U.S. Constitution, that of Nicaragua formalized the system of separation of powers and checks and balances between legislative, executive, and judicial branches, which had been emerging during the government of national reconstruction. But reflecting its Latin setting, the Nicaraguan Constitution also formalized a fourth co-equal governmental body found in many of the region's constitutions, the electoral branch. The Supreme Electoral Council was to have full authority and autonomy in all matters related to the conduct of free periodic elections. According to the 1987 Constitution, general elections were to take place every 6 years. Since the first had occurred in 1984, the next would come in 1990. Accordingly, the National Assembly now found itself faced with the task of writing new party and electoral laws that would make possible the implementation of that election. By late 1988, the required legislation had been produced and passed. Not unlike the laws that governed the 1984 election, the 1988 parties and electoral laws were among the fairest and most progressive in Latin America. Nevertheless, Washington and a segment of the Nicaraguan opposition maintained, as they had in 1984, that these laws were a blueprint for totalitarianism. Accordingly, anxious to convince the U.S. Congress to end all aid to the Contras and to ensure that all significant elements of the opposition participate in the 1990 election, the Nicaraguan government agreed to modify the election law in 1989. Among other things, these changes allowed for even more free and uncensored TV and radio time for opposition programming and the foreign financing of participating candidates, parties, and coalitions. Finally, in early August, after a marathon, nationally televised bargaining session, all of the opposition parties agreed not only to participate in the election but also to call for a demobilization of the Contras. The Contras were not disbanded. Indeed, as noted earlier, their presence in Nicaragua was increased during the campaign period. Even so, the election went ahead. The registration of voters was accomplished on 4 consecutive Sundays in October, and the campaign leading to the election of February 25, 1990, took place in the ensuing months. This time Washington would be satisfied with the results and, hence, the process itself. Decline, 1985 to 1990 135. The economy. Whatever the economic successes of the first 4 years, they were not to last. The heavy impact of the U.S. destabilization campaign fell painfully on the country during the rest of the Sandinista period, causing direct and indirect damage of over $9 billion to an export-oriented economy that in the best of years exported only a little more than $700 million. The U.S. campaign against Nicaragua achieved dramatic results. 34. The economy, which had grown in the first 4 years of the revolution, was one of the few countries in Latin America that actually registered growth in GDP per capita during those years. But gross domestic product per capita fell continuously from 1984 onward. Hemmed in by decreasing revenues on the one hand and skyrocketing military expenses and war-related social costs on the other, the revolutionary government chose to fill the gap by printing ever-increasing volumes of paper money. This, in turn, triggered high rates of inflation, cresting at an annual inflation rate of 33,602% by 1988, 35 according to a UN report. It is difficult for anyone who has not experienced this type of inflation to understand what it is like. Perhaps it would help to note that foreigners and those few Nicaraguans who could still afford to eat in a restaurant frequently paid the bill with bound bundles of the highest denomination paper Cordobas. Often, as long as the paper binding was still in place, the waiter would simply count the bundles rather than bother to look at the individual notes. People on fixed salaries, including upper-level government officials, often found what they earned on the job inadequate for the simple maintenance of their families. One high-ranking Sandinista co-author Walker New supplemented his salary by renting his car to foreign news teams and making and selling pizzas at night. The wife of a vice minister friend of co-author Walker sold dresses from their garage and rented their eldest son's room to visiting American scholars. For ordinary Nicaraguans, of course, the impact was strikingly more dramatic. Urban wages in 1988 had fallen, according to some statistics, to only 10% of 1980 levels. 36. Although urban salaries were often augmented by work in the informal sector and work and resources secured in the rural areas, ordinary Nicaraguans suffered terribly. It was not uncommon in those years for school teachers, for example, to quit their jobs upon realizing that more money could be made even by 136. A cartoon commentary on the attitude of the privileged classes. Decline, 1985 to 1990 137. Preparing and selling tamales on the street then by continuing to teach. Major intersections in Managua swarmed with desperate men, women, and children selling anything they thought passing motorists might buy. Begging, prostitution, and petty crime, which had declined during the first several years of the revolution, increased markedly from the mid-1980s onward. Only by imposing an extremely harsh austerity program, with massive layoffs and sharp cutbacks in social programs, was the government able to significantly reduce inflation in 1989 to 1,690%. 37 In doing so, however, it simply added to its political woes by appearing to be callously betraying the social objectives of the revolution. It is undeniable that the Sandinistas made some significant economic mistakes during their nearly 11 years in office. In the first place, pursuing their policy of maintaining a mixed economy, they made largely futile efforts throughout the period to convince large private landowners and businessmen to remain productive. Considerable government resources were expended in the form of loans, favorable foreign exchange rates, and so forth to try to win the cooperation of the sector. Even in 1988 to 1989, the government was still begging the moneyed private sector to join it in concertation, a cooperative, dialogue-driven approach to solving the woes of the economy. When all was said and done, most of the moneyed private sector, with a few notable exceptions such as that of the big rice growers, remained uncooperative, unproductive, and even downright subversive. Critics on the left argued that the resources spent in wooing the rich would have been better used to improve workers' salaries and to give more support and better prices to peasant producers. And there were other errors. The use of price controls to ensure more equitable distribution of basic staples distorted the market, hurt production, and helped augment shortages. Attempts to build large state agro-industrial projects as a device to generate foreign exchange consumed funds that might have had a more positive impact if spent on small-scale public and private productive activities. On top of all this, the Sandinistas were buffeted by structural problems and acts of God. Programs aimed at improving the lives of the rural poor in the early 1980s had the negative effect of accentuating the historical problem of labor shortages during the harvest season. As their lives became less precarious due to greater access to land and government social and extension programs, the rural poor became less inclined to accept the low. 138 A revolution at war. Wages and hard work involved in following the agro-export harvests. Though the revolutionaries were able to convince tens of thousands of committed urban folk to volunteer to take in the crops, some of what had been grown often went to waste for lack of pickers. 38 Finally, in September 1988, Nicaragua's efforts to bring hyperinflation under control were literally blown asunder by Hurricane Joan, which cut an east-west swath across the country, obliterating Atlantic coast cities, destroying valuable timber resources, chewing up infrastructure even in the west, and necessitating a massive burst of emergency government spending. As a result, 1988 price increases had reached an historical monthly peak of 98% in June, had fallen to 20% in August. Began an inexorable climb in September that climaxed with 126% in December. 39 It's also worth noting that socialist bloc assistance, which peaked in the mid-1980s, declined rapidly thereafter, as the new Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev became increasingly interested in improving relations with the United States. 40 By 1989, with the Contra War ostensibly over, the Soviet Union had ceased arms shipments to Nicaragua. But economic assistance had dropped off even earlier. In 1986, Soviet deliveries of oil to Nicaragua fell 40% short of the promised amount. Overall, socialist bloc assistance declined by over two-thirds that year and would continue to slump gradually thereafter. One economist later commented that the reduction in socialist bloc assistance may be the most important dimension underlying the crisis of 1987 and 1988. 41 Overall, however, the collapse of the Nicaraguan economy in the late 1980s was mainly the product of deliberate U.S. policy, though the Sandinistas had made their share of economic mistakes. The annual inflation rate had exploded by 1988, while real per capita income was sharply reduced. That year, and even more so in 1989, the government was forced to implement harsh austerity measures that, though they reduced inflation, threw thousands of government employees out of work and reduced spending on important social programs. Social policy. The U.S. sponsored surrogate war and associated forms of economic aggression impacted on social conditions in Nicaragua in a variety of ways. First, throughout the war, the Contras targeted social service infrastructure and personnel. Numerous rural schools, clinics, food storage facility. Decline, 1985 to 1990 139. TIEs, daycare centers, and basic development projects were destroyed. 40 to 130 teachers, 40 doctors and nurses, 152 technicians, and 41 other professionals were killed. 43. The dead also included 11 foreign social and developmental volunteers. Among them was Benjamin Linder, a U.S. citizen executed by the Contras in June 1987 after a Contra attack on a small hydroelectric project he was helping to develop in northern Nicaragua. This destruction and murder not only deprived rural people of the facilities and personnel who were directly affected but also discouraged other individuals from working in remote rural areas. In the second half of the decade, the war-related expenditures consumed over half of the national budget, thus inevitably depriving social programs of badly needed resources. Government-sponsored school construction came to a complete halt in the late 1980s. War-driven inflation turned public sector salaries into a cruel joke. As a result, many teachers, health workers, and others quit their government jobs when they found they could no longer support their families with what they were earning. Specific social programs were affected in specific ways. In the area of agrarian reform, although popular demand motivated the government to accelerate the distribution of land, the war severely limited its ability to supply credit, basic inputs, and extension services. Health services were strained to the breaking point by the large number of wounded needing immediate, often costly, curative attention. Urban housing programs were overwhelmed and incapacitated by hundreds of thousands of destitute war refugees who poured into the cities to seek safety and a better life. Similarly, the Nicaraguan Social Security and Welfare Institute found itself having to cope not only with its normal client load but with the large numbers of displaced persons, war orphans, war disabled, and other victims of the conflict. As part of the austerity program brought on by war-driven inflation, basic food distribution programs were ended in the late 1980s. Thus, as the decade drew to a close, the social programs of the revolution had been drastically damaged or, in some cases, completely eliminated. In Managua hospitals, women were giving birth to a bed with only a small piece of sheet under the birthing area of each. Children with limbs blown off by mines were screaming inconsolably for lack of sedatives. Illiteracy, disease, infant mortality, homelessness, and so forth were on the rise. 140. A revolution at war. Culture. Inevitably, the economic collapse of the late 1980s and the conservative restoration in the 1990s had a negative impact on the expression of Nicaraguan culture. The Sandinista austerity program of the late 1980s led to the abrupt closing of the Ministry of Culture in 1988 and the replacement of it and the ASTC with a new Institute of Culture in 1989. Many observers, including high-ranking Sandinistas, complained bitterly that these austerity moves represented a serious reversal of the process of democratization of culture that had flowered in the early to mid-1980s. 44. Austerity also diminished Nicaraguan cultural content on national television during the last several years of the Sandinista period. After the Sandinista defeat in 1990, the situation deteriorated even further. Murals were destroyed, museums were closed, literary works in some public libraries were burned, and state-run TV, now controlled by the new government, used more and more foreign programming. Groups and power in the late 1980s. The outcome of the 1990 elections was less a reflection of growth in the strength and organization of the opposition than it was a product of the decline of certain aspects of Sandinista strength and an attempt by an electorate to bring change. Although the FSLN leadership, even in the late 1980s, could rely on the state apparatus, a powerful military, a segment of the media, and the most powerful party organization in the country, it had gradually lost its ability to mobilize support from an increasingly desperate grassroots base. Various exigencies created by the war, combined with economic hard times, had impacted negatively on the grassroots movement that had been the base of the Sandinista revolution. Instead of being used primarily as devices to promote the sectoral interests they were supposed to be representing, the grassroots organizations were asked by the FSLN and the state to perform tasks important to the preservation of the revolution as a whole. Because some of these tasks were onerous, for instance, requests that neighborhood committees assist in the recruiting of draftees and that union leaders urge patience in the face of falling standards of living, or at the very least drained resources from the pursuit to meet more immediately felt needs, they tended to delegitimize the mass organizations. What is more, the increasingly desperate economic situation made it even more. Decline, 1985 to 1990, 141. Difficult for ordinary citizens to devote time to anything but the fulfillment of personal and family needs. All of this caused membership in grassroots organizations to decline gradually in 1985 and 1986, and then to plummet in 1987 and 1988. Some grassroots organizations such as the National Union of Farmers and Ranchers continued to maintain membership and generally to support the FSLN. But others, such as the Sandinista Defense Committees in urban neighborhoods and the National Women's Association, collapsed spectacularly as members became increasingly frustrated with the top-down tasking by an embattled party and state, or found themselves so pressed with making a living that they no longer had time for community activities. Attempts by the legendary FSLN Commandante Omar Cabezas in 1988 and 1989 to reform, depoliticize, and, hence, resuscitate the CDSs under a new label, the communal movement, were to little avail. Certain opposition-dominated institutions and groups, such as the Catholic Church hierarchy, the opposition daily La Prensa, the right-wing business organization COSEP, and Somoza-era labor unions, did act as irritants and instruments of counter-revolutionary propaganda throughout the late 1980s. Apparently financed heavily by the United States through the CIA and the National Endowment for Democracy, 45 each of these did what it could to undermine and discredit the revolutionary government. Church leaders such as Cardinal Miguel Abando y Bravo and Bishop Pablo Antonio Vega denounced the alleged persecution of religion by the Sandinistas, made seditious statements, and effectively lobbied for aid to the Contras. 46 In addition to publishing imaginative and often quite irresponsible allegations about the Sandinistas, 47 Violeta Chamorro's La Prensa studiously ignored the impact of U.S. economic and military aggression while consistently placing the blame for the country's economic woes squarely on the shoulders of the revolutionary government. Echoing these allegations, COSEP worked tirelessly to prevent concertation and obstruct economic recovery. And the opposition labor unions promoted strikes, which further aggravated a grave economic crisis. On occasion, the government struck back by expelling seditious or subversive priests, closing La Prensa for more than a year in 1986 to 1987, and harassing or temporarily arresting some COSEP and opposition union leaders. Under international law, much of this was acceptable for a country under a state of siege. But repressive reaction, however mild or 142 a revolution at war provoked, only tended to confirm Washington's portrayal of the Sandinistas as totalitarian. Even so, there was practically no growth in the organizational capacity or membership of the opposition parties during this period. In fact, badly fragmented in 1984, the opposition splintered even further during the late 1980s. Each of the major party tendencies, conservative, liberal, social Christian, and communist, split into a variety of warring splinter parties. By 1989, these had been joined by additional new parties such as the Caribbean Coast Indigenous Party Yadama and the Central American Unity Party to bring the total number of opposition micro-parties to more than 20. Few of these had an organizational infrastructure that reached much beyond the major cities of the country. In the end, the National Opposition Union, or UNO, coalition of 14 micro-parties hastily welded together and micromanaged by the United States in mid-1989 won the 1990 election not because of superior organizational capacity or the grassroots support of a vast party membership but rather because the Nicaraguan people apparently felt that voting for UNO was the only way to bring the U.S. military and economic aggression to an end. Contadora and the search for peace throughout Reagan's first term, both the U.S. and the Sandinista government claimed to be interested in a negotiated settlement. But the sincerity of these claims appears to have been rather one-sided. In the diplomatic exchanges that occurred in the second half of 1981, Nicaragua had proposed the creation of a joint Honduran-Nicaraguan border patrol to prevent illegal movement in either direction across the border. Such an arrangement would have helped address U.S. worries over alleged Nicaraguan arms shipments across Honduran territory to the guerrillas in El Salvador, which was the original excuse for the Contra aid. The United States not only turned the proposal down but also pressured Honduras, which had initially shown interest in it, to do the same. In early 1982, after Reagan's December 1981 authorization of CIA-Contra activities against Nicaragua had been leaked to the U.S. press, France, Mexico, and segments of the U.S. Congress began demanding an alternative peaceful solution. Accordingly, in April the National Security Planning Group adopted a top-secret but subsequently leaked planning document in which the authors Contadora and the Search for Peace 143 stated, "We continue to have serious difficulties with U.S. public and congressional opinion, which jeopardize our ability to stay the course. International opinion, particularly in Europe and Mexico, continues to work against our policies." Later, under the category of policy implications, these planners declared that the administration should step up efforts to co-opt negotiations issue to avoid congressionally mandated negotiations, which would work against our interests. 48 From then on, the administration was careful to appear to be interested in negotiation. A roving ambassador, Richard Stone, was recruited and sent to Central America ostensibly to investigate the possibility of peace. As a conservative former senator from Florida and a former lobbyist for the military regime in Guatemala, Stone hardly seemed the appropriate choice for the job. Surprisingly, Stone took his formal mandate seriously. Nevertheless, in February 1984, after a long period of having been ignored and shunted aside in Reagan administration policy making towards Central America, he resigned and was replaced by an apparently more trustworthy hawk, Harry Schlotteman. Starting in June 1984, Schlotteman went through the motions of conducting bilateral peace negotiations with Nicaraguan Representative Victor Hugo Tinoco in Manzanillo, Mexico. Apparently designed largely to make Ronald Reagan's Central America policy appear reasonable during the 1984 campaign, these talks were abruptly and unilaterally terminated by the United States early in 1985. Meanwhile in 1983, Colombia, Mexico, Panama, and Venezuela began their own search for a peaceful settlement to Central America's conflicts, a search dubbed the Contadora process after the Panamanian island on which the diplomats from the four countries, henceforth known as the Contadora Group, had first met. In September 1983 the Contadora Group met with government representatives from Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua to produce a list of objectives for the regional peace process, which included the elimination of foreign military bases and military advisors, control and reduction of arms, and prohibiting the use of national territory to destabilize other states. 49 Both the United States and Nicaragua expressed interest in the process, but it was Nicaragua that, on October 15 of the same year, produced 4 draft peace treaties they claimed were based on the Contadora process. Hand-delivered to the State Department by Nicaraguan Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto, these proposals were rejected out of hand without discussion. The Contadora process, however, ground on, and by September 1984 the 4 Contadora countries, in 144 A revolution at war. Consultation with the United States and all Central American countries, had produced the Contadora Act, a comprehensive draft peace proposal. Again, the United States had been expressing support of the Contadora process, and officials from Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Costa Rica indicated their governments would be willing to sign the treaty. 50. However, after Nicaragua surprised the world by agreeing to sign unconditionally, the United States and its Central American allies did a complete reversal of position, saying that the act was incomplete and that Nicaragua could not be trusted. El Salvador, Honduras, and Costa Rica, the three Central American countries most closely tied to the United States, then produced a long list of objections to the very document they had originally helped shape. One bewildered State Department official, apparently somewhat out of the loop, commented candidly, "The whole point was to get the Nicaraguans to accept the Contadora proposals. Now they have, but we say we are not satisfied. I am not sure if I would blame the Nicaraguans if they were confused." 51. Discouraged, but not defeated, by these machinations, the Contadora group enlisted the backing of a Contadora support group, composed of Argentina, Brazil, Peru, and Uruguay. In 1986, the two groups, representing over 80% of Latin America's population, produced a second draft treaty that included many of the amendments proposed by U.S. allies in Central America when they rejected the 1984 Act. After arduous negotiations, Nicaragua agreed to accept the new document provided the United States, the major promoter of the Contras, would also sign. Washington refused, arguing in essence that it was not a party to the conflicts. In 1986, the Iran-Contra scandal broke. Reagan administration officials had been caught in a covert, illegal scheme to sell weapons to Iran, then engaged in a bloody war with Iraq in return for the release of U.S. hostages in Lebanon. The profits from those sales were to be diverted to the Contras in Nicaragua, for whom Congress had temporarily cut off aid following the passage of the Boland Amendment, which outlawed U.S. assistance to the Contras, in late 1982. 52. The scandal plunged U.S. Central American policy into disarray and seeded doubts among Washington's allies in Central America about U.S. ability to continue to fund the Contras. In this power vacuum, the U.S. client states in Central America began searching more earnestly for avenues for peace. Early in 1987, Costa Rican President Oscar Arias began working on a peace proposal based on the Second Contadora Draft Treaty. The 1990 elections 145. Not to be outmaneuvered, and anxious to renew aid to the Contras, Ronald Reagan enlisted Speaker of the House Jim Wright that August to co-sponsor a peace plan for Central America, one that, because it contained provisions that were clearly unacceptable to the Sandinistas, would undoubtedly have been rejected by Managua, thus providing the ideal pretext for bipartisan congressional support for renewed Contra aid. Given that the Wright-Reagan plan was announced just 2 days before they were to meet in Esquipulas, Guatemala, to discuss the Arias plan, the 5 Central American presidents worked with a new sense of urgency to amend, sign, and announce their procedure for the establishment of a strong and lasting peace in Central America. With provisions designed to promote national reconciliation, cessation of hostilities, democratization, free elections, cessation of assistance to irregular forces, the non-use of national territory for irregular forces attacking other states, and international and internal verification, the accord temporarily caught the Reagan administration off balance, won international acclaim, and earned Oscar Arias a Nobel Peace Prize. As it turned out, though they were supposed to apply to all 5 Central American countries, only Nicaragua made a serious effort to implement the accords. 53. Though the Contra War continued, the Sandinistas lifted the state of siege, reinstituted freedom of the press, eventually released all political prisoners, and proceeded to hold a free and open election in 1990. They even went beyond what was required in the accord by entering into formal face-to-face negotiations with the Contras in 1988. For its part, the United States sabotaged a 1988 effort by the Contra to come to terms with the Sandinistas and continued funding its surrogate army in spite of the fact that the International Verification and Follow-up Commission would note at one point, the definitive termination of such assistance is still an indispensable prerequisite for the success of peace efforts and the success of the procedure as a whole. 54. The 1990 elections. The war itself brought great suffering and therefore took a heavy political toll. According to internal government statistics that co-author Walker, 146 A Revolution at War, obtained from the outgoing government in January 1990, the death toll for the entire Contra War was 30,865. 55. This included 21,900 Contras and 8,965 individuals categorized by the government as our people, approximately 4,860 government troops and 4,105 others, mainly civilians. Calculating roughly that the population of Nicaragua, which grew from 2.5 million to 3.8 million in the period 1979 to 1989, averaged about 3.3 million during the war years. The over 30,000 dead represented 0.9% of the population. An equivalent loss for the United States would have been 2.25 million, or over 38 times the U.S. death toll in the entire Vietnam War. The war also produced 20,064 wounded, many of them so permanently disabled that they would be wards of the state for the rest of their lives. Thus by the 1990 elections, the Nicaraguan electorate was thoroughly tired of war. The economic, social, and human impact had been significant. Continued hostile U.S. rhetoric toward the Sandinistas and sharply escalated Contra activity in Nicaragua in the 4 months leading up to the 1990 elections convinced many Nicaraguans that the war, and hence the suffering, would not be terminated unless the Sandinistas lost on February 25. 56. Washington's awareness of its success in destabilizing Nicaragua in the second half of the 1980s would seem to explain why the U.S. attitude toward elections in Nicaragua changed from 1984 to 1989 to 1990. In 1984, prior to the major impact of the destabilization, it was clear that the Sandinistas would win a free election against any conceivable opposition. In fact, a U.S. Embassy representative conceded to the Latin American Studies Association observer team that he thought they would take 70% of the vote in such an election. He added, "Who else has ever brought so much to the Nicaraguan people in so short a period of time?" 57. And as an unnamed senior Reagan administration official commented to a New York Times reporter just prior to the election, if someone like Arturo Cruz were to run and lose, the Sandinistas could justifiably claim that the elections were legitimate, making it much harder for the United States to oppose the Nicaraguan government. 58. Thus the U.S. strategy in 1984 was to promote the opposition's abstention so that it would be possible to delegitimize the inevitable outcome. 5 years later, however, after Nicaragua had dropped to the unenviable status of being the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, and with the Nicaraguan people now desperately tired of war and deprivation, a U.S. The 1990 elections 147. Strategy of promoting a unified opposition electoral coalition made good sense. Thus, while repeatedly and disingenuously criticizing Nicaragua's election laws as stacked in the Sandinistas' favor, stressing every minor irregularity that took place, and expressing grave doubts that a free election was possible, Washington used millions of covert dollars and promised overt funding 59 to weld a united opposition out of 14 disparate micro-parties and to promote the electoral success of its candidates. Leaving nothing to chance, the United States, said one State Department official at the time, decided to micromanage the opposition. 60. And while accelerating the Contra War and repeatedly expressing hostility toward the Sandinistas, administration spokespersons from President George H.W. Bush on down made numerous statements not only endorsing UNO's presidential candidate, Dona Violeta Barrios de Chamorro, but indicating that the economic blockade and U.S. support for the Contras would end if she won. Actually, U.S. bureaucratic inertia prevented much of the nearly $8 million in overt U.S. funding from getting to Nicaragua before the election. The money that did get there began to arrive around the turn of the year, far too late to have much impact on the outcome. In addition, whereas the FSLN ran a glitzy modern campaign with tracking polls, targeted appeals, and huge rallies, UNO appeared to be handicapped by an inarticulate presidential candidate, open internal bickering, limited campaign outreach, and smaller rallies. As it turned out, however, the entire campaign period was essentially irrelevant. The voters of Nicaragua had a stark choice: vote for the FSLN, which, though it promised to defend national sovereignty and promote social justice, was apparently powerless to end the war and the economic blockade, or vote for UNO, which, though its candidates and leaders had a very questionable record on the issues of sovereignty and social justice, appeared almost certain to be able to end the military and economic aggression. Having watched their government for most of a decade attempt valiantly, but unsuccessfully, to achieve peace while preserving sovereignty, a majority of Nicaraguan voters opted for peace by other means. The UNO victory was clear-cut. Chamorro won about 55% of the valid presidential votes compared to Daniel Ortega's 41%. Of the 92 seats in the National Assembly, UNO captured 51, the FSLN won 39, and two independent parties, the Social Christian Party and the United Revolutionary Movement, took one apiece. 148. A revolution at war. Burnt by the experience of having had the Reagan administration and the U.S. press dismiss the 1984 election as a farce, the Sandinistas had made sure that the 1990 election would be even more heavily observed. As it turned out, their second election was one of the most intensely observed in history. 61. The United Nations, which had never before observed an election in the Western Hemisphere, and a Carter Center/Organization of American States team both employed a scientific technique for the stratified sampling of local vote counts that enabled them to project the outcome to within 1% of the final count less than 3 hours after the polls closed. By 9:30 p.m., Ortega and Chamorro were given these projections. The Reagan and first Bush administrations had consistently defied world public opinion and the concerted effort of most Latin American countries to achieve peace, and their tenacious policy of low-intensity conflict against Nicaragua had paid off. Though it was clear to many impartial observers that the Nicaraguan people had voted, as the Sandinistas would repeatedly argue, with a gun held to their heads, 62. Daniel Ortega delivered a moving and dignified concession speech early the following morning. Later that day, he went to Chamorro's house, embraced and congratulated her, and promised to support her in her new role. Significantly, there were almost no celebrations by UNO voters and activists. Though Nicaraguans normally mark anything worth celebrating with the chatter of firecrackers and the boom of rockets, Managua was strangely silent in the aftermath of the UNO triumph. After some bargaining over the nature of the transition, Violeta Barrios de Chamorro was inaugurated on schedule on April 25, 1990. The Conservative Restoration. In the 2 decades following the 1990 electoral defeat of the Sandinistas, many if not most of the much-acclaimed logro of the revolution, both social and institutional, would be reversed, some slowly, some almost immediately. Strikingly insensitive to the welfare of the poor majority, the 3 conservative governments in power until 2007 worked from the start to implement policies that undermined the social gains the poor majority had enjoyed since 1979 in healthcare, education, housing, land tenure, and so on. Beginning in 1997, the 2 dominant rival caudilos of the period, Arnaldo Alemán and Daniel Ortega, would make a series of self-serving pacts that would subvert and corrupt the very rule of law and institutions of democracy so carefully created in the 1980s under governments in which Ortega, ironically, had played a central role. The Chamorro years, 1990 to 1997. The Chamorro years are difficult to evaluate. On the one hand, the new administration was truly reactionary in social and economic matters, and the poor majority suffered noticeably. On the other hand, Violeta Chamorro's administration succeeded in taming inflation and, after several years, achieving modest economic growth. What is most laudable, however, is that President Chamorro was a peacemaker who believed that binding up the political wounds of the Nicaraguan family was essential for both successful governance in the short run and democratic consolidation in the future. Economic policy. It would be unfair to say that the Chamorro administration introduced economic neoliberalism to Nicaragua. In fact, the Sandinistas had implemented harsh economic stabilization measures in the late 1980s in response to the hyperinflation caused mainly by spending on the Contra War. However, the new administration embraced neoliberalism with enthusiasm and intensified its implementation. Government properties were privatized, government expenditures were cut, budgets were balanced, and tariff barriers were lowered. Though these policies curbed inflation and eventually resulted in slight economic growth, they inevitably pummeled the poor majority. The downsizing of government, the cutbacks in social services, the privatization of state enterprises, and the credit emphasis on agro-export rather than peasant production of domestic foodstuffs combined to exacerbate the misery of ordinary Nicaraguans. Unemployment, underemployment, drug addiction, crime rates, homelessness, and domestic violence all soared. Further aggravating the grim picture, the demobilization of the Contras and the bulk of the national armed forces threw tens of thousands of young men with little training or experience in anything except violence into the streets. Though the Chamorro administration promised ex-combatants land and resettlement benefits in the peace agreements of 1990, it ultimately fell far short of fully meeting these commitments. Sporadically throughout the 1990s, rearmed Contras, ex-Sandinista military and mixed units of both engaged in the Chamorro years, 1990 to 1997 157. Renewed guerrilla activity or banditry in rural areas. 3. Though organized armed conflict declined after the mid-1990s, such cases continued even into the late 1990s. 4. Politics and government. Given that in its two recent wars, the War of Liberation and the Contra War, Nicaragua had lost almost 3% of its population, it is not surprising that the period of the Chamorro administration was marked by intense political invective and conflict that sometimes turned violent. Indeed, what is really surprising is that this period also saw considerable progress toward national reconciliation and democratic consolidation, and that there were almost no assassinations of high-level political actors. Grassroots organizations representing the poor majority of Nicaraguans played a significant role in the politics of this period. The Rural Workers Association, the National Union of Farmers and Ranchers, and mixed Contra/Compa groups of ex-combatants were involved in the negotiations regarding the privatization of state farms, successfully insisting that some of the land be deeded to former workers and ex-combatants. The National Workers' Front did the same in the privatization of urban state-owned properties. At other times, when the government was unresponsive, these and other groups staged marches, demonstrations, and strikes to force government respect for the interests of ordinary people. Meanwhile, the Chamorro administration steadfastly eschewed pressure from the United States and right-wing members of UNO to engage in a vengeful desandinization program. Odd as it may sound, the Nicaraguan security forces, military and police, were among the most respected public institutions in post-1990 Nicaragua. Much of this was owed to the professionalization of those institutions, which differed greatly from other security institutions throughout Latin America. Throughout the hemisphere, hundreds of thousands of civilians had been arrested and murdered or disappeared by U.S. trained military and police establishments in an effort to silence opposition to anti-communist dictatorships. 5. There was considerable hard bargaining over what had been called the Sandinista Army and Sandinista Police. Although the word Sandinista was dropped from both titles and the size of the army was drastically reduced, the administration 158. The conservative restoration wisely allowed Sandinista General Humberto Ortega to remain at the head of the military. Assured in this way that there would not be an anti-Sandinista bloodbath, the FSLN accepted the demobilization of the army from more than 80,000 to less than 15,000 troops. In addition, the Chamorro government, the FSLN leadership, and a wide spectrum of politicians engaged in frequent bargaining, negotiating, and pact-making. This ultimately resulted in a majority consensus in the National Assembly, which made possible the promulgation of a new military code, increasing civilian control over the military, some revisions of the 1987 Constitution, including prohibiting re-election of the President and curbing the powers of that office, and the passage of Property Stability Law 209, which created a framework for dealing with property disputes arising out of the revolutionary period. Clean elections for the second autonomous government on the Atlantic coast in 1994 also seemed to bode well for a successful consolidation of democracy. Chamorro's concern for promoting a smooth transition meant that there was little interest in pursuing transitional justice for rights violations committed during the war. There was little elite support for it, either by the Sandinistas, Chamorro, or former Contras. Moreover, the absence of a victims' movement demanding justice for crimes committed under the Somozas or during the Contra War contributed to what both man describes as Chamorro's policy of national reconciliation based on amnesty and oblivion. 6. In fact, the 5 amnesties passed by the Sandinista government, which included Contra activity, crimes committed by the National Guard, and indigenous groups accused of crimes, would have complicated most efforts at accountability. 7. But many in the UNO coalition that had brought Violeta Chamorro to power in 1990 were alienated by her attempts at pact-making, especially her gestures of reconciliation toward the Sandinistas. Many of their leaders had won positions as mayors in Nicaragua's largest cities. Nurtured by USAID funds destined exclusively for municipalities that had voted the Sandinistas out, these individuals engaged in public works and neopopulist politics that won them wide popular support. Under their leadership, the old Liberal Party, the majority party of Nicaragua until it became corrupted by the Somozas, was resuscitated as various splinter liberal parties were fused under the banner of the Liberal Alliance. The Liberals did well in the Caribbean coast elections of 1994, and they would win the national elections of 1996. The Chamorro years, 1990 to 1997, 159. Social policy. Attacks on social programs began almost immediately after the Sandinistas left office in April 1990. Not long after Chamorro's inauguration, the many church and other international non-governmental organizations that had been promoting social development in Nicaragua throughout the 1980s found that the new government was placing a high import tax on much of the material that they were bringing into the country to use in their programs. Under Nicaraguan law, non-profit organizations are exempt from this type of tax. Accordingly, those affected viewed the new taxes as an illegal and a blatantly political effort to stop international support for health, education, and other social projects associated in some minds with Sandinismo. 8. Chamorro government behavior in the area of agrarian reform was also alarming to many. Although it had repeatedly promised to respect the changes accomplished under the Sandinista agrarian reform, the new government appeared in practice to be intent on doing just the opposite. State farms were deliberately undercapitalized, and efforts were made to return these consequently underutilized properties to their former owners. The UNO government looked the other way as UNO/Contra thugs attacked and seized peasant cooperatives. Even peasant recipients of individual plots of land under the Sandinistas found themselves threatened. The revolutionary government had given tens of thousands of peasants land use titles, which were written in such a way as to guard against the reconcentration of rural property by stipulating that although the plots could be used by the peasants and passed on to their heirs, they could not be sold. The new government, however, favored real titles, which, by allowing sale, would once again leave the rural poor vulnerable to pressure by big holders. Finally, new policies allowing bank foreclosures in the event of default on farm loans were particularly threatening to both cooperatives and individual peasants. Chamorro administration behavior in the field of education also gave little comfort to progressives. The new minister and vice minister of education were Sofania Cisneros and Humberto Belli, ultra-conservatives whose appointments had been arranged by the openly counter-revolutionary Cardinal Miguel Obando y Bravo. Cisneros had been a member of the Catholic hierarchy's Education Committee. With the alleged financial backing of the CIA, Belli had created the U.S.-based Puebla Institute during the early 160s, the Conservative Restoration 1980s, and had published a series of slanted and alarmist books, articles, and op-ed pieces portraying the Sandinistas as demonic persecutors of religion. Claiming to be advocates of a scientific perspective and Christian values, Cisneros and Belli moved quickly to desandinize education in Nicaragua. In August 1990, 4 months after the Sandinistas left office, the second and third grade elementary text Carlitos, with its emphasis on pride in Nicaraguan history and patriots, was replaced by a generic blue and white reader that had been purchased and imported with USAID funds and featured drawings of blue-eyed children, references to Santa Claus, and sentences about riding a bicycle to market. 10. Furthermore, all new teachers hired were members of the Pro Uno Nicaraguan Teachers Union Federation. By October 1990, 370 teachers and principals had been fired or transferred for what appeared to be political reasons. 11. The Chamorro government frequently bragged that it was spending a higher percentage of the national budget on health and education than had the Sandinistas. This was true since, unlike the besieged Sandinistas, it was no longer having to spend much on defense. But what this boast hid was that as the overall budget was cut to conform to international demands, real amounts being allocated to those areas soon shrank to well below the real expenditures of the Sandinista era. The 1996 election. As an official observer at the 1984 and 1990 elections, co-author Walker found the character of the 1996 election, which he also observed, to be a disappointment. In the politically polarized atmosphere of Nicaragua at the time, the right wing insisted on a series of last-minute changes in the electoral law and in the personnel of the Supreme Electoral Council. The procedural modifications were hard to operationalize on such short notice, and the personnel changes introduced many people into the system who were inexperienced or lacking in commitment to democracy. Each step of the election was flawed by anomalies from registration and campaigning to election day voting and post-election vote counting. The worst problems occurred in the counting of the vote after the polls had closed. There were so many irregularities that the Supreme Electoral Council did not announce official results for more than a month after the election. Such confusion reigned in some places that the entire tallies of hundreds of voting stations were ultimately thrown out. Perhaps signify the Alemán administration 161. Cantly, the bulk of them occurred in Managua, Jinotega, and Matagalpa, the three departments whose electoral councils were under newly appointed liberal presidents. Against this background, the Liberal Alliance, which included the Constitutionalist Liberal Party, was triumphant. Its presidential candidate, the PLC Arnaldo Alemán, beat perennial FSLN candidate Daniel Ortega by winning 51% of the vote. Only 37.7% of the vote went to Ortega. In the National Assembly, the Liberals took 42 seats, the FSLN took 36, and 15 seats were divided among 9 minor parties. Both Ortega and the presidential candidate who placed third denounced the Liberal victory as illegitimate. 12. Ironically, the Liberal victory of 1996 was also facilitated by the behavior of some leaders of the FSLN in the 1990s. These people had weakened the party's image by engaging in illegal but unseemly property grab during their lame duck months early in 1990 and by clinging to the party leadership when challenged in 1994. The break-off of the renovating Sandinista movement into a separate party in 1995 took most of the professional and intellectual leaders out of the FSLN just as the united and well-financed liberals were gearing up for the 1996 election. The Alemán administration, the 50-year-old lawyer-slash-farmer who was inaugurated as president in January 1997, had been a liberal since the days of the Somozas. Though he had developed a burning hatred for the Sandinistas, he was widely rumored to have made a financial killing during the revolution by purchasing heavily subsidized veterinary medicines in Nicaragua and smuggling them into neighboring countries for sale at much higher market prices. 13. Elected to the Managua City Council in 1990, he then engaged in complicated deal-making, some of it quite deceitful, to get himself appointed mayor by his peers. In that position he governed as a neopopulist. Using USAID funds to carry out highly visible public works for which he took full credit, he employed the politically faithful, mixed with and proclaimed his concern for the poor, and identified the Sandinistas as the cause of most of the country's problems. With financial and moral support from the Cuban and Nicaraguan exile communities in Miami, he and other liberal mayors worked to create the Liberal Alliance out of various liberal micro-parties that had survived the fall of Somoza. 162 The Conservative Restoration. Politics and Government. The Alemán administration was a disappointment for anyone concerned with democratic consolidation in Nicaragua. It was marked by extreme polarization, confrontation, administrative incompetence, and unprecedented corruption. In many ways, Arnaldo Alemán was a quintessential neopopulist, a category of leader that had emerged in various parts of Latin America by the end of the 20th century. 14 Like the populists of earlier decades, the neopopulists used personal charisma and dramatic rhetoric to appeal almost as secular messiahs to large blocks of socially and economically marginalized and stressed citizens. Characteristically, they championed the weak and vulnerable, the people, as against the evil and repugnant other, often, though not always, the privileged classes. 15 However, unlike the old populists who promoted labor unions and other organs of civil society, neopopulists appealed directly to the politically unorganized sectors of society. Indeed, such leaders actually feared and disliked organized civil society, be it in the form of grassroots civic organizations or non-governmental organizations, national and international, that provided assistance to such organizations. And finally, unlike the old populists with their schemes for government intervention in the economy, the neopopulists, though usually elected on platforms criticizing neoliberal economics, often eventually adopted neoliberalism and, indeed, found that in the short run, at least, implementing structural reforms was popular with their marginalized supporters. 16 By the 1990s, Nicaragua was ripe for the emergence of neopopulism. The U.S. orchestrated Contra War and its related programs of economic strangulation had ruined the economy and created an ever-growing segment of impoverished people, unemployed workers, demobilized combatants, and informal sector vendors. Most of these people were not members of organized civil society. In addition, massive U.S. generated anti-Sandinista propaganda promoted in the 1980s through the local and international media, by the Catholic Church hierarchy, and by opposition parties, together with the inability of the Sandinistas to bring peace and solve the country's economic problems, had demonized the Sandinistas. The Alemán administration 163. In the eyes of many. Thus, neopopulism in Nicaragua had both an accessible base of stressed and angry but unorganized people to which to appeal, and a ready-made repugnant other to serve as a target in mobilizing that anger. Furthermore, as noted earlier, the neopopulists were bolstered by USAID programs in the early 1990s and by popular reaction to Sandinista excesses, starting with the Piñata in 1990 and continuing throughout the decade as a tiny group of old revolutionaries clung stubbornly to the reins of party power. Thus, Alemán rose to power and initially attempted to rule as a neopopulist. Harboring an intense hatred of the Sandinistas and not having played a central role in the bargaining and consensus building that went into the National Assembly's rewriting of the rules of the game in the mid-1990s, Alemán and his liberal plurality in the legislature immediately called into question the legitimacy of the 1994 Military Code, the 1995 amendments to the 1987 Constitution, and the 1996 Property Stability Law 209. In addition, seeing the Sandinistas as irredeemably evil, they maneuvered to deprive them of the full number of seats on the executive body of the National Assembly to which they appeared entitled. These moves resulted in months of chaos. There were general strikes and demonstrations led by the National Union of Farmers and Ranchers and joined by urban workers to protect the properties that had changed hands in the 1980s. In addition, there were raucous and hate-filled invective, renewed armed insurgency, FSLN boycotts of the National Assembly, constitutional challenges, sporadic attempts at public dialogue, and behind-scenes bargaining between the leaders of the two major political forces. On the positive side, grassroots organizations representing peasants and urban workers were again active in defending their interests, especially as they related to the property issue. Eventually, pressure both international and domestic for a compromise solution became irresistible, and Alemán was forced to adopt a new strategy that would add behind-the-scenes deals with his Sandinista enemies to his neopopulist public posture. In the fall of 1997, Private negotiations between legal teams representing the FSLN and the government culminated in an agreement on the thorniest issue of the 1990s, that of property seized and distributed during Sandinista revolution. In November, after only 4 hours of debate, 73 of the 93 members of the National Assembly voted to approve the law of urban and rural. 164 The conservative restoration. Reformed property, which aimed to resolve property claims and facilitate the titling of land. 17 For a while it appeared that with the settlement of the property issue a new normalcy was beginning to emerge in Nicaragua. Soon, however, the leaders of the two major parties each suffered personal scandals. Alemán was engulfed in escalating charges of corruption. First came the narco-jet scandal, in which traces of cocaine were found in a rented jet that had been serving as the presidential plane since December 1997. Then, in February 1999, Controller General Agustin Yarkin announced the results of an investigation of the president's personal assets, which showed that Alemán's personal fortune had grown by 900% from 1990 to 1996. Though Alemán eventually resorted to jailing Yarkin for a number of months, the scandal would not go away. Ortega, too, was besieged by scandal. In 1998, he suddenly found himself accused by his 30-year-old stepdaughter of having sexually abused her over a period of nearly 20 years. Although both Ortega and Alemán would survive the scandals and retain control of their respective political movements, their behavior hurt their parties and dramatically eroded their popularity. In April 1999, nearly half of those questioned in an Envio survey saw the Alemán administration as the most corrupt government in Nicaragua's history. 18 And a SID Gallup poll of public opinion found that fully 77% of Nicaraguans had doubts about their president's honesty. 19 In the latter poll, public support for the two major parties FSLN and Liberal had dropped to 20% each. 20 On top of this, support for Alemán and the Liberals was also diminished by their poor handling of the disaster visited on Nicaragua by Hurricane Mitch in October 1998. More than 2,400 people were killed, and nearly one-fifth of Nicaragua's population was left homeless. Economic damage totaled more than $1.5 billion. 21 Working with a civil service stripped to the bone by a decade of neoliberal downsizing and further debilitated by corruption, cronyism, and incompetence, the Alemán administration was painfully slow in helping those hurt by the disaster. Furthermore, as a neopopulist, Alemán tried to channel Nicaraguan public relief aid through local governments where liberals were in power or through Liberal Party organizations where they were not. He even attempted at first to deflect the flow of international assistance away from non-governmental organizations, which the Alemán administration 165 could not control. 22 These machinations, and Alemán's idea of taxing such relief, met with such strong international disapproval that the government eventually had to back down. The increasingly weak positions of both Alemán and Ortega would lead in turn to a strange series of pacts between the two archenemies. 23 Whereas the agreement on the 1997 property law could be seen as serving a national good, it would be hard to defend subsequent deals between the two caudillos in such terms. While publicly attacking each other in the most visceral terms, Alemán and Ortega now made deals that simply served their own or their party's narrow interests. Late in 1999, the two crafted a pact that the FSLN/PLC majority in the Assembly quickly converted into law the following year. Among other things, it packed the Supreme Court, the Office of the Controller General, and the Supreme Electoral Council with FSLN and PLC partisans. As a result, Alemán was relieved of scrutiny by the Controller General, and both caudillos were free for the time being. The Siamese twins. Ortega to Alemán, after using the 1999 pact to devastate the country's democratic institutions, wait, fatty, we've left something standing. The pillar left standing is identified as the independent press. 166 The conservative restoration. At least of the threat of successful prosecution under the judicial system. Furthermore, the electoral laws were revised to effectively exclude any meaningful challenges from third parties. By the turn of the century, Nicaragua appeared to be at a critical political juncture. Once dramatically dissimilar, the liberals and what was left of the FSLN had become much more alike. Since the days of Somoza, the liberal movement had long been essentially a vehicle for personal aggrandizement and ambition. Now in the late 1990s, a tiny remnant of the original FSLN controlled a party that had seen the defection of most of its middle and upper-level cadre and a near-complete dissolution of its once strong relationship with the various organs of civil society created in the 1970s and 1980s. Social policy. In its social policy, the administration of Ronaldo Alemán was simply more of the same. Driven by the United States and the international lending agencies to conform to IMF-prescribed structural reforms, this administration continued cutting public expenditures especially in the social area. At the same time, Alemán squandered some resources otherwise available for real expenditures on social programs by dramatically increasing the salaries of political cronies whom he placed in top administrative positions. Finally, the gross corruption of the Alemán administration depleted funds that might otherwise have been used to help the impoverished majority. 24 The degree to which Nicaragua's social service infrastructure had been allowed to decay in the 1990s was dramatically illustrated in the wake of Hurricane Mitch, which struck Central America late in 1998, leaving 2,400 Nicaraguans dead and another 700,000 displaced. In stark contrast to the effectiveness and efficiency with which the Sandinista government had dealt with a similar disaster, Hurricane Joan, a decade earlier, Alemán's decrepit social service infrastructure was simply overwhelmed in 1998. Most of the relief effort was furnished by international and domestic non-governmental organizations. By the end of his administration, the Alemán government had acquired such an unsavory reputation for its handling of public funds and international aid that many donor governments had resorted to the unusual practice of channeling humanitarian assistance through non-governmental. The 2001 elections 167 organizations rather than the government itself. By 2001, even the United States, which normally has a rather strong stomach when it comes to the peccadillos of ideologically friendly regimes, was beginning to follow this practice with its food aid program. 25. The 2001 elections. It was against this background that national elections were held in 2001. As had been the case in 1996, what transpired was not entirely uplifting. In 2000, the now partisan Supreme Electoral Council, working under new electoral laws, arbitrarily rejected attempts by all third parties except the relatively weak Conservative Party to qualify for the elections. The latter reportedly had been saved under pressure from the U.S. Embassy, which initially was apparently worried that the PLC was too discredited to defeat the FSLN. The most notable characteristic of the 2001 campaign period was the degree to which it was subjected to manipulation by the U.S. government. For instance, as the official campaign heated up that spring with perennial FSLN presidential candidate Daniel Ortega showing a 7-point lead in the polls, the United States reportedly reversed course and pressured the conservative presidential candidate to withdraw so as not to split the anti-Sandinista vote. 26 Then, as the gap narrowed between Ortega and his liberal opponent, 73-year-old businessman Enrique Bolaños Guyer, U.S. officials, from Secretary of State Colin Powell on down, made a series of anti-Sandinista statements. After the attacks of September 11, 2001, Washington even tried to connect Ortega with world terrorism, and one U.S. official publicly predicted a vicious response should an Ortega government be found to have links to terrorism. 27 As in 1996, the Catholic Church hierarchy also aligned itself against the FSLN. Ortega attempted to present himself as a new man, able to coexist with practically anyone. His campaign organization at one point even tried unsuccessfully to win the endorsement of former archenemy Anastasio Somoza Portocarrero, the son of the deposed dictator. 28 But the opposition of the United States, vocally joined by the Catholic hierarchy, was overwhelming. On November 4, the Nicaraguan electorate, well aware of the pain the United States could inflict on independent countries within its sphere of influence, gave Bolaños a 14-point victory over Ortega. The Conservative Party, which had hastily fielded a new presidential slate, won only 168. The Conservative Restoration, 1.4% of the ballots, far short of what was needed to qualify to run in the next election. Former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, in Managua as the head of his center's electoral observer team, was remarkably frank in his condemnation of the heavy-handed U.S. role. "I personally disapprove of statements or actions by any country that might tend to influence the vote of people in another sovereign nation." 29. The Bolaños administration, the country over which Bolaños was to preside, was awash in problems. The economy was nearly prostrate, and the human condition of most Nicaraguans desperate. Furthermore, the structural adjustments and neoliberal economic policies begun in the late 1980s and accelerated under IMF and US pressure in the 1990s had so shrunk the state that it was now utterly incapable of dealing with the dire human condition of the impoverished majority. Finally, though international non-governmental organizations and some elements of grassroots civil society were still trying to address the country's social problems, neither of the two political parties left standing in 2002 had the integrity to articulate and organize an effective response to the national crisis. Alemán's Liberal Party was as morally bankrupt as when it served the Somozas. And the FSLN, once a vehicle for change, was now a discredited instrument of personal ambition. The new president, a businessman with strong anti-Sandinista credentials, had served quietly as vice president to Arnaldo Alemán. Though the PLC's presidential candidate, Bolaños apparently had not even been consulted when Alemán selected the PLC candidates for the assembly. Now the PLC would have a working majority in the National Assembly, a bloc strong enough to modify the constitution. Alemán, a member of the Assembly for life by virtue of his status as ex-president, had set himself up to dominate his country's politics as the central figure in that body. The Somoza-like Caudillo clearly envisioned Bolaños as a figurehead who would formally occupy the office of the presidency until he, Alemán, could return to it after the next election. However, there was more to Bolaños than Alemán had envisioned. Having a reputation for honesty and having campaigned on an anti-corruption platform, the conservative entrepreneur seemed determined not simply to be a stand-in for Alemán. If he were to be a real president, he would have the Bolaños administration 169 to confront and defeat Alemán. Thus, after first attacking lower-level corruption during the Alemán administration, he eventually went after Alemán himself. In August 2002, he and acting Attorney General Francisco Fiallos accused Alemán, his family members, and close allies of misdirecting $100 million in public funds to bank accounts they controlled in Panama. Arnaldo, the new president, said, "I never dreamed you would betray your people like this. You took the pensions from the retirees, medicine from the sick, salaries from the teachers. You stole the people's trust." 30. Those statements were a dramatic effort to convince the National Assembly to strip Alemán of his legislative immunity, which it did in 2002, thanks to a fleeting alliance between the FSLN and a handful of Bolaños's loyal legislators. However, although Alemán was sentenced to a 20-year jail term in 2004, it was soon apparent that the ongoing Ortega-Alemán pact process would give Alemán a large measure of freedom. Indeed, he served most of his time under house arrest, and his conviction was completely overturned in January 2009 by the politicized Supreme Court. Meanwhile, Bolaños's anti-corruption campaign, particularly his crusade against Alemán, served largely to isolate him within the PLC and the larger political arena. In 2004, Bolaños left the PLC and created the Alliance for the Republic. This split within the right helped the FSLN in the 2004 municipal elections, in which it won 84 municipalities, including Managua, the majority of them in coalition with other parties. With a divided party and growing FSLN power, Bolaños soon found himself increasingly outmaneuvered. Through the Ortega-Alemán Pact, the FSLN and the PLC worked to oust Bolaños. In October 2004, the BATN thoroughly politicized Controller's Office, citing the president's failure to disclose the source of campaign funds in the 2001 election, called for his impeachment. While Ortega did announce the following month that the FSLN would not support impeachment, the legislature passed constitutional reforms clearly designed to limit presidential authority. These included requiring legislative approval in appointing government ministers and diplomats, giving the legislature the power to dismiss cabinet members and to override a presidential veto, and creating several new administrative bodies. 31 Bolaños attempted to use state institutions to stop the reforms, but to no avail. All were controlled by the FSLN and PLC. In turn, the two parties even refused to pass laws Bolaños introduced that were required for the disbursement of IMF loans. At one point, Ortega even 170 the conservative restoration proposed holding early presidential elections to remove Bolaños from office. 32 This resulted in a prolonged constitutional crisis that became a matter of international interest, ultimately mediated by the Organization of American States. 33 In October 2005, Bolaños and Ortega agreed that the new laws, the framework law, would not be implemented until after the 2006 elections and that the FSLN would stop blocking laws required for the country's IMF agreement and the ratification of the Central American Free Trade Agreement. Post-Sandinista reality. The three conservative administrations that followed the Sandinistas oversaw a considerable reversal of Sandinista social policy and programs. In part, these programs had already been partially reversed by the impact of the Contra War on social service infrastructure and by the emergency austerity program implemented by the Sandinistas themselves to combat inflation. But the reversal was also the inevitable byproduct of the Chamorro, Alemán, and Bolaños administration's almost religious devotion to neoliberal economic principles as advocated by the United States and enforced by the International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and Inter-American Development Bank. However, it is also fair to say that the reversal of Sandinista social gains also reflected a true insensitivity on the part of the newly re-empowered traditional elites to the suffering of the impoverished majority. The elite attitude was starkly exemplified in an anecdote told in June 1990 by Reynaldo Antonio Tifel, the former minister of the Nicaraguan Social Security and Welfare Institute and a lifelong champion of the poor. According to Tifel, shortly after the 1990 election he had invited the president-elect to send a transition team to the Nicaraguan Social Security and Welfare Institute to be briefed on its history, administration, and functions. While explaining the social welfare functions of his institute, Tifel noticed that one obviously aristocratic member of the Chamorro team was becoming increasingly bored and frustrated. Unable to contain herself any longer, she eventually broke in and observed with indignation, "It is a duplication of effort that the government would have these programs when, for such things, the Rotary Club and the Lions Club exist." 34. Post-Sandinista reality 171. By the first decade of the 21st century, it was clear that the human cost of the abandonment or reversal of Sandinista social policy had been tremendous. This fact was clearly demonstrated by changes in Nicaragua's relative status in the world as measured by the United Nations Development Programme's Human Development Index. The HDI is a composite index drawn from indicators of social as well as economic development. When the Sandinistas left power in 1990 in spite of the Contra War and an externally orchestrated effort at economic strangulation, Nicaragua had ranked 60th among the nations of the world. By 1997, when Violeta Chamorro left power, the country's ranking had dropped to 127th. By 2000, in spite of reasonably good growth in GDP, it was only up to 116th. While it improved slightly during Bolaños's term to 112th in 2003 and 110th in 2005, it dropped to 124th in 2007, further evidence that economic growth had been ineffective at promoting sustainable development or reducing poverty. 36 In 2006, more than 70% of the rural population had no access to potable water, and 7 in 10 working Nicaraguans could not afford the entire contents of the canasta básica, the price of a standard market basket of household consumer products. 37 Increasingly, however, Nicaragua's poor turned to other means to support themselves. The UNDP estimated that more than 800,000 Nicaraguans left the country between 1990 and 2005, and projections by some non-governmental organizations were higher. 38 Nicaraguan migration to Costa Rica and the United States increased significantly in the 1990s in response to structural adjustment policies. Remittances, money sent home from citizens abroad, totaled $250 million in 1996 and $600 million in 2000. 39 As in other countries in the region, Nicaragua's people were becoming its most lucrative export. Post-Sandinista governments also marked a clear step back for women's rights. The Chamorro government's official opposition to abortion and its termination of sex education on TV and the curtailment of it in the public schools meant that family planning would be more difficult. Therapeutic abortions, which had been legal since 1890, were halted in Managua's women's hospital. The use of artificial contraception was condemned by education officials. A total abortion ban was passed in 2006 with the votes of the FSLN, which supported the measure in exchange for the church's support in the 2006 presidential elections. While contraceptives remained widely available, most poor women did not have access to health centers or sex. 172 The conservative restoration. Education. As a result, Nicaragua had one of the region's highest teen pregnancy rates and the lowest average age of mothers. 40 in all. The country's population continued to rise in the post-Sandinista period, reaching about 6.1 million by 2015, more than twice the 1979 total of 2.5 million. Further, the deteriorating economic situation impacted most heavily on women. The last hired and first fired, they tended disproportionately to lose their jobs as overall unemployment grew. As a result, women increasingly looked for work elsewhere. This feminization of migration was particularly common among young, slightly more educated women, many of whom were single mothers. While most went to Costa Rica, those with resources also went to the United States and Spain. Evidence indicated that they sent home more money than their male counterparts. 41 All of this, however, tended to reactivate and give purpose to the previously declining AMLI. In addition, a number of other women's rights groups soon took to the field. Having experienced some advances and a degree of liberation during the Sandinista period, many women were now unwilling to lapse back into their highly exploited pre-revolutionary role. Finally, post-Sandinista governments apparently had learned little or nothing from Sandinista experience in dealing with the peoples of the Caribbean coast. Openly hostile to the concept of autonomy, Chamorro ignored the autonomy statute and instead moved quickly to appoint a government overseer for the region. In doing so, she generated widespread animosity among costeños, the majority of whom had voted for UNO that February. The Alemán and Bolaños administrations, elected with significant support on the coast, were no less paternalistic toward costeños than their predecessors. Still, some significant progress was made in land demarcation and titling, one of the most heated areas of contention between the communities and the central government. In a 2001 ruling by the Inter-American Court in the case Mayagna Aguas Tingni Community v. Nicaragua, the government was ordered to title the Aguas Tingni's land. In December 2002, the demarcation law regarding the properties of the indigenous peoples and ethnic communities of the Atlantic coast, Boquete, Coco, and Indio Mays rivers formally recognized indigenous ownership of the land. The surveying and demarcation process took much longer than the 15 months mandated by the court. In sum, despite the country's relatively smooth transition following the 1990 elections, there were disappointing reversals in social policy and development during the period of conservative restoration. There. Notes 173. Were also disconcerting developments on the political front, as exemplified by Aleman's corruption. But it was the pact negotiated by the country's two main political adversaries Aleman and Ortega that would have significant consequences for the country's political landscape for years to come. A revolution returns. Daniel Ortega's victory in the 2006 presidential elections and his inauguration in 2007 would bring a period of government and policy in some ways similar to and in others strikingly different from those of the conservative period. In contrast to the post-1990 period, there would be a dramatic return to governance in pursuit of the logic of the majority. Without the constraints of the Cold War and with funding from new friends, many social programs of the 1980s would be restored. Other new ones would be implemented. According to respected international opinion polls, economic performance and social policies caused Nicaraguans to give Daniel Ortega some of the highest approval ratings of any leader in the hemisphere. Nicaraguans also demonstrated high levels of support for democracy when compared to the rest of Latin America. Ironically, however, especially in light of these polls, Ortega would make shady deals with former opponents, pack the institutions of law, corrupt elections, and amass personal power more than any president during the conservative restoration. Those machinations resulted in criticisms both at home and abroad, but did little to thwart Ortega or undermine his popularity. Ortega's return to power by 2006, the Supreme Electoral Council had been thoroughly politicized by the country's two caudillos. And, since Aleman's conviction on corruption. 178 A revolution returns. Charges had given Ortega the upper hand in ongoing iterations of the pact. Ortega's interests would be reflected in the nature and behavior of that key entity. First, Roberto Rivas, widely seen as a favorite of Cardinal Miguel Obando y Bravo, or, as La Prensa put it, his protected one, was made president of the CSE. This and an Ortega decision to support the outlawing of therapeutic abortion, even when necessary to save the mother's life, was apparently sufficient to cause former anti-Sandinista Obando to support Ortega in the elections. Second, and even more important, the electoral laws were changed to allow a presidential candidate to win with less than a majority if he or she were to obtain 40% of the vote or 35% with a 5-point margin over the nearest rival. This adjustment in the rules favored Ortega, whose vote total hovered around 40% in the previous three elections. Ortega was also favored by a split in his conservative opposition. Aleman's old constitutional liberal party ran José Rizzo, a coffee grower and former vice president under Bolaños. However, the corruption of the PLC had caused a large segment of that party to break off and form a new party, the Nicaraguan Liberal Alliance, under the leadership of jubilant Ortega. Supporters celebrate following its announcement of the results of their quick count only hours after the polls closed in the 2006 national elections. Ortega's return to power. 179. Banker Eduardo Montealegre. The ALN and the Conservative Party united in 2006 to back Montealegre's presidential candidacy. Two groups that had split from the FSLN also fielded candidates Edmundo Yarkin for the MRS and Eden Pastora for a new micro-party, the Alternative for Change, but they were not a serious challenge to Ortega. 2. The election itself was relatively clean. It was observed by international teams from the Organization of American States and the Carter Center, as well as two major domestic groups. 3. This level of observation meant that all involved knew from the start that patterns of fraud would not go undetected and would be denounced if they took place. In addition, the major domestic observer group, Ética y Transparencia, fielded such a large team that ET workers were in almost every voting place in the country to observe and report the vote count after the polls closed. Within hours of the closing, ET had an extremely accurate quick count of the results, thus ensuring that any later manipulation of the tallies would be detected. All observers agreed that Daniel Ortega had won the presidency with 38% of the vote, followed by Montealegre, Rizzo, Yarkin, and Pastora. Fraud favoring the FSLN was detected by ET in only 4 municipalities of one coastal department, the North Atlantic region. 4. And, though the Carter Center made a series of suggestions for improving the system, its overall assessment of the 2006 election was positive. 5. Probably the least clean aspect of the 2006 election was the role the U.S. government played in its effort to manipulate the outcome. As in the previous 3 presidential contests, U.S. personnel spoke out and worked behind the scenes in an effort to orchestrate the victory of one candidate, in this case the ALN's Eduardo Montealegre. 6. Ironically, however, their efforts actually helped split the anti-Sandinista forces, thus helping to ensure the Ortega victory, which could not have taken place without that split. Washington would now have to reckon with an old foe in office. The period from 2007 onward, however, witnessed the further erosion of democratic institutions as Ortega extended his control over the judiciary, electoral commission, and civil society. Municipal governments, once heralded by the FSLN as a hallmark of autonomy, were increasingly under attack as several FSLN and liberal mayors were dismissed by city councils on specious grounds, giving the FSLN central government greater control over local government. 7. 180. A revolution returns. Politics in the Ortega administration. While a change from the prior conservative administrations, the Ortega administration was also a departure from the democratic values of the Sandinistas of the 1980s. Though he introduced important social policies and invigorated the economy, Ortega's administration also intensified the corruption of the rule of law begun during the pact-making of the previous decade. Ortega now had tight control of what was left of the FSLN and, within the pact, he held a clear advantage over Alemán, whose corruption in the 1990s had been so extensive that additional charges could always be raised by the Ortega-controlled judiciary if they were ever necessary. In addition, Ortega and Alemán were in a position to control their mutual opponent, the ALN's Eduardo Montealegre, whose legislative immunity to prosecution under corruption charges dating from the Bolaños administration could easily be lifted whenever the two caudillos saw fit. 8. The Ortega administration also exhibited little tolerance for dissent. Journalists, former FSLN members, and civil society organizations complained of intimidation and violence by Ortega's sympathizers. Among the most prominent targets of government harassment were former FSLN members Carlos Fernando Chamorro and Escobedo Cardinal, both of whom were the subject of legal investigations and public smear campaigns, and a handful of women leaders who continually spoke out against the criminalizing of therapeutic abortion. 9. Turbas, pro-Ortega youth gangs, became a tool to intimidate the opposition. Even some government workers admitted to engaging in self-censorship out of fear of losing their jobs. 10. These authoritarian tendencies were accompanied by the administration's approach to social policy and citizen participation. One example of this is the administration's emphasis on direct democracy. The slogan El Pueblo, Presidente became omnipresent on government signage following Ortega's return to office. Bright pink billboards throughout the country bore the slogan. The sentiment referred to Ortega's interest in cultivating its version of direct democracy. To that end, Ortega created citizen power councils by decree in 2007 as a means by which to facilitate communication between citizens and the state, in addition to implementing government programs, including popular social programs discussed below, at the local level. The government argued that CPCs promote citizen participation. Critics claimed that the CPCs were used to extend control over civil society and were mere instruments of the politics in the Ortega administration. 181. FSLN, doling out benefits to FSLN partisans. While members of the opposition were less likely to participate in CPCs, one study found that the benefits were equally distributed when members with different political affiliations did work together. 11. This finding mirrored co-author Wade's anecdotal experience discussed in the section on social policy below. 2008 municipal elections. The municipal elections of 2008 held in 146 of 152 municipalities appear to have been yet another example of the corrupting nature of the pact. 12. Though it had immediately certified Ortega's victory in the 2006 elections, the huge and prestigious domestic observer group ET was barred by the politicized CSE from observing in 2008 on the grounds that it had assumed political positions. 13. In addition, all credible international observation was also barred. Absent the presence of observers, the quality of the elections and claims of fraud would be difficult to substantiate. Prior to the elections, the CSE limited the electoral field by ruling that the MRS and Conservative Party were not eligible to participate because they could not present a full slate of candidates. Critics viewed this as an effort to protect the FSLN and PLC from electoral competition, particularly in light of the fact that two tiny parties that surely did not meet all the requisites were allowed to run. 14. The PLC and ALN united two enemies, Alemán and Montealegre, against the FSLN. The move was forced, in part, by the CSE's hasty decision to reduce the time frame for parties, alliances, and their candidates to register. The alliance fielded Montealegre, who continued to be dogged by accusations of fraud in the central bank's negotiable investment certificate scandal, as its candidate in the Managua mayoral race. 15. According to official results, the FSLN won 105 municipalities, including Managua, followed by the PLC with 37 and the ALN with 6. Allegations of fraud quickly surfaced. But verifying where the truth lay, especially in the absence of credible on-site observation, was another matter. FSLN representatives and supporters maintained that the party's success was a result of Ortega's popular programs and good governance at the municipal level. They contended that pre-election polls had given the FSLN, most notably the FSLN's Managua mayoral candidate, Triple Crown boxing champion Alexis Arguello, an advantage. In truth, there was no dispute that the FSLN won 60 municipalities and that results in 95 municipalities were uncontested. 16. The majority of the 40 contested municipalities were those 182 revolution returns that Montealegre's faction would have received, per the alliance with the PLC. Finally, FSLN representatives pointed out that no claims of fraud had been brought to the CSE. 17. Much of this was true, and yet ET investigated extensively, finding 9 major areas of irregularities ranging from the expulsion of party monitors from voting places, fraudulent annulment of votes, and early closing of some voting places to failure to properly guard and secure electoral materials and open intimidation at voting stations. 18. Another report offered evidence of vote tampering, as some tallies from the voting tables were different than those the CSE presented. Additionally, it appeared that total votes in some districts exceeded the number of registered voters. 19. As of July 2009, the Supreme Electoral Council still had not reported the results of some 30% of the tables, many of them in Managua. 20. The allegations of fraud resulted in the loss of $62 million in aid from the United States, and from the European Union as well. 21. In the aftermath of the 2008 elections, Nicaragua's two caudillos prepared for their next electoral showdown. In January 2009, the Supreme Court overturned Alemán's sentence, and the latter quickly announced his intention to run for president in 2011. Some alleged that the court's move was the price Ortega had to pay for some of the municipalities the FSLN won in 2008. Next, in October 2009, the FSLN justices in the Supreme Court Constitutionality Commission met alone at night and ruled that the constitutional prohibition against presidential re-election did not apply in Ortega's case. 22. Although the ruling was highly disputed by independent jurists long afterward, the liberal justices lacked a majority to overturn it in plenary. This cleared the way for Ortega to run again. Given the advantage he held over Alemán in the pact, it seemed almost certain that Ortega would be president of Nicaragua for some time. Had Nicaragua become an incipient institutional dictatorship, as the MRS put it? 23. Critics and the opposition were increasingly frustrated by the FSLN's consolidation of power over state institutions, which they argued was eroding rule of law and weakening the institutions. One example of this involved administrative appointments. A crisis arose in January 2010 when the National Assembly failed to reach a compromise on the appointments of more than 24 high-ranking officials, including all CSE magistrates. In response, Ortega issued a decree allowing the officials to remain in their posts until replacements could be chosen. Ortega supporters argued that the decree was necessary to end the deadlock, while Ortega opponents decried it as unconstitutional and a politics in the Ortega administration. 183. Ploy to keep key supporters in their positions in advance of the 2011 elections. In June, 2 PLC magistrates refused to participate in proceedings in objection to the decree. The boycott resulted in institutional paralysis. The PLC magistrates were replaced by the Supreme Court in August, though the deposed magistrates refused to recognize the action or subsequent court decisions. Officials remained in those positions until April 2014, when elections for the posts were finally held. 2011 elections. Due to Ortega's growing popularity, the opposition would need to unify in order to defeat him. The Independent Liberal Party joined with Unity in Hope, comprised of the Sandinista Renovation Movement, dissidents of both the Liberal and Conservative parties, and groups from civil society, as the main opposition alliance. The alliance nominated 79-year-old radio journalist and station owner Fabio Guidi Mantilla as their presidential candidate, with Edmundo Yarkin as the vice presidential candidate. Former President Arnaldo Alemán was again the PLC's nominee. Polling prior to election day predicted a big win for Ortega and the FSLN. Ortega's social plans and management of the economy had won him many new supporters. In fact, as co-author Wade observed, opposition candidates found it difficult to criticize the programs and some pledged to continue them. Ortega won 63% of the vote, followed by Guidi with 31% and Alemán with under 6%. But perhaps the more significant victory for the FSLN was in the National Assembly, where the FSLN now had enough seats to have a 2/3 majority. This meant the FSLN would be able to pass laws without the votes of any other party, make appointments to the Supreme Court and CSE, and block any opposition legislation. While the PLI fared well enough to become the FSLN's main legislative opposition, Alemán's PLC won only 2 seats. The 1999 pact appeared to be dead. In addition to the controversy surrounding the legality of Ortega's re-election bid, the government's decision not to accredit many domestic observer groups contributed to concerns about the deteriorating quality of elections. Invitations to international observer missions were issued so late that many were unable to properly organize missions. In particular, the Carter Center, which had monitored elections in 1990, 1996, 2001, and 2006, claimed that concerns cited in its 2006 report had not been addressed and ultimately did not request credentials due to issues with the regulation for electoral observation. In its study mission report, the Carter Center called the 2011 elections non-transparent and cited a range of irregularities, including problems with voter rolls, the distribution of voter identification cards, the vote count, and the reporting of results. 24. In addition to a variety of technical irregularities, the European Observer Missions report also cited a lack of transparency and institutional neutrality by the CSE. 25. While Guidi and Alemán denounced the results as fraudulent and initially refused to accept them, manipulations by both the CSE and the opposition resulted in a lack of evidence to support findings of vote fraud that might have altered the results. The United States, however, was very critical of the elections and responded by cutting the country's fiscal transparency waiver, which resulted in the loss of $3 million in aid. Subsequent municipal elections in 2012 were relatively uncontroversial by comparison, though concerns about transparency persisted. Changes to the Electoral Code eliminated the re-election ban for mayors, required that half of all candidates be women, and increased the number of municipal councillors from 2,178 to 6,534. The FSLN won 134 of 153. Politics in the Ortega administration. 185. Municipalities, followed by the PLI with 13, Yatama with 3, the PLC with 2, and the ALN with 1. The PLI and PLC submitted challenges to the CSE, which were rejected. 26. 2014 constitutional reforms. Ortega and the FSLN tested their new legislative majority in 2013, when they introduced a series of wide-ranging constitutional reforms. In total, 97 constitutional amendments were passed by a second vote, required for constitutional amendments, in the National Assembly in January 2014. The most controversial reforms provided for indefinite re-election, gave the President authority to rule by decree and make concessions for public works projects, allowed political appointees to remain in their positions until replacements were selected, and permitted current military personnel to serve in government posts. The reforms also eliminated runoff elections, allowing the President to be elected by a simple plurality, and enforced party line voting in the legislature. There were also reforms that sought to expand on the principle of participatory democracy, including the creation of new family councils, though it was unclear how this would be reconciled with the growing powers of the executive. Other reforms included a requirement that 50% of all candidates for elected office be women, a commitment to community-based policing, and a redefinition of the country's borders to conform to an International Court of Justice ruling on disputed territory with Colombia. One of the most obvious outcomes of these reforms was the centralization of power in the executive branch and the diminishment of the legislature's power. These reforms confirmed critics' suspicions of the dictatorial nature of the Ortega government, which they often compared to the Somoza dynasty. Ortega, they claimed, had now secured indefinite re-election and authoritarian powers. The daily La Prensa has referred to him as the unconstitutional president since the 2011 election. His supporters are deridingly referred to as Danilistas or Orteguistas by opponents, highlighting the conflict over the ownership of the term Sandinista. Yet despite these concerns, Ortega was overwhelmingly popular. Public opinion polls consistently showed him to be among the most popular leaders in Latin America, with ratings consistently above 60%. Moreover, support for Ortega was relatively high, typically around 40%, among non-FSLN members. One 2015 MNR poll showed that 186 a revolution returns. % of Nicaraguans were satisfied with the functioning of democracy, including 42% of those who identified as opposition sympathizers. 27 Nicaraguans' preference for democracy as a regime type remained largely unchanged from 2003 to 2013, as opposed to other Central American countries like Costa Rica and Honduras. According to the 2014 Latin American Public Opinion Project, Nicaragua's reported corruption victimization was also well below the regional average, while confidence in local government, the police, and the judiciary were also well above regional averages. 28 How can we reconcile the criticisms of Ortega's consolidation of power with his popularity? Perhaps Ortega remained popular because the average Nicaraguan was far more concerned with socio-economic problems than with political ones. Or perhaps it was because, as Ken Morris noted, while Ortega's consolidation of familial power bore the hallmarks of a Somoza-esque dynasty, he didn't appear to be motivated by personal enrichment. 29. Society and social policy. Among the chief achievements of the FSLN government during the 1980s were the social programs instituted by the revolutionary government. As discussed in Chapter 5, many of these were dismantled during the three post-war administrations to devastating effect. Daniel Ortega's return to office brought with it a renewed emphasis on social programs and poverty alleviation. A new literacy campaign, initiated by FSLN municipal governments in previous years, reduced illiteracy from almost 21% in 2007 to less than 5% in 2009. The campaign, From Marty to Fidel, was modeled on the Cuban Yo Soy Puedo program and was recognized by UNESCO. Program Amor, sponsored by the Ministry of the Family, focused on the disintegration of the family, child labor, and getting street children into school. Additionally, the Ortega administration immediately eliminated all school fees and lifted the requirement of school uniforms, which had prevented many poor children from attending school. Free meals were given to school children and a new preschool program, also based on the Cuban model, was instituted. School enrollments increased dramatically in 2007 but fell in 2008 and 2009. However, increasing enrollments were met with insufficient expenditures and students experienced overcrowded classrooms without desks or enough teachers. Government intervention programs have since improved both retention and completion rates. Primary school completion rates increased from 64.2 to 77.8% between 2010 and 2014. The family and community-based social welfare model, supported by the World Bank, utilized community workshops and one-on-one counseling to encourage school attendance among the country's 20,000 poorest families. According to the World Bank, as of October 2014, more than 6,000 families had children attending school, and retention rates increased from 85% to 95%. Still, it was clear that there was much work to be done in improving school attendance and retention, particularly in indigenous areas where as many as 40% of children did not attend school. 31 other social programs, funded with development aid from the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of Our America, were a cornerstone of the Ortega administration. Programs that deliver zinc roofing tiles, Crisol, which made small loans for agricultural production, and 188 A Revolution returns. Vaccine distribution and other free health programs have benefited thousands. The Zero Usury program, modeled on similar microcredit programs throughout the developing world, provided small, low-interest loans to help women start small businesses. By July 2009, more than 82,000 women had received solidarity loans totaling 458 million Cordobas. 32 In 2016, the government announced plans to expand the program to 130,000 beneficiaries at a cost of $28.2 million. 33 The Zero Hunger program targeted hunger and food scarcity among the rural poor by providing a package of one pregnant cow, a sow, hens, seeds, and construction materials to those with at least a manzana 1.68 acres of land. The land requirement meant that a significant portion of the rural population, who were landless, were excluded from the program. Program participants had to agree not to sell the animals. As with the Zero Usury program, the transfers were made to the women of the household. By July 2009, more than 32,000 families of the target 75,000 were participating, 34 though some critics pointed out the difficulties and expense for poor families of maintaining a cow and the program's lack of linkages to a larger, coherent development strategy. 35 The programs, as well as improved macroeconomic performance, appeared to have a positive impact on social indicators. 36 The poverty rate decreased from 48.3% in 2005 to 29.6% in 2014. Extreme poverty decreased from 17.2% to 8.3% during that same period, though there was an increase from 7.6 to 9.5% in 2012 to 2013 when export prices fell, a reminder of how sensitive the economy remained to external fluctuations. 37 As of 2009, poverty was more acute in rural areas and in the Caribbean regions. While Nicaragua is still the poorest country in the region, inequality decreased there while it increased in Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Honduras. Nicaragua's Gini coefficient, used to measure inequality, decreased from 0.41 in 2005 to 0.37 in 2009 to 0.35 in 2013. While most people with whom the authors talked in 2009, including harsh critics such as former Sandinista Vice President Sergio Ramirez and the former editor of the Sandinista daily Barricada, Carlos Fernando Chamorro, admitted that the Ortega administration was definitely doing more for the poor than its post-1990 predecessors. 38 Many felt that what was being done was not nearly what was possible with the money available. One of Nicaragua's leading independent economists, Adolfo Acevedo, argued that an opportunity to really improve public education and, hence, society and social policy 189. Invest in Nicaragua's future was being squandered in spite of ample resources. 39 others argued that the social programs were clientelistic, and primarily benefited Ortega's supporters. For example, participants in the Zero Usury program were selected by citizens' power councils, which critics claimed were highly politicized and favored FSLN supporters. Stories about Ortega opponents being denied access to these programs were common but difficult to verify, though some public opinion polls suggested some discrepancies. Co-author Wade visited a community in El Limón which was participating in Zero Hunger, Plantco, and Crizal. While the woman responsible for much of the community organizing and management was an FSLN supporter, members of the community were of varied political affiliations. There were also concerns that the programs appeared to be disconnected from a comprehensive development strategy. The rather modest state-supported initiatives of the Ortega administration did not offer a long-term solution to structural injustices. Deep fiscal reform, which might have included reducing or eliminating the 15% value-added tax, and land reform would have been incompatible with the neoliberal model and elite self-interest, and were not attempted by the new Ortega government. Tax reforms in 2009 and 2014, which were written in consultation with the Superior Council of Private Enterprise, may have resulted in improvements in collection and incentives for investment, but didn't offer any structural changes. Instead, the country became increasingly reliant on remittances $1.2 billion in 2015, up from $911 million in 2011. According to one 2008 poll, as many as 60% of Nicaraguans were considering migrating abroad to solve their economic problems. 40 by 2016, that number was down to 36%. 41 The fact that the young and educated constituted a growing segment of Nicaragua's migrants. More than two-thirds were under age 29, 41% had secondary education, and nearly 20% had some higher education. 42 could not help but have significant ramifications for the country's future. 20 years of neoliberal policies had failed to build a country that could provide for the basic needs of its people. That said, much of Nicaragua's emigration was driven by economic circumstances, a stark contrast to its neighbors, whose emigrants were fleeing unrelenting violence. In fact, during the 2014 unaccompanied minors crisis, when thousands of Central American children were fleeing to the United States, not a single child was from Nicaragua. Nicaragua was largely 190 a revolution returns. Immune to the extreme violence experienced by El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, where transnational youth gangs and criminal organizations including Mexican drug cartels had contributed to homicide epidemics for more than a decade. In 2015, Nicaragua's homicide rate was 8 per 100,000, the lowest in the region. Even Costa Rica had a higher rate at 11.8 per 100,000, while rates reached 104.5 in El Salvador, 33.8 in Guatemala, and a reported 59.9 in Honduras in 2015. Some of Nicaragua's exceptionalism was due to migration patterns in the other countries, but certainly much credit is owed to the country's community policing model, which focused on prevention and rehabilitation as opposed to the repression and militarization seen in the Northern Triangle countries. Widely recognized as the region's most professionalized police force, the Nicaraguan police actively worked with and lived among communities, which increased accountability. It was little surprise the national police was repeatedly cited in public opinion polls as among the country's most trusted institutions, and that Police Commissioner Aminta Grainera, a former Catholic novitiate turned Sandinista guerrilla fighter, was among the most popular public figures in the country with approval ratings often in excess of 70%. Women. The Ortega administration's record on gender equality is mixed. Significant efforts were made to increase women's representation in public office. 39 of the 92 representatives in the 2011 National Assembly were women and, as previously mentioned, constitutional reforms in 2014 mandated that half of all candidates for office be women. 8 of the 17 cabinet ministers were women as of 2015, including the Defense Minister Martha Ruiz Sevilla. The country's popular police commissioner, Aminta Grainera, and the Supreme Court president were women, as were 43% of the country's police force and 40% of Supreme Court justices. The government also targeted gender inequality through its social policy. Both the Zero Hunger and Zero Usury programs focused on promoting women's economic independence. Women-only police stations were established to assist women and children who suffered from gender-based violence. The administration also built Casas Maternas, which provided health care for expectant mothers. Society and Social Policy 191. As a result of these efforts, Nicaragua ranked 6th in the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index in 2014. 43. That said, gender-based violence, child sexual abuse, and adolescent pregnancies remain serious, if not culturally ingrained, problems. But as critics point out, efforts to promote gender equality and women's rights were limited by the administration's platform supporting family values. 44. As discussed earlier, Ortega and the FSLN supported the 2006 abortion ban, which remained in place throughout his first 2 terms. While Nicaragua has some of the most comprehensive gender violence laws in the region, they were not sufficiently supported. Moreover, they were subject to political manipulation. In January 2012, the National Assembly passed the Comprehensive Law Against Violence Toward Women. The law, which addressed both physical and structural forms of violence, established sentencing guidelines for various forms of violence against women, including femicide. 45. Religious leaders protested the law, saying that it kept families apart and would be abused by women who were seeking revenge. Opponents of the law challenged it before the Supreme Court, arguing that it was unconstitutional because it prohibited mediation between victim and abuser. In August 2013, the law was ruled constitutional, but the National Assembly subsequently reformed the law to permit mediation, despite the protests of women's groups. Much of this emphasis on the family was driven by Ortega's wife and communications minister, Rosario Murillo. Described as Nicaragua's first comrade, Murillo was a controversial and powerful figure. 46. Some of the controversy stemmed from her response to charges by her daughter, Zoilamerica Narvaez, in that Ortega had sexually abused her. Murillo's defense of Ortega and dismissal of her daughter resulted in splits with the FSLN and the women's movement more broadly. Murillo was also controversial for what some critics described as an unwillingness to tolerate criticism or dissent. Despite not being elected to any office, many regarded her as perhaps the most powerful politician in the country. 47. She acted as Ortega's campaign manager in 2006 and was widely considered to be the source of the Christian, Socialist, in Solidarity slogan and the change from the FSLN's traditional black and red color scheme to shocking pink for campaigns and propaganda. In addition to controlling presidential communications, she has been known to make cabinet decisions and has even acted as Nicaragua's official representative in delegations abroad, which ruffled a few feathers. 48. Known for her flamboyant style and New Age philosophy, Murillo has slowly built significant popular support. In one Sid Gallup poll from 2015, she even polled higher in favorability ratings than her husband. 49. Her support for social programs and daily appearances on television and radio, where she discussed everything from government policy to the weather, increased her popularity. Society and Social Policy 193. The Caribbean Coast. Indigenous and Afro-Caribbean territories on the Caribbean coast were granted autonomy during the Sandinista regime in 1987. The period after the Sandinistas' departure from power was a difficult one for the region, as neoliberal reforms deprived it of much-needed public investment, and administrations exhibited little political will to settle outstanding issues. 50 administrations routinely failed to respect land rights, and violated the constitution by granting concessions to multinationals. In one notable case, Mayagna Awas Tingni Community vs. Nicaragua, the Inter-American Court on Human Rights ruled that the government failed to recognize a community's land rights despite constitutional guarantees when it granted a logging concession to a South Korean company covering more than 62,000 hectares of protected land. 51 While some progress was made on the legal aspects of autonomy during the Bolaños administration when the demarcation law was passed in 2003, the implementation process, which began in 2005, was slow. After returning to power in 2007, the Ortega administration accelerated the process of titling communal lands along the Caribbean coast. The process was the result of an alliance between Ortega and Mosquito leader Brooklyn Rivera, the head of Yadama. 52 The alliance enabled Yadama members to hold seats in the National Assembly and the Central American Parliament, for which they were otherwise ineligible, and Ortega appointed several members to his cabinet. In December 2008, the Awas Tingni community finally received the title to its territory. The government expected to complete the titling process by the end of 2010, ultimately distributing more than 22,000 square miles of land. But the failure of the Nicaraguan government to proceed apace in titling and demarcation had serious consequences for local residents. Migrants, primarily mestizo in origin, began moving into the territories after the end of the war. According to Gonzalez and Figueroa, mestizos comprised approximately 70% of the region's population. Indigenous and Afro-Caribbean peoples had become minorities in their own territories, which undermined their abilities to exercise the rights granted them through autonomy. 53 Frustration with the long-simmering land issue spilled over into other areas. Outrage with the central government's response to the aftermath of Hurricane Felix, a Category 5 hurricane that battered the Caribbean coast in September 2007, the postponement of the 2008 elections in the RAAN. 194 A revolution returns. And economic disputes led to a resurgence of Mosquito nationalism. In 2009, the Mosquito Council of Elders declared independence from Nicaragua, although the claim was not embraced by everyone in the community and was not recognized by any outside entity. 54 Incursions into the region became especially acute as armed settlers, referred to locally as colonos, invaded Mosquito lands in Waspam. The invasions resulted in mass displacements in Bilway and even drove some over the Honduran border. Local human rights organizations reported 54 deaths at the hands of the settlers in 2015 alone. Indigenous and Afro-Caribbean communities accused the Ortega government of doing nothing to stop the invasions in accordance with Law 445. In September 2015, the Ortega administration created a commission to investigate the situation. The commission uncovered more than a dozen illegal land transfers of as much as 1,500 square kilometers in Mosquito and Mayagna territories, some of which allegedly implicated Brooklyn Rivera. The FSLN-dominated legislature subsequently voted to strip Rivera of his immunity. 55. Economic policy. In some ways, the new Ortega administration's economic policy did not mark a dramatic departure from that of the other post-1990 governments. The Ortega administration retained its membership in CAFTA and chose to take relatively small loans from the International Monetary Fund, which obliged it to submit to the neoliberal, socially regressive dictates of that U.S.-dominated entity. 56 True, the IMF was now insisting on some poverty alleviation policies, but being involved with the IMF was still a continuation of post-1990 conservative policy and a dramatic reversal of the FSLN stance during the revolution. What did represent a departure from past governments was its membership in the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of Our America, a regional integration scheme initiated by Venezuela's Hugo Chavez and Cuba's Fidel Castro as an alternative to neoliberal trade agreements such as the U.S. promoted Central American Free Trade Area and Free Trade Area of the Americas. By leveraging the benefits of a market economy with the influx of dollars from ALBA, the Ortega administration delivered economic stability, moderate growth, and record levels of trade and investment, all of which contributed to Ortega's popularity. Membership in ALBA provided access to cheap Venezuelan oil through the Petrocaribe scheme, technological assistance, including generators, and economic policy 195. A $3.5 billion refinery, and low-interest loans through the ALBA Bank to fund development projects. Starting in 2007, Nicaragua received over $600 million annually in support from Venezuela and ALBA. Half of this was outright grants. The other half came in the form of virtual grants, the purchase of half of the $600 million in oil imported annually on 25-year, 2% interest terms, essentially free to the generation in power. 57 In 2010, Nicaragua received more than $500 million in oil discounts and aid from Venezuela, amounting to about 7.6% of GDP. Critics complained of a lack of transparency regarding ALBA funds, particularly with regard to the state-owned oil distributor, Petronic, and Albanesa, a jointly owned private company with ties to Ortega that had been created to manage oil profits. 58 Both ALBA and Albanesa holdings were without public oversight. 59 While some of Nicaragua's neighbors were enjoying lower prices at the gas pump as a result of similar Venezuelan aid, fuel prices in Nicaragua remained higher than the regional average in 2013. So where were the oil money and other ALBA funds going? When co-author Walker told Adolfo Acevedo that he was looking for hard data on social spending, the latter simply threw up his hands and exclaimed, "If you find some, let me know." 60 Overall economic performance during the early years of the Ortega administration was mixed. Average annual growth during the first 2 years was 3.2% but fell to negative 1.5% in 2009. 61 This economic growth, however, was undermined by rising fuel costs, inflation, and growing unemployment. The cost of the canasta básica more than doubled in 2007, leaving it beyond the reach of almost 55% of Nicaraguans. 62 Moreover, real wages declined to 1996 levels despite an 18% minimum wage increase in 2007 and a second minimum wage increase in January 2008 of 15%. 63 The energy crisis also had a significant impact on productivity, as extensive rolling blackouts plagued the country during 2006. Yet by 2012, Nicaragua posted the highest growth rate in the region at 5% and continued to outpace its Central American neighbors, with the exception of Panama. 64 Under Ortega, GDP increased 74% from $6.78 billion in 2006 to $11.8 billion in 2014. 65 Nicaragua also experienced record investment during that period. In 2011, combined foreign investment from a range of countries, including Canada, Brazil, Korea, Spain, and Mexico, nearly doubled from 2010 to more than $960 million. Free trade zones expanded, accounting for $2.4 billion in exports in 2014 and 196 A revolution returns, generating as many as 100,000 jobs. 66 According to a recent International Renewable Energy Agency study, Nicaragua received more than $1.5 billion in renewable energy investments from 2007 to 2012, the largest per capita investment in Latin America. 67 In 2015 renewable energy, including wind, geothermal, hydro, and biomass, generated half of Nicaragua's electricity, and the government planned to increase that to 90% in just over a decade. Nicaragua was increasingly recognized as a sound investment prospect, and was twice named by the World Bank's Doing Business report as the best country in Central America in several investment categories, including investor protection. Exports also expanded as Ortega signed new trade and investment agreements with Panama, Taiwan, Russia, and Chile. Additionally, the Latin Business Chronicle has consistently ranked Nicaragua among the top 5 most globalized countries in all of Latin America in recent years. Thus, while Venezuelan oil and aid were vital to Nicaragua's recent economic successes, diversified sources of trade and investment also played an important role in the country's development. While the FSLN opposed CAFTA when it was being negotiated, it embraced the trade agreement while in power. Nicaragua's exports to the United States grew 170% between 2006 and 2015, and U.S. investment increased 414%. 68 in 2014 the country enjoyed an almost $2.1 billion trade surplus with the U.S., an increase of almost 8% over 2012. 69 though trade with Venezuela also increased significantly since 2007, the United States remained the main destination for Nicaraguan exports, receiving about 30% of them in 2013, compared with only 9% for Venezuela. 70 in 2013, U.S. foreign direct investment in Nicaragua was more than double that of Venezuela. 71 Ortega's relationship with the business sector was key to many of these successes. Learning from the experiences of the 1980s, the administration actively encouraged the participation of the business sector in policy making. Much of Nicaragua's investment was facilitated by legislation passed since 2007, which won Ortega praise from the business sector. 72 Beginning in 2007 members of the Superior Council of Private Enterprise were invited to monthly meetings with the President's economic advisor and vice president. As a result of the 2007 minimum wage law, COSEP became a part of a coalition of government, business, and labor that negotiates wage increases for workers. But COSEP's influence extended well beyond wage negotiations. As Rose Spalding detailed, COSEP was very involved in collaborating on legislation. In 2010 alone, COSEP collaborated. Economic Policy 197. On or endorsed more than 60% of all approved laws. 73 Articles 98 and 101 of the Nicaraguan Constitution recognized the role of workers and the private sector, underscoring the influence of the tripartite alliance. The Ortega administration successfully balanced its relationship with the market with other economic relationships. While some viewed these as contradictory, the relationship between CAFTA-DR and ALBA was best described as complementary rather than competitive. The FSLN accepted CAFTA-DR as an economic necessity, while ALBA provided an important counterbalance to neoliberal policies, something lacking in other countries in the region. Presidential Economic Advisor Bayardo Arce described the administration's economic program as a market economy with a preferential option for the poor. In sum, Ortega's stewardship of the economy gained support of both the private sector and citizenry. While the gains under the Ortega administration were impressive, some wondered whether they would be enough to lift the country out of chronic poverty. The canal. The prospect of an interoceanic canal had long been a dream of many Nicaraguans, who saw the project as one that would promote the country's development. After all, the rival Panama Canal had made Panama the wealthiest country in the region. When the Ortega administration announced initial plans to develop the long-awaited canal with Hong Kong-based developer and Chinese billionaire Wang Jing in 2012, there was much excitement and expectation surrounding the project. The Ortega administration and its supporters viewed the mega-project as their best hope to lift the country out of poverty. The landing page of Hong Kong Nicaragua Development Investment Group's website promised, "The century-old dream will come true." 74 At an estimated cost of $40 to $50 billion, the proposed canal would be the world's largest construction project. The administration claimed that the construction alone would generate as many as 50,000 jobs. There was also the prospect for additional employment, as many as 250,000 jobs in the canal zone and on related infrastructure projects. While Nicaraguans were generally supportive of the canal project, the actual economic benefit to the national and local economies was unknown. Even in early 2016, the economic feasibility study on the canal project had not been released. Critics argued that the canal wouldn't provide the anticipated employment. 198 A revolution returns. pointing to the fact that the project's Chinese developers have imported their own workers on other international megaprojects. Others suggested that conserving Nicaragua's precious natural resources had more economic potential than the canal. Canal planning was plagued by a lack of transparency. There was virtually no legislative consultation or public debate over the issue. In 2012, the FSLN-dominated National Assembly passed Law 800, which would serve as the legal framework for the canal. 75 Law 800 stated that Nicaragua would be the main shareholder in the project, essentially creating a public-private partnership. Law 800 also established the Nicaraguan Canal Authority to oversee the project, including working with populations affected by the expropriation of territory and addressing environmental issues. Law 800 was replaced by Law 840 in June 2013, which granted the concession for the canal project to HKND. There was no competitive bidding process. 76 It also altered the ownership of the project, giving Nicaragua only 1% of shares at the outset plus an additional 10% every decade. 77 Duties of the Nicaraguan Canal Authority now belong to the Nicaragua Canal and Development Project Commission. Approval of the law took a matter of days, and occurred without public consultation, with no published economic or environmental studies, and with little legislative debate. Critics of the canal project argued that the concessions were unconstitutional, claiming that they ceded the country's sovereign territory to foreign developers, as the concession allows the developer to select the land for the route, import workers, and collect tariffs. The company would also be exempt from local taxes and laws. The new law, in effect, privatized the canal. Under Law 840, it could take 60 years for Nicaragua to claim majority ownership of the canal. There were also serious concerns about the environmental impact of the canal. The proposed canal would necessitate the excavation of 4.5 billion cubic centimeters of earth, including Lake Casabalca. The lake, which had an average depth of 14 meters, would require extensive dredging to accommodate the 28-meter deep canal. 78 The removal of such large amounts of sediment could contaminate the lake's water, which was used for both irrigation and human consumption. 79 Environmentalists argued that the project would effectively destroy the lake's precious ecosystem. The proposed canal route, which has changed several times, would run from the Brito River on the Pacific coast to the Punta Gorda on the Atlantic coast, cutting through Lake Casabalca and the protected Foreign Policy in a New Era 199. San Miguelito Wetlands. Reserves in the RAAS would also be affected. The lake, which was Central America's largest freshwater source, was home to popular tourist destinations, including Isla Omote, a UNESCO reserve. Among the affected populations were the indigenous Rama and African-descended Creole communities, who complained that canal concessions for their land were granted without their consent. The Rama Creole, who jointly owned the territory, filed a complaint with the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. The threat of displacement was also a serious concern. In addition to bisecting Rama Creole territory, as many as 100,000 residents could be affected by canal construction. While the government promised unspecified compensation to the displaced, there was serious opposition throughout the region. Area residents claimed intimidation from survey teams, who have arrived with guards, and some protests turned violent. 80 Despite these various concerns, the canal project enjoyed significant popular support, upwards of 70% in some polls. 81 supporters that co-author Wade spoke to believed that the canal would deliver much-needed employment to the country, and many spoke of trusting that the administration wouldn't build the canal if it weren't good for the country. Whether the canal could deliver on such high expectations remained to be seen. At the time of this writing, the project had been delayed as reports surfaced that Wang Jing had lost 85% of his fortune in the Chinese market. Foreign Policy in a New Era. As discussed in Chapter 3, Nicaraguan foreign policy under the FSLN had historically been pragmatic. 82 During the 1980s, the government sought to cultivate relationships with a wide variety of states. It supported non-alignment and used its membership in international institutions in an attempt to generate support for the revolution and end the painful U.S. embargo. This tendency, as evidenced by Nicaragua's diverse trade and investment relationships, remained clear during the Ortega administration. Nicaragua and the Eagle. Despite public displays of discord between the two countries, the Ortega administration pursued certain key economic policies very much in 200 a revolution returns. Conformity with U.S. wishes. This had as much to do with global restraints as it did with evolving domestic interests. Among other things, it retained Nicaraguan membership in the U.S.-sponsored Central American Free Trade Agreement. And, even more important, it chose to maintain a relationship with the IMF, Washington's major economic enforcer. In fact, the initial three-year agreement negotiated by Ortega differed little from that of his predecessor. Though in conformity with the behavior of all three post-1990 governments, this move, as indicated, was a radical departure from the nationalist and sovereign economic policy of the Sandinistas of the 1980s. Washington had, at times, been less than receptive to Ortega's domestic policies. In addition to openly campaigning against Ortega in the 2001 and 2006 elections and terminating aid following the 2008 elections, the U.S. Embassy in Managua had occasionally been very critical of domestic policy. Following the vote that would permit Ortega to seek re-election in 2011, U.S. Ambassador Robert Callahan, who served as spokesman for the U.S. Embassy in Honduras during the Contra War, repeatedly criticized the ruling of Nicaragua's PAC Supreme Court and the illegitimacy of Ortega's election. 83 In 2012, the U.S. canceled Nicaragua's fiscal transparency waiver over concerns about Venezuelan aid, which resulted in a loss of about $3 million in aid. 84 Relations with the embassy improved, however, after Callahan's departure, with the arrival of new Ambassador Phyllis Powers. Ambassador Powers was decidedly less interventionist and undiplomatic than her predecessor. Though she was sometimes critical of the state of democracy in the country, she worked to identify common interests between the two countries. For her efforts, Ambassador Powers was awarded the Order of José de Marcoleta Grand Cross, the country's highest honor, upon her departure in 2015. The Ortega government worked diligently to resolve one of the thorniest issues in Nicaraguan U.S. relations, the long-standing property issue. Since 1994, the Nicaraguan government had been required to seek a property waiver in order to receive U.S. aid and loans from international organizations that received U.S. funds, demonstrating that it was working to resolve claims by U.S. citizens involving property confiscated during the 1980s. In 2015, the U.S. lifted its property waiver requirement, satisfied that claims under Section 527 of the Foreign Relations Authorization Act for 1994 and 1995, which deals with the appropriation of U.S. property abroad, had been resolved. In total, the Nicaraguan government had paid approximately $1.3 billion in indemnifications. As such, the resolution of the Foreign Policy in a New Era 201 claims issue represented the end to one of the most contentious issues in Nicaraguan U.S. relations, but also freed the Nicaraguan government of a significant financial burden. While the two parties made progress in some areas, the Ortega administration has remained vocal in its opposition to what it perceived as interference, particularly on the part of the United States, in the affairs of other states. This was part of the government's explanation for refusing to accredit some domestic and international election observers in the 2011 elections. At the 2009 Summit of the Americas meeting, Ortega notoriously provided President Barack Obama with a rather pointed 50-minute history lesson on U.S. intervention in the region, both distant past and present, and criticized the continuing blockade of Cuba. 85 Additionally, Ortega was an outspoken critic of the 2009 coup in Honduras, calling for ousted President Manuel Zelaya's reinstatement, denouncing the brief disappearance of Honduran Foreign Minister Patricia Rodas, and refusing to recognize the newly elected President Lobo. Ortega openly accused the United States of plotting the Honduran coup and claimed that the US would do the same in Nicaragua if it had the means. 86 While Ortega's leadership on Honduras was widely praised, his support for old and new US foes ruffled a few feathers. In addition to joining ALBA and reinvigorating relations with Cuba, Ortega sought to expand relations throughout the globe. Shortly after returning to office, Ortega embarked on a tour, sponsored by the Libyan government, of Algeria, Libya, Senegal, Iran, Cuba, and Venezuela. 87 The visits, especially those to Iran and Libya, aroused the ire of US and domestic critics. Among the most notable controversies was when Nicaragua offered to represent Libya in the United Nations, as its delegate was denied a visa during the Libyan civil war that overthrew Muammar Gaddafi. When the Republic of Georgia tried to reclaim Abkhazia and South Ossetia in 2008, Ortega quickly recognized the independence of the two territories. This made Nicaragua only one of a handful of countries in the world to do so, including Russia, which was identified as the aggressor in the conflict by the international community. 88 stances on these issues, as well as the new relationship with ALBA countries, merely served to underscore the FSLN's continued ideological affinity with other anti-imperialist regimes. 89 That said, none of this was necessarily problematic for U.S. Nicaraguan relations. Ortega's vocal support for regimes that were not friendly with the 202 A revolution returns. United States was characterized as manageable tensions by one former Nicaraguan official who stated that the level of rhetoric was even negotiated between the two parties. 90 So long as Ortega provided stability and cooperated on key issues, such as drug interdiction, then his relationships with Chavez, Cuba, and Libya were not problematic. Relations in the international community. In addition to anti-interventionism, one of the notable characteristics of Nicaraguan foreign policy under the FSLN has traditionally been pragmatism. 91 As discussed in Chapter 3, the Sandinistas made a significant effort to diversify relations and trading partners in the 1980s. Ortega's return to power continued that trend. Unlike earlier attempts to diversify relations to reduce economic dependence, the Ortega administration seemed to be particularly interested in cultivating diplomatic and political ties that allow access to unconditional aid. As such, Ortega's relationships with Venezuela and Russia weren't merely a matter of ideological affinity. These donors did not condition the aid they provided upon any criteria for good governance or democratic rule of law, as was the case with the United States and Western Europe. To that end, some suggested that Ortega's relationship with Venezuela facilitated a decidedly less pluralistic foreign policy than he might have pursued otherwise, as well as reducing accountability for good governance practices required by liberal democratic donors. 92 In addition to cultivating broad relationships, Nicaragua continued to rely on international institutions to enhance its prestige and gain support for various issues. During the 1980s, the government leveraged its ties to be elected to as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council in 1982. Nicaragua's international profile was enhanced when, in 2008, former Nicaraguan Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto was elected President of the UN General Assembly. Descoto, who famously won a case against the United States in the International Court of Justice for mining Nicaraguan waters in 1984, remained a vocal critic of U.S. policy. 93. Relations with neighbors. Ortega's greatest foreign policy challenge was with neighboring Costa Rica. In 2009, the International Court of Justice rendered a decision. Foreign Policy in a New Era 203. On a petition on the San Juan River entered during the Alemán administration that reaffirmed Nicaragua's sovereignty over the river. Animosity between the two neighbors deepened in 2010, when Costa Rica accused Nicaragua of illegally occupying its territory during a dredging operation near the mouth of the San Juan River. Costa Rica presented its claim to the ICJ, and Nicaragua presented a counterclaim over environmental damages that it alleged were caused by the construction of a Costa Rican road along the river. Tensions between the two countries became highly personal. Then Costa Rican President Laura Chinchilla referred to Ortega as her enemy 94 and even marched in anti-Nicaragua protests in 2013, after Ortega publicly joked about a potential Nicaraguan claim to Guanacaste, which was annexed by Costa Rica in 1824. Relations with her successor, Luis Guillermo Solís, did not improve. Solís skipped Nicaragua in his inaugural tour of Central America. In December 2015, the ICJ found in Costa Rica's favor and that Nicaragua had violated Costa Rica's territory and sovereignty in dredging the channels near the San Juan River. Nicaragua said it would abide by the court's ruling, which resulted in the loss of 250 hectares of wetlands. The court, however, found in Nicaragua's favor on its counterclaim, noting that Costa Rica had failed to properly assess environmental impact in the construction of the road. 95 The rulings did little to improve tensions between the two countries. Another territorial dispute, this time with Colombia, also complicated regional relations. In 2001, during the final days of the Alemán administration, Nicaragua submitted an application to the ICJ over Caribbean waterways and islands in the San Andrés archipelago. In 2012, the ICJ ruled in Nicaragua's favor on the maritime issue, while the islands remained with Colombia. Colombian President Juan Manuel Santos refused to acknowledge the loss of maritime territory. Shortly thereafter, Nicaragua began drilling for oil in the Tyra Bank, a formerly contested area of water off Nicaragua's Caribbean coast. Both Colombia and Costa Rica protested the drilling. In 2013, Nicaragua filed a new complaint with the ICJ asking the court to specify exact boundaries. 96 Colombia subsequently attempted to withdraw from ICJ jurisdiction, but the court ruled in March 2016 that the country could not retroactively withdraw from the 1948 Bogotá Pact that gave jurisdiction to the ICJ in such matters. The legal wrangling between the two countries continued. 204 A revolution returns. Conclusion In November 2016, Nicaraguans will elect the president, vice president, 90 members of the National Assembly, and 20 representatives to the Central American Parliament. 97 At the time of this writing, many presumed that Ortega would run for and win a fourth term, though he had not yet declared his candidacy. Protests by opposition leaders and confrontations with police at the country's electoral tribunal underscored the tensions between the opposition and the FSLN as the country prepared for national elections. Nicaraguan politics were decidedly less pluralistic than they were a decade ago, both as a result of the FSLN's maneuvers and the corruption and incompetence of the opposition. Nicaraguans overwhelmingly supported Ortega and the FSLN. Moreover, Nicaraguans had the second highest levels of satisfaction with democracy and support for democracy in Central America. 98 By 2016, there was no doubt that, socially and economically, Nicaragua was in a better position than it was in 2006. Increased investment and growth brought new opportunities, and many believed that the proposed canal could be the key to the country's salvation. Poor and working-class Nicaraguans viewed the state as a positive force, citing programs that alleviated hunger, improved access to credit and education, and provided health care and job training. Many in the countryside and in working-class neighborhoods of Managua profess not to understand the bourgeois preoccupation with elections and issues of constitutionality, particularly concerning Ortega's re-election. Rather, they see a government dedicated to addressing their needs. For them, the revolution continues. For its part, Washington appeared to have accepted Ortega's return to power as the leader of a somewhat morphed version of the Sandinista project it worked so hard to destroy in the 1980s. While it remained critical of the erosion of democracy and continued to provide assistance to opposition groups, it cultivated new economic and security relationships with the Ortega administration and was much less interventionist than at any time in Nicaragua's past. In all likelihood, this had far more to do with a pivoting in U.S. attention towards other parts of the world than to any major change in the basic instincts and assumptions underlying U.S. foreign policy. Only time would tell whether Nicaragua was finally emerging from the eagle's shadow, which had loomed large for so long.